little bit different, or different ways of that understanding that question. One is, how do we, you answered, you want to learn more about getting involved, contact you. But if there's a disaster and you have pets, how do you activate or contact this service? I think that was the intent of one of the questions. If not, it's a question I have. Yeah, Jay.
Jay Wilson. They're now part of our emergency plan in town, so they would get notified if we have an emergency to help us with the animals.
This is a really good time to remind everybody that we do not have anybody in charge of our emergency planning in town. It's one of those vacant, I don't know how the pets are going to be rescued on page 18 if we still don't have someone in charge of I thought it was, no, I mistook that for the energy coordinator. And when we don't have an animal control officer either. Just a reminder, since I talked about it a long time ago. Is there any other conversation about this? Yes.
Would people contact the rescue to register their animals at all?
I don't think at this point we have any way of doing that, but they can, once there is an emergency, the fire station or the second place would be the town garage, would be the two emergency contacts. They can call there and they can help with something, and there'll be people roving around town anyways.
So that's good to know. During an emergency, two areas, right? The rescue and
the fire station.
Fire station, yeah.
And the second one, if needed, is the town garage. It depends on where the emergency is.
So let me take that as a time to encourage you all to license your dogs. You'll know you have a dog that needs rescuing if you've licensed your dog.
Good idea.
And you only have 27 days before the price goes up. So, yeah.
Just a point of information, the communication that came requesting these funds has been filed under Kitty letter.
Is there any, yes?
A question, is this the food only pets for domestic livestock or threatened and endangered wildlife as well?
That's a good question. Do you know the answer to that, Lynn?
Our training has been with pets and livestock. And also been talking with deer and bear and. No, that's a great question, but I think as far as what we've been doing so far.
So the answer is that this is not, at this time, for wildlife. Is there any further discussion? I'm not going to recognize that because there's somebody else who wants to speak, and yeah.
I just have a question. So it's $250, correct? I'm now not looking at it. So the $250 is there other money that comes in also to this project from other sources? So that, okay.
Chris is answering yes. He seems to know.
Happening.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. Okay. A yes vote is you're in favor of adding this $250 to the amount of money we've already appropriated, in addition to what we've passed in Article 6. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise and appropriate the sum of $250 for the Wyndham Disaster Animal Response Team, WINDART. All those in favor of this, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 9 passes. We now move on to Article 10, which is to transact any other business that may legally come before the town, but which is not legally binding. All right?
We need to add that $250 overall budget.
No, we don't. I made a mistake. Okay. Chris,
I just have something.
please tell everybody who you are.
Christopher Cracky, I'm Williamsville. It occurs to me, having driven down Route 30 often in the summer, that there are a lot of out-of-state vehicles that park there and use the beaches. And it was occurring to me that we might be able to get some non-tax revenue and figured out a way to have an honor system, have a collection system, have a way. You know, just real quick math. If we got 10 people there on the honor system to give $10 a day, 100 days in the summer, that's $10,000 that we could be giving to pets or opioid crisis or things like that. So it's just an idea. Perhaps we want to explore a great committee to, or a beach group or something, but I think there's an income possibility there, especially since it's mostly out-of-state payment.
It has been pointed out that that's in the town of Thomaston. The area is 2 cars.
All right. Is this about Chris's, the other Chris's? Okay, so Annie.
Annie Lamberger, News Fame. This is community announcements. So put your tap shoes on because April 11th, Saturday, is the annual Williamsville New Fame Talent Show. And this year, we're delighted to have it co-sponsored not only by the hall and in the hall, but the Tinston Hill Preschool will be co-sponsoring and therefore benefiting as well. The last thing is that Rock River players could certainly use your talents, your input, whether it be wielding a brush to sing a couple monologues. We have our open meeting Friday, March 27th. I'll put this info up there. And on that night, too, just give me 30 more seconds, we're going to have an open reading of a brilliant dramatization of the proceedings of the House Un-American Activities Committee. It seems like a pretty timely thing. The name of the script is called Are You Now or Have You Ever Been? If you would like to just come and read it with us and we'll chat about it afterwards, let's do it and look at the world. Thank you.
So an announcement, and I'm going to be asking for your assistance and help. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project. That is a project going on. Wyndham Regional Commission got a grant to start working on this. And the goal is to have a survey of people in all the towns in Wyndham and the associated areas to find out what service they have for broadband and what they want. There's no cost to the towns. There will never be a cost to the towns. There would be a communication district that would stand on its own. And if it went belly up, the assets of that would disappear. But there is, I understand that there's been some erroneous information being fielded, and I just know it's wrong. There is, I put on half of the chairs, there's a written survey. You can skip the first page and just do the survey. You can go online, and information about where to go online is up at the front. There's some little stickers that are like business cards. That's the easy way to go, but it's wyndhamdigital.org/broadband. I don't know anything, but I can use faster, better internet service. So that's, and the deadline for the information getting in is March 17th. So time is of the essence, as they say, and I appreciate your help. If anybody's interested in working on that, I am the town point person. Whether, yeah, I am. And so, but it would be nice, Margaret, is helping me. If anybody else is interested in working on that project, it's going to be pretty much sending out a mailing and correlating some of the results. that would be great. My name is Lynn Forrest. It's lynn.forrest@gmail.com. And I'm on 2 hours, right. 492 Dover Road. Come by the house and knock on the door.
Thank you. Sir, behind,
I am collecting surveys today.
yeah. Sir, yeah.
Marty Cohn from Newfane. Last year, I reported about the pending FCC rule change that was going to adversely impact BCTV, and sadly, that rule change came into effect. It passed, and which means that there's going to be a decrease in funding from Comcast to BCTV. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be as severe as first imagined, but there's still going to be a decrease in funding for BCTV. We thank the Select Board, not only in Newfane, but in the other 7 service towns, for recognizing that and providing monies in the budget so that we can continue to have meetings like this shown at BCTV, on television, on Channel 8, and also everyone who participates in doing a show on Channel 10. What we're doing now is that we're trying to find other ways to fund BCTV, and for the first time, we're looking to the public for donations. People have been very generous so far, but keep thinking about BCTV and the importance that we do in bringing democracy to everyone else. And on behalf of the board, thank you for all that you've been doing and will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I see, but I've got Chris first. Go ahead.
On behalf of the Village of Newfane trustees, welcome to the Newfane Village Union Hall. I'm the chair of the Village trustees. Unfortunately, I'm not a very good one. I just don't have the time to give it that it needs. But I just want to remind folks, this Union Hall is supported not by the town, but only by the 60 taxpayers of the village. We receive no town funds whatsoever. So the upkeep is left to the folk of the village. We frankly don't use this very much. And so there may need to be some conversations had there. One project we're going to look at that I've just gotten behind on is improving the hideous acoustics in here. They've been awful since the 1830s. But we actually did a sound check in here. I don't think it worked. It might. I'm going to just be real quiet for a second. Let me see. And count after I clap.
1.
Well, if you listen real careful, and if you effectively hear just like a couple of people here, sound bounces back and forth for like 5.5 seconds. And so that's one of the reasons why anytime anybody in here is rustling paper while someone else is talking, while the fan's on or something else, you can't hear. But obviously trying to improve the acoustics in here also then changes the historic character of the space. And so it's not a real easy decision for the village people to take on, and there may be some costs, but we may need to come to the town and just say, hey, this is the help we need to make this a better space. But one other thing, I brought this up last year, and I'll bring it up again. When I first moved here, I really appreciated the tradition of having these meetings, the town meeting in the Union Hall or the Williamsville Hall. But I'm really concerned that these spaces, this hall, we literally have to kind of break back into it again because we shut it down for winter. And so you have to chip ice out and everything else just to get the doors open again. And we have to bring up the plumbing back up and heat and all that. But even just getting into the building, the parking and parking effective in Williamsville, I don't know exactly what it would take to, maybe this is already a done deal, to look at maybe having this at the school. But I worry about people actually not participating in this because of the actual perceived physical barriers and just really, honestly, the difficulty in hearing in here, where our population is not getting younger. One of the reasons why this hall is frequently not used for weddings and other things is because of the hideous acoustics. Because we've heard how difficult it has been for people to hear in here all day. So I guess I don't know if it's a select board or who, but just want to bring up the issue again of should we consider, and maybe it's a lousy idea, a place that has just more easily accessible parking, better acoustics, just made it more modern. And I'm not trying to, and again, I used to be one of the ones who was like, it'd be a shame to lose the tradition, but I really do wonder about just the efficacy of these buildings.
Board of Civil Authority can make a change in them traditionally, since the select boards on, part of the Board of Civil Authority. But this doesn't have to go for a complete town vote. It doesn't need to be ZCA to make a change in the actual town meeting.
Sir, in back.
Thomas Abbott, New Fame. I'm a member of the local Lions Club. I'd like to invite the members of the town here to come to our meetings second Tuesday at the firehouse. If we donate money to the local community in forms of $2,000 scholarships to graduating seniors in London and Gray, eyeglasses, a $200 voucher for eyeglasses for people in need, the food shelf in Townsend, the fire department, rescue. We donate a lot of money. We need members. Our members are in the 80s. We celebrated our 50th year last July of being in New Fame. Our membership is dwindling because of the age, and we're not getting the younger people joining. We invite you to come. There's no obligation. We do an awful lot. It's a nationwide, actually international organization. We've wiped out river blindness in almost all the third world countries. Helen Keller invited us in the 30s to become Knights of the Vision, and we've upheld this. We invite you to come and see our organization and meet with our people. Please do. Second Tuesday of every month at the fire station.
I'm the chair of the committee.
Dan?
I'm Dan DeWalt, the Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, which is an organization that teaches people how to do restorative practices and offers free conflict resolution to anyone, is actively searching for more board members. As you can see, we could have used another board member this year when we didn't get a report filed in time for the select board. So if anyone has any interest in restorative justice, restorative practices, please contact me or Restorative Community Justice at rcjsv.org, and we'd be happy to talk to you. It's about being on the board or just about learning. We do monthly trainings for free in this town and other places. So if you have any interest in an organization and would like to be part of it in any way, please contact me.
Becky? Yeah.
Also, if my wife Carly were able to be here today, she would ask you to recognize and express your appreciation for all the volunteers in the New Bratt Fire Department and for our New Fame Town Highway crew.
That's often a cue for a motion to adjourn, but I see a few hands. Well, I see Gloria first, and then Steve, and then you. Okay.
I have two things. I did take on chairing the Green Up Committee, and so I have a postcard here, and I have a list here of previous Green Up people. I'm missing some phone numbers, and I'm missing some email addresses, so if you could check the list, that would be great. If you are new to town, and I see that we have quite a few people, what Green Up Day, and this is our 50th year of Green Up Day, does is, there's a rare few people who decide their beer cans have to go out, their soda cans have to go out, and their cigarette butts. We love to keep New Fame beautiful. So we divided it, and my committee, we've gone out and measured how long the roads are. We'd like you to choose what areas you plan to do so that we can make sure that all of New Fame is covered. And then on the bottom of this card, which you can take and mail back to the Green Up Committee, I'm also with the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. I think I've mentioned that once or twice during this meeting, but we're also taking on a project of adopt a patch to knock back knotweed. Japanese knotweed is spreading throughout New Fame, spreading throughout Windham County. So I'm working with the Nature Museum in Grafton and any kind of a knotweed but we need people preferably on your own property, but, some of us are getting a little bit older, and, your neighbor's property may need to have work done. So if you could volunteer, or at least put your name on the bottom of the card and the appropriate contact information, then as this project gets going, we can do that. On May 18th, the Nature Museum and the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance are doing a conference on Japanese knotweed. So I'll get that information into Front Porch Forum, but please do sign up for that. Thank you.
Hello, Steve Levine from Williamsville. I always like to say it's part of the town of Newfane. And I'm on the hall committee, and I want to thank everyone. You probably won't read our report on page 92, but in that I say thanks to everyone in the town for supporting capital expenses and ongoing expenses. We really appreciate it. And in return, we've been attempting, and I think succeeding, in having many more events at the hall. We just had a wonderful recital by Dan, piano accompaniment to an amazing silent movie. On March 21st will be our second annual dog show, and that's for real. It was a big hit last time, so hopefully people will show up. As Andy mentioned, April 11th is the town show, which might be the most spectacular event that happens in town. And I also wanted to mention that the Williamsville Hall is fully ADA compliant. The acoustics are wonderful. It's a bigger space, and it's in wonderful shape, thanks to all of you. So come and use it and enjoy it. I'm not saying don't come here, but there is a very viable and usable space. And as I said earlier when I introduced myself, Williamsville is part of the town of Newfane, and everyone is welcome. Thank you.
So I just wanted to bring it to the town that I am in the process of getting signatures for Gun Rights Sanctuary Township Resolution. It's a resolution for the defense of the right to keep and bear arms. And it's going throughout the state of Vermont. So if you're interested, please see me. I'm looking for signatures. Thank you.
Lindsay.
And remind everybody that the Newburgh PTO has tons of really delicious stuff back there, including soup, and all of the food is by donations, and it goes directly to the Newburgh PTO, which goes into the Newburgh School for enrichment and awesome fun stuff. So if you like your kids to do fun stuff, you should come and do it.
And speaking of children, I think that we, this year for the first time, got volunteers to do childcare till 12:15, so the kids might be out on the street now. And I cannot thank Phoebe Connolly and Lindsay Bertram enough for stepping up to make this town meeting possible. Thank you.
But I'm always trying to find information on the website of what's happening in town, and I have a hard time finding it because I'm often using my phone to do it, and it doesn't go mobile as easily. And so I'm happy to come in and help brainstorm. I'm not qualified to actually fix it, but I wanted to just bring that up. And then the other thing is that, and I think if I'm not allowed to do this, let me know.
No political campaigning, don't try it.
It's not for me.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Absolutely no electioneering.
It's just a meeting that's happening in town. Is that
I'm going to just say no.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. It's not a campaign.
Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
I'm Elizabeth Erickson, and I am the Four Winds Coordinator at Newburgh School. And this is a natural science program that is run by volunteers. People volunteer to teach in the school, the kindergarten to fifth grade. And we really need more volunteers. Each It's a small commitment, and for each class that you teach, you're trained to do that class, and everything is laid out, all the activities, the games, and the puzzles and stuff we play with the kids is all pre-planned, and it's a really wonderful group of people and a really fun organization. If you'd like to work with the kids outside, this is a perfect thing for you. And so if you'd like to contact me, you can always call the school and they will have my information, but I'm Elizabeth Erickson. Thank you very much.
Again, with the Lions Club, we're also doing screening with the Leyland grade students, the elementary school. We're trying to coordinate time and date to do the screening. We have them trained on vision testing, equipment for your children. It's very important. I feel that the younger children get the screening. It catches abnormal problems early on that can be addressed and corrected in their formative years. So this is another thing that we do with the Lions Club, and it's free, all the things. And we're coordinating with the school nurse and
Thank you.
Will we thank the select board for their service and then adjourn?
There has been a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. It is not debatable, it's not amendable, and it passes by a simple majority. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Thank you very much. The meeting is over.
I guess we will call the meeting to order. Today is February 24th, and Janet Kramer is missing from the meeting today, so I'm the lucky one. So the first thing on the agenda is to review and approve the minutes from the meeting of January 23rd. So we would need somebody to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion. I've read them.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The next thing on the list is resident and citizen participation, which we don't have anyone here at the current moment. So we'll move on, I guess. If somebody comes, then we can.
Sure.
Okay. Number 4 on the agenda is the business of resident interest. And is that this, what does that mean, Chris?
It is the...
Just the following reports?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
all right. So the first, bless you. So the first we have on the list or for staff reports were the property portfolio manager and property manager reports. And so we have some written reports. Bless you. So we have Jack's report first. Did anybody have any discussion, or Chris, do you have anything to add?
Well, I'll just fill you in a little bit. So we have been working hard to get the community rooms done at Samuel Elliott Apartments and also Hayes Court. And they are near completed, if not completed. And so right now we're just in the process of ordering some new furniture. And so the rooms were painted, the residents were able to pick, they voted on a color to paint the rooms at each site. They were given a choice of a few colors and then they picked the color. Samuel Elliott actually picked this blue, the same blue. And then they have new flooring, which is the same flooring in here. And then they'll get new furniture, and so that had been something that they had been asking for a while.
Wonderful.
And so it looks great. And the Hayes Court, I've only seen in photographs, but it looks great, so I'm gonna go check it out tomorrow because they just finished it. I think our next meeting is at Hayes Court, and so we get to see it firsthand.
And we have new staff in the maintenance area.
So Sam Wright is our new maintenance staff member. He is the maintenance laborer, so he's new to the team. He does cleaning, light maintenance work, and he's training under the rest of the team.
Anyone else? Okay. There were on the agenda after, should we review all of these written reports before we do the write-off?
No, I think you could do, if you wanted to, you could go in line, so the next one would be the property management report, which has list of rent payments, and then those two write-offs for one for Samuel Elliott Apartments, one for Moore Court, both of which were tenants that left with zero debt.
Okay, so Janet had emailed her approval. So while we're on that topic, we need a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On the monthly property management update, Chris, I had a question about, so we are anticipating some upcoming in-house transfer that will be taking place. What does that mean?
It means when somebody transfers from one unit to another.
Oh, okay.
So it could be something like their household size has changed, whether it's gone up or down, and so they're either over or under housed, so they move to a unit that has more or fewer bedrooms. It could also be that they received a reasonable accommodation to move to a different unit for a reason, meaning that a doctor approved an accommodation that based on a disability that they could move to they needed to move to a new building or a new apartment for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
We also have, we're starting, our wait list at Red Clover Commons is starting to move more, and so we're starting to get people who live in our housing at our RAD properties or other properties, and then they've applied to be on the wait list for Red Clover, and now they're moving to Red Clover.
Oh, okay.
So that would not be a reasonable accommodation, or they actually would transfer out of our RAD property and then go into that property.
But they have to go on the wait list, they can't just...
They have to go on the wait list. They can't transfer just in-house to Red Clover or A.W. Richards. They have to be on the wait list for that. But we're starting to see that now people are moving up in the wait list.
Okay. And when the Samuel Elliott annual inspection with the fire department was conducted, is it that there were minimal findings? What does that mean?
Well, just little things like some housekeeping issues.
Thank you.
Housekeeping issues, so things that the property manager had to follow up on to re-inspect. There were also some issues, just just basic repair issues.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Looks like we would be on to the resident wellness and services program. Looks like there were minutes from a meeting that you had recently.
So these are minutes from our Resident Advisory and Communication Committee. And so they meet monthly. They actually meet usually on the same day that we meet, so they met today. And we have residents, so from this meeting, we had residents from the Samuel L. Apartments, Ledgewood Heights, and Moore Court. Today's meeting, which you'll get the minutes for in your next packet, we actually invited the Red Clover Commons. We're inviting, now, it was only public housing, but since we went RAD, we decided to invite residents from all the properties. And so now we had residents from Red Clover Commons come in and sit in and listen to see if they wanted to join the group as well. And so we actually had someone from every site except for A.W. Richards today, which was great.
That is cool.
And so they actually asked me if you looked at these concerns, because their concerns are very property oriented, like, whether, the plowing, whether it's good or bad, whether, if, as you can see after Ledgewood, they identified parking, not in parking spots, and, just different things that affect really their properties. And so I did tell them that you received a notation of the notes as well.
What does it mean when it says suggested staggered terms for board members, so not everyone ends at the same time?
So we were in the process of writing the bylaws and the governance for the group, and they weren't sure how they wanted it to work, if they wanted it to be that people were elected, or if people that just applied and could get on. And so we were in the process of writing the bylaws, and we were talking about term limits, and why somebody would disqualify for being on the board and so far. So I think that once they've sort of solidified these bylaws, then we would present them to this board for your review.
Okay, that makes sense. So they want to put, so I see at Ledgewood they want to put in some speed humps.
They do, and so I did contact Peter Elwell, the town manager, and we're meeting this week, not to just talk about that, but to talk about some other things, and he's going to give me some guidance as to what the process is behind that through the town, because that road through Ledgewood is a public road.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody can jump in at any time. Wellness and Services monthly board report. Lorelei, I guess that's the first piece. I just have a question. Down there where it says the WSSG has been reviewing the sharp/needles literature. Do you know what that is all about?
Yes, so we have a in-house policy as to two different procedures. So one policy is related to if somebody finds a sharp on the property, and we have a protocol of what we ask residents to do. So if they see it, they're supposed to. We have these orange cones. They're supposed to put it on the cone and then call in a work order. They're not supposed to touch it, but that's supposed to identify that it's there. And then they put in a work order, and then we have a maintenance staff, and we have a protocol for our maintenance staff as to how to get rid of sharps.
Is it related to diabetic?
Could be related to, it could be. Yeah. It could be, sometimes it's just found on the property and we don't know what it was for.
Sure.
And so we take all precautions for that. But we came up with the procedure really because we found some on our family sites, and it was just, disturbing to the adults. So we wanted to put literature out about education and what to do if you find anything, and how to talk to your kids about what to look out for. And then we also, and I think it's just a hot topic in our community, and so we might not be seeing it as much, but I think we wanted to get ahead of it in case. And then we also have procedures for people to throw it away, and that goes with the town procedure, which is to put them in a heavy, sturdy plastic container, either like a laundry detergent container, something with a heavy plastic. Then you tape it shut, and then you write on it sharps. And then you dispose of it in the regular trash, not the recycling. And so we give out that to all the residents so that they know what those things are. Because it just comes up and some people just don't know what they're supposed to do with their sharps. You know, if they're diabetic, sometimes they might not realize what they're supposed to do. So we just tend to give a lot of information out. So we were re-looking at that information to see, sometimes we put it out and then nothing happens for 6 months, and then we realize, oh, you know, we should probably give more information out about that. We have new residents or people forget. And so I think the group is just re-looking at it to see if we could design it better and make it more understandable, especially for people that don't read.
It's a shame we have to do this, you know?
Yeah. But it's good to stay ahead of it, and I think that since we've had that, we've had good results of people and the way they've interacted, and we've had people do the protocol. They put the cone on it, they call the staff, it gets taken care of.
Anyone else have anything about any of the other articles? I like Shauna, Lucy, Ashley, they got a lot of good things going on.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, one program that Shauna has been working a lot on is this new pharmacy pilot program with SASH, and they have been doing a lot of the work to set it up. And so I think they're just beginning now to work with residents on it through the SASH program, and they're piloting it with a pharmacist from Hotel Pharmacy. And the idea is that they will set up this framework and see how it goes. They're focusing on hypertension, and then that may be replicated in other parts of the state. So it's really exciting. And we're getting a little bit of extra grant funding from the Center from Disease Control to facilitate this. And so it's nice to have that partnership.
It's nice to have a local pharmacy that wants to do that.
Yeah.
And doesn't it say that the pharmacists that we've chosen can also work independently, like with other pharmacies, so they're not locked in? You know, Red Clover Common is right next to Walgreens, so.
Yeah, no, they can work with other pharmacies as well, you're right.
Then we have Ashley's SASH report and Lucy's FSS report. I thought they were doing great.
Absolutely.
Yes. And newsletters are always a hit, right?
Yes, exactly.
I didn't have anything particular, but I just thought it was well done. We have the blue sheet, which is shelter, section 8, shelter plus care. Is that number 3 on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. I just had a question about, or was just wondering if you could explain the shortfall and the fact that HUD doesn't wanna.
So we are in process of talking to them about why we incurred the shortfall. It was very unexpected. Chris Hart, who finished the closing of the RAD program, and David DeAngelis are really taking the lead on it, and I'm staying involved in it. We've been talking to our attorney that helped us through the RAD process, and we're in discussions with HUD. So it hasn't been dropped. We're just staying on it to see why why the shortfall. From what we understood, it had something to do with our Section 8 vouchers, that we had reserved Section 8 vouchers, which we had reserved for the residents who were moving out of this property, and so that because we had this reserve, that possibly we could dip into that reserve. So, but we weren't aware of that at all during the closing. There had been no mention of that. So we are definitely talking to HUD and trying to figure out how basically to secure those funds again. So.
Rental assistance demonstration program.
So that's the RAD program. There's really, outside of what we just were talking about, there's no real updates. So far it's been going well. We've been working with, our computer, 10 Mass, program to just make sure that everything is set up correctly. But other than that, it has, you know, I think at this point we're full steam ahead with the RAD program, and so we're feeling good about it.
Okay. The check listing, I didn't see Green Mountain Power on here with their astronomical amount. Did we pay ahead or something? Or maybe they just decided not to bill us.
I doubt that. It could be that we just had less this month. We were, so we had transferred to a fee accountant program, and so in that transition, we have been sort of catching up. And it could be that there was just one of the pieces that, yeah.
And the big ones were Town and Brattleboro.
I do feel like I signed off recently on a Green Mountain Power check, so I don't, it could have been that we just missed this payment. I mean, this cycle.
Yep. Anybody have anything to discuss about that?
No.
Okay.
That's what I thought too.
So check signing, I have March, Janet has April, and Tom has May. Does that still go?
I'm doing the last one of this month. Petition for
February?
Yeah.
Oh, for Janet?
Yeah.
This week?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Transition to fee accounting. Chris, I would imagine that you might have something to say about that?
Yes, so as of the beginning of February, we decided to sign a contract with Gordon Griffin Accounting, which is an accounting firm in outside the Boston area that works with public housing organizations in Vermont. Several in Vermont and other places, but they work with Rutland and Winooski and Bennington and Springfield. And we decided to go in this direction really as a cost savings thing. And they were here last week working with us and starting the process, and so far it's going very well. We were able to keep on our accounting assistant, and she was helping just in the process of sending them all of the material. And but it's definitely a transitional phase. You know, this month and next month will be a big transition for us. So we're working hard at putting the pieces together and getting the framework, but it feels like we're going in the right direction. And I really think in the long run, it's going to save us a lot of money, and it will be a more sustainable idea. So, yeah. And they've offered a lot of guidance around, they really understand the HUD regs and the RAD regulations as well. And so they've been giving us some guidance on how best to set our ledgers up. And so it's been great.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, it was tough, but I felt like it really was something that just had to, you know, the cost savings was too large to not try. So.
Okay. And budget preparation process for 2020.
So yes, I just wanted to keep you, so our fiscal year will end at the end of March, which I know is very soon. And so we are really, we're scrambling to put a budget together and working with staff. And because of this transition, it's a little bit difficult, but we're hopeful that we'll have something really, something to show you at next month. So just wanted to keep you in the loop.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or anything? No. Okay. Next is large projects in progress. So FEMA PDMA.
So that's the work at this site, which is the demolition and the widening of the brook. So Chris is working on the scope of this work and the timeline and other details of the entire project with our water engineer. So that's just still going forward. We're hoping to tear down the buildings, some further buildings along the brook starting in the spring. And that's just moving along as planned. And, you know, we have a match with FEMA, and so we're just trying to figure out exactly, you know, where to allocate money and where we can pull from. So.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Red Clover 2, Chris Chris sort of identified all of these things. So they've been reviewing the designs. They're still trying to figure out some more cost savings, and our funding application has gone in for the VHFA will be the securing our vouchers for the building. And so that's the meeting that I will be attending on the 30th of March. And so Chris and I are both attending that. And then we met with VHCB earlier in this month for them to introduce me. We went up to Montpelier and to have a discussion about just what they're looking for in terms of financial reporting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
For moving to work, we are still on the wait list. Chris had reached out to HUD and they indicated to us that they were, that another notice would be going out prior to any decision about the lottery, so we're still waiting. And Chris has been organizing, part of her development is looking at what this space will look like. And part of that is she's been working with a group of folks that are interested in a project that's going to be held in June here at the site around the brook and the Abenaki Indians and just sort of the historical value of the land and incorporating some art. And so she is going to come next month on the 18th to discuss this project with the board. It's really exciting. I won't be able to do it justice if I discuss it, but she's talked to me at length about it and it sounds really fun. And I think it's a great way of engaging the community in the process of looking at what would be next without making any major decisions, but just getting people involved and really looking at the historical value of the land and the brook and how it has been used historically for many years prior to housing.
That's really interesting. It had anything to do with the Indians.
Yeah, I didn't either, and so it's very interesting. So they're trying to do all this work. But Chris, this group is really excited about it, and they're going to do an event 3 Sundays in June. And so Chris will be able to tell you more about it. But she filled me in a couple days ago, and it sounds really exciting.
So the next meeting, everybody understands that it's March 18th, right?
We'll be able to attend that week.
You will be?
But everyone else was able to attend.
Okay.
And I can watch the video.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have anything else to discuss that we had here in content of the meeting? Because the next thing is executive session. We've kind of plowed right through this. No?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I guess we need a motion to move into executive session.
So move.
Second.
Oh, yep. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the astonishing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. Today is the 5th of March, and we're starting our reporting on the 27th of February, and this is all news items about energy and climate change. I get these every day from the internet and put them up at my blog, which is called geoharvey.com. Now, for people who want to follow this as we talk, there's a link on the BCTV entry on this, so that you can click on it and go to
via BCTV.
Yeah, you can go to. I don't know. I would imagine that it would work with YouTube as well, but you can go to that other blog, the one that you and I used to set this up, because that a lot of people will find
that's the weekly blog.
The weekly blog. That's right. Which is just for this thing. And
some of these, I'm going to just mention,
go ahead.
Some of these things are well worth looking at.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've read every one of them. Try and call your attention to some of the better ones.
A couple of things this time around that are just mind-blowing.
There's some good ones this week.
Yeah, there
very
are.
Definitely.
Yeah. So should we go straight into this?
I think we ought to.
I should mention that if you go to geoharvey.com, there's a calendar. We try to keep you up to date on the date from which on which the news item appeared at the blog, which is usually the day after it appeared in the news. And you can click on the date, and it'll take you to a place where you can pick it out of the 15 or so that are there. Our first item comes from Renewables Now, and we're going
to start out with a picture.
We are. That's the picture.
There it is. And it's an interesting thing because it shows that for the first time, we're generating more wind in the U.S. than hydro.
Is the actual amount of electricity generated. Hydro goes up and down because we have drier and wetter seasons.
And wind goes up and down a bit too, but it's more or less steady. And you can see from this graph that it's just been steadily climbing.
Yeah, it has been. So this is, as I said, from Renewables Now. What do you got for a title, Tom?
The first one coming up says, wind surpassed hydro as the top renewable electricity generation source in the U.S. And I'll put this up again, and that's exactly what it's showing.
Yeah, and that is going to continue, we can say without doubt. In 2019, U.S. annual wind generation exceeded hydroelectric generation for the first time, according to data from the Energy Information Administration's Electric Power Monthly. Wind is now the top renewable source of electricity generation in the country.
Well, there's a good graph, as I mentioned, and this record was previously held by hydro, as the graph shows.
Yeah.
Now, 2019 wind generation totaled 300 million megawatt hours.
300 million.
That's a lot.
That's 300,000 bigawatt hours.
Gigawatts, yeah. Hydro fluctuated between 250 and 320 million over the decade.
Yep.
And it varied with rain.
With the amount of rain. Yeah.
The U.S. has 100 gigawatts of installed wind capacity right now.
Wow.
And 80 gigawatts of hydro.
Wow. That's 100 gigawatts of installed. I had forgotten that.
That came out of the article, so I didn't make it up.
You didn't make it up. Okay, our next item is from the Monterey Herald.
Yeah, Moss Landing battery storage project has been approved.
And this is one of the ones that I think is just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. The PG&E-backed Elkhorn Battery Storage Facility in Moss Landing, California, was unanimously approved by the Monterey County Planning Commission. It is the second element of what would be one of the largest, probably the largest energy storage project in the world. I shouldn't say the largest, probably the largest chemical battery storage project, because the big pumped storage facilities probably store more
Probably
than this.
store, right.
The total capacity will be 1,930 megawatt hours. And you know that...
Well, there's more coming.
Yeah. the Hornsdale Power Reserve, the one that Elon Musk made that bet, I can produce this in 100 days or you get it for free.
And he did.
That was 130. And this is not 1,930. So it's huge. It's just huge.
Well, we'll talk about the project briefly.
Go ahead.
It's going to include 268 lithium-ion batteries.
These are not the...
This is not what you put in your car.
This is not battery cells. This is big things.
And it's got a capacity to store up to 730 megawatt hours of renewable energy during the off-peak hours.
Yeah.
Okay, Vista Energy is the people behind this, is currently building an even larger 1,200 megawatt hour battery storage project on adjacent grounds.
So there's two projects. They're right next to each other.
And they're both big.
And they're both huge. And the 1,930 that we were talking about is the combination of the two.
Yeah.
So there it is. Okay. Should we move on?
Yeah, we got a picture coming up again.
And an item from The Guardian.
Yeah,
that picture is a picture of part of the Drax power plant.
In Yorkshire.
In Yorkshire. Yeah.
The Drax power plant to stop burning coal with a loss of 230 jobs.
The Drax power plant in Yorkshire will end all use of coal next year after almost 5 decades as one of the Western Europe's most polluting power plants. Drax Group will stop burning coal in the plant in March 2021, 4 years ahead of the government's ban on coal-fired electricity.
But they're still burning things.
Well, I've lost track because you know, not that it's hard, it's just that I'd have to look to find out. But the last time I looked, there were 6 power plants in the UK that were still burning coal.
Okay.
And this is by far the largest.
This is the biggest one.
This is the biggest coal burning plant they ever had.
Okay.
And if you look at those towers, you know, those are big cooling towers.
Again.
Those are big cooling towers.
5 of them, huh?
Well, there's 5 of them there. There might be others.
Might be more.
Yeah.
Well, what Drax is going to be doing here is they're still burning things, as I said. They're replacing coal with wood waste pellets. Which, by the way, come from America.
Yeah, where they're waste from clear-cut forests.
Yeah,
which have been clear-cut in order to produce the waste. I mean, Drax promised the UK that they were going to be using waste wood.
Yeah, so they're cutting down forests and they're calling it waste.
So they come to the United States and they're clear-cutting forests in Georgia in order to get that wood. And they didn't make any promises.
I wouldn't call it waste.
It's not waste. You know, it's just, this is, I think, just...
They're playing games.
They're playing games, and they're
at least they've gotten rid of coal.
Well, they're doing wood, and they're also doing natural gas.
They didn't mention that in the article.
Well, I think they're half natural gas, and I don't think this is a great move that they're making, because if they were doing a great move, they'd be getting rid of all combustion.
Exactly.
I've come to a point where
I say they're
just
burning
think
things.
Combustion is not the way.
We got to stop burning things.
We got to stop burning things. Okay.
Well, we got a good one coming up here, though.
Yep, and this is Friday, February 28th.
Shell Consortium eyes a 10 gigawatt.
This is mind-blowing. Go ahead.
A 10 gigawatt wind and hydrogen giant.
Oh my gosh. 10 gigawatts. This is from Renews.
10 bigawatts.
Yeah, 10 gigawatts. That's right. 10 gigawatts. Shell, Gas Uni, and Groningen Seaports have launched the North, I shouldn't say North, it's Nort H2 project. It looks like North.
It does, but it's...
To an English-speaking eye. The Nort 2 will entail construction of a purpose-built offshore wind farm of up to 10 gigawatts. It will supply electricity for industrial-scale production of green hydrogen in the Netherlands.
We'll be talking about this again. This is a new trend. They're going to...
It is. I
mean, hydrogen is a good way to store energy.
Well, there's a place you could use combustion. Burning hydrogen
gives you water.
It gives you water, which is what you started with. You know, I mean, they make the You can get hydrogen from other sources, but what they're doing now is they're splitting water molecules, and you get two products from
Like
that.
high school chemistry.
One is hydrogen, the other's oxygen.
Yeah.
And then what you do, you burn the hydrogen, which takes the oxygen that you released, that same exact amount out of the atmosphere.
It
puts
gives
them
you
together.
water.
Yeah, and it gives you water as waste, which is where you started. So hydrogen is a pretty good storage system if you can store it, which is not all that easy.
No, but they're working on it.
When I was in high school, we had a chemistry teacher who said, I want to show you guys hydrogen. And he went into the other room and he came back with a hydrogen bottle. And you could see that it said hydrogen on it.
Yeah.
And then he hooked it up and he turned the valve and nothing happened. And he said, I should have checked this first. It does this every year. The hydrogen bottle has probably not been filled for 17 years while this guy was teaching. But he said, this was the problem. Hydrogen.
It'll leak right through glass.
It'll go right through steel.
Yeah.
The molecules are so small that it will go through between the atoms in a steel alloy, and it'll just come out of the tank.
Dissipate, yeah.
It's kind of tough to store, but anyway, okay.
Well, they, according to the article, they plan to have the first offshore turbines installed by 2027.
Yes, this is not happening tomorrow.
Green hydrogen production is expected to be around 800,000 tons per year by 2040. So they're not playing around.
No, they're not. And
Okay.
honestly, again, I think some of these figures are conservative.
Probably is. At present, industry is using large quantities of hydrogen, mainly produced from natural gas.
Right.
Replacement with green hydrogen will contribute to decarbonization.
Yes.
Okay,
Which
so it's a
means this
step
is
in the
just-
right direction.
This is just one more thing that you're not going to be using natural gas for. And the number of articles that I'm seeing appear about how risky investments in natural gas are is just going up and up.
Well, they're not proving to be what they expected them to be.
They're not.
It's a big failure.
Oh,
really.
I should mention.
Yeah.
I keep an eye on the Dow Jones coal index.
Okay, which isn't going to exist very much longer.
I don't know.
think.
In 2008, it hit 745. Now,
2008.
2008 was the year that Barack Obama was elected.
Yeah.
By 2009, when he became president, it had dropped to about 165 from 745.
That's a big drop quickly.
That happened with George W. Bush in the White House.
Wow.
Now,
Who was not an opponent of...
no, he wasn't. But you know, they had that recession that came along during that time. Under Barack Obama, it went up, but it went down, and it wound up going from 150 or 165 or whatever it was to about 45, which is where it was when Donald Trump became president. Over an 8-year period, it
Okay.
dropped by about 75%, a little less than 75%. Since Donald Trump became president, it has dropped from 45. This morning, it hit $9.05.
$9? Wow.
It has dropped as a percentage-wise more under Donald Trump than it did under Barack Obama.
As a percent. Wow.
In 3 years as opposed to 8.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, that's basically, I think that's kind of good news.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
We got a picture coming up.
We got to see these people get jobs, but, you know.
Let's get
okay,
this picture
this
coming
is
up
coming. Oh, got to get that out of there. Come on, guys. What's going on here?
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
There we go.
Is that the picture?
That's the picture. That's
This
the
is a
picture.
Hydroflex train. I saw this picture. The first picture that I saw looked even more like this. It looks like somebody has painted graffiti all over the side of that train.
They did.
That's what it looks like to me. Okay.
Okay, next stop.
Yeah.
Hydrogen-powered trains. I'm going to put the picture up again real quick.
Okie doke.
Okay.
This is from the BBC. The UK's rail system is currently 42% powered by electricity. One line running from London, running to London from Hampshire, runs entirely on solar power. Okay.
Yes, well, that's in existence now.
It is. However, 58% of the UK track is not yet electrified, and on those, diesel engines still keep trains running. One test system may show how to replace the diesel, and it is powered by hydrogen.
How about that?
How about
We're going to
that?
be talking about hydrogen a lot today.
I think we are.
Well, in this particular case, the hydrogen charges batteries via fuel cells.
Yes.
Okay. The only waste product, as we've already mentioned, is water.
Yeah, it's not combustion. It's a fuel cell, which
It's
is
a fuel
slightly
cell.
different way of doing things, slightly different because you're using the same products and you're getting the same result, except you're
But
doing
it's
it without
using it
heat.
slightly differently.
Yeah.
The system produces sufficient power to take the train 75 miles, which in Britain's enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting thing. Electrifying a single kilometer of track can cost £1 million.
Yeah.
Wow, it's expensive.
It's
So
expensive.
hydrogen-powered trains are much less expensive. Okay, so this could be a portent of things to come.
Absolutely, it could. But I hope
Well,
I hope they have trains that don't look like somebody's attacked them with spray paint.
Well, I think that's kind of publicity.
I think it is, but I don't think it looks very good.
Well, the UK intends to do away with diesel-only trains altogether.
Well,
by
yeah,
2040.
and we're all going to have to do that. That's part of the
Well, it's
thing.
economics.
Yep. This. Are you done with that?
I'm done with that one,
Okay.
yep.
Our next one is fun.
Comes from the BBC. This one's kind of scary.
What?
Ducks?
Ducks.
China may send ducks to battle Pakistan's locust swarm.
Well, the locust swarms are scary, but the idea of using ducks to deal with them.
Well, it's not new.
It's not new.
Not
I know.
new.
China could deploy 100,000 ducks to neighboring Pakistan to help tackle swarms of crop-eating locusts, reports say. Pakistan declared an emergency, saying locust numbers were the worst in more than 2 decades. An agricultural expert says the ducks can be more effective than using pesticides.
Which is good.
Yeah. This is the same outbreak of locusts, I think, that came from Saudi Arabia 2 years ago.
It's involved. Definitely. It's raining in the desert, which it's not supposed to do, and there's nobody out there to notice it, so they're not saying anything, and all of a sudden you got a plague of locusts.
Yeah, we talked about
Sounds
this
like
last week.
Sounds like the Bible, doesn't it?
Well, it is, actually. But there's something interesting about this. These locusts that they have in these swarms.
Yeah.
I looked it up, and maybe I looked it up wrong, but those locusts can be used in kosher cooking.
They can, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Well, it's good
A
if
couple
you can
quick
eat
takeaways
locusts.
here.
Go ahead.
Ducks have a voracious appetite for locusts.
Yeah.
Okay, and have been effectively used against locusts since ancient times.
There you go.
Okay, a single duck can eat more than 200 locusts a day without belching.
Did it actually say
No, I
that?
said that.
I didn't
They are
think so.
easier to manage than chickens because they like to stay in groups.
Yeah.
However, some question whether the ducks would be suited to the mainly arid conditions where the locusts are
Well,
a problem.
that had actually crossed my mind too. But I've seen pictures of how this is done. In the United States, there are farmers who use geese to weed their fields.
Yeah.
And I've seen this where a tractor trailer pulls up next to a field.
They dump over the whole bunch of
They
geese.
open up the doors with a ramp. The geese come running down the ramp. They go out into the fields. And interestingly enough, they will eat all kinds of weeds, but they don't eat strawberries.
Good, good.
Okay, we are up to Saturday,
Well, let's see,
February 29th.
Oh, I just wanted to mention there's a 2-minute video on this.
Oh, yes.
And it's interesting how East Africa is battling devastating local swarms. It's
Yeah.
only 2 minutes. It's
Yeah.
worth looking at.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
we have
got
a
another
picture, of
coming up here.
This thing is just being mean.
Being honorary, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Oh,
There we go.
Wrong one.
Notice?
Wait a minute.
We had
There
the right
it is.
picture.
There it is.
Okay, I'll try to get it up. Bingo.
Before I
That's
do
Gloucester.
There's an interesting thing about this picture. If you look just to the right of the middle in the sky, you can see 4 masts that are
Yes, you can.
on ships. If you look carefully just to the right of the right-handmost mast and just to the left of the left-handmost mast, there are things that are beyond the trees. Those happen to be wind turbines.
Oh. Kind of small wind turbines.
They're not all that small. Those
No,
things are a couple of miles away, and they're I forget. I think there's 3 of them.
How much you want to bet that that blue building's a bar?
The blue building. It has a lot of windows.
That's an interesting picture.
There's a
though.
picture that comes up later that has a lot of windows, and I want to talk about that. But in the meantime, this is from the Energy News Network.
It's interesting because they call the article called that Gloucester. Gloucester.
Yeah.
They call it Gloucester.
Gloucester? Well, it might be Gloucester.
Well, that's where it originally comes from.
Yeah, except that it's Gloucester in the UK. It's like Warwick, Massachusetts, and Warwick in the UK. And if you say Warwick, they laugh at you.
Well, it's not quite Warwick. It's Warwick.
Warwick, Massachusetts?
Well,
Oh my
I'm thinking
gosh.
Rhode Island.
Oh, okay.
The letter R is illegal to pronounce in Rhode Island.
In Rhode Island, yeah.
It's Rhode Island.
Okay.
Municipal aggregation savings, shattering expectations in Massachusetts.
The growing number of Massachusetts cities and towns that have negotiated community-wide rates for green energy have saved millions of dollars while also shrinking carbon footprints, according to a report released by the Green Energy Consumers Alliance. One of the first of these was Greenfield, just down the road.
Huh?
Yeah, yeah.
I seem to remember that.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the towns, not the individuals, but the towns have a right to negotiate for green energy.
Yeah.
And in doing so, it's turning out to be cheaper.
Yes.
Not by much, but cheaper.
Yes. So you can get green energy cheaper than traditional.
Traditional
And
energy.
in most of these places, maybe all of them, if you want to opt out of green energy, you're allowed to.
You can do it.
But you're going to pay a little bit extra.
It's going to cost a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. Fizz.org has our next item.
Fizz.org, it is that.
Fizz.org.
Research identifies climate change fingerprints and emitters liability. And that word liability is in quotes.
Yes, but it's also kind of scary for some people, I suspect. We have methods to quantify how much of extreme weather and how much of an extreme weather event can be attributed to human-caused climate change and how to allocate the cost of losses.
Now, that's an interesting point,
Yeah.
allocating the cost of losses.
Yeah. Based on work by an international team of scientists and economists, emitters can be held responsible. And you know, this is an example that I've been thinking about on this thing. I've known that they would get there, but I've been thinking about this for some time. Hurricane Harvey had areas that were flooded that were outside of the 500-year flood zones. Never.
They weren't supposed to flood.
No. And Hurricane Harvey had 17% more water dumped in that area than it would have if it hadn't been for climate change. They had already calculated this. And you can do that because you can base it on the temperature of the water that is generating the storm, the temperature of the air difference, all of this stuff you can figure out pretty accurately, apparently.
Apparently nobody did.
Not in advance, but they did afterwards. That 17% meant that areas got flooded that otherwise would not have been.
Yes.
So if a house got flooded and it was in one of those areas, the homeowner can say 100% of my loss is because of human-caused climate change.
That's interesting.
And if somebody died in one of those areas because of the flooding, that death could be attributed to human-caused climate change.
I learned a word here from this one. It's called attribution science.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
and it provides a step, in this particular case, toward helping Pacific Islanders and anyone else harmed by climate change to hold those causing the change to more precise account.
Absolutely.
I mean, it makes sense to me.
It sure does.
You did it, you pay.
Yes.
The researchers compare their work to that done linking smoking to cancer.
Yes.
Okay, it's kind of the same idea.
Yep. Okay, our next item is from Inverse, and we have a picture here.
Oh, yeah, this
I
one's
said
nice.
that there was a picture coming up that had a lot of windows in it, and this is the one. You see the superstructure on that ship, and you can see all the windows on the bridge.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
That's a cable laying ship.
It is
it's
indeed.
A specialized ship for cable laying.
Think about this for a second, Tom. I looked at that, and I thought, oh yeah, that's the bridge of a ship, and naturally thought that given the location of the windows, that the bow would be on the right side of the picture. But those windows are looking toward the stern.
Yeah, they are.
And that just looks weird to me.
Well, when you look at what's going on, all of the work on that ship, when it's not just sailing from here to there, takes place in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense that they would have all those windows.
They've got large, what would you call it, drums on board that where they store the cables.
Yes.
And they lay them out.
Yep.
And they splice them on the ship.
Yep. And we've had pictures of the spools that those cables are on, and
they're pretty big spools.
Amazing. Okay. You have not read the title yet.
I have not. It might sound insane. That's what it says. But Australia could soon export sunshine to Asia via a cable.
This is...
Well, they're pushing it, but it's accurate.
Yeah. It's the energy of the sunshine. The proposed Sun Cable project envisions a 10 gigawatt solar power. We're back to the big stuff. Along with about 22 gigawatt hours of battery storage. In the Northern Territory, power generated will supply Darwin, which is a city in the northern... It's really the biggest city.
Biggest city up there.
Up there, although Alice Springs might be better known to Americans.
Well, that's right in the middle of it.
It's right in the middle of Australia, but Darwin is the
big one up there.
The big one in the Northern Territories, and it will also be exported to Singapore via a 2,360-mile long cable strung across the seafloor.
That's a big cable.
That's a long cable, yeah.
That's more than they can fit on that ship, I can guarantee you that.
I think it probably is, unless they're using really, really thin wires.
No, they're splicing it on the way. I mean,
yeah, they are.
That's what they're supposed to be doing.
That's the only way they could do it.
Well, this technology is not new technology. I mean, they used it 100 years ago to span the Atlantic Ocean for the telegraph.
Yes.
You know, but this is now up-to-date technology, and they're pushing power through it.
Yes.
When I was in the power cable industry, the company that I worked for had one of these ships. And I was on it very briefly.
Yeah.
Well, Australia is the world's #3 fossil fuel exporter.
Okay.
Right now, as of now. These fuels create substantial overseas greenhouse gas emissions. Australia doesn't currently export renewable energy, but a new solar project is poised to do that.
And we're going to have more to say about
exactly
exporting
that.
energy.
Power generated will be exported to Singapore via a 2,500-mile high-voltage DC cable, and it's going to provide a fifth of Singapore's power. Okay?
Gosh. Yeah, and then what they'll do is...
It mentions that we already know, I guess, but just by looking at that. But submarine cables are laid using deep-sea vessels specifically designed for the job.
For that purpose, yeah. And what they're going to do is they're going to make huge amounts of electricity in Indonesia, and instead of using that in Singapore, they're going to use it in Hong Kong.
Probably.
I mean, I'm just making stuff up here, but, you know, yes, okay.
That's a long load for a undersea HVDC cable. That's a very... And I'm sure it's more than one cable.
Yes.
You know, usually with
they
DC,
put a
it's
couple
two
of them
cables,
together.
a positive and a negative.
Yes.
And sometimes even a spare.
There you go. Okay, we're up to Sunday, March 1st, and we have an item here from Nation of Change.
JP Morgan Chase announces an end to financing new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
After a similar move by Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase announced that it will end all financing to new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yep. Including the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Chase is the largest bank in the U.S. to release such an updated energy policy. And you know, other banks will get tempted to get in there and take up where these guys are in their...
Well, if there's money to be made, somebody's going to try and make it.
This is getting riskier and riskier and riskier.
Well, that's what the article says. Financing drilling in the Arctic is an expensive risk that's not worth taking.
Yeah.
Okay. Chase's new energy policy will also end financing for new thermal coal mines and coal-fired power projects throughout the world.
Worldwide.
So they're taking a real close look at what they do best.
Yes, and there are other ways to make money. Okay, we have a picture of wind turbines. This is an amazing picture, don't you think?
It is an amazing picture. I don't see any of the infrastructure that gets that wind power to market.
Well,
but there they are standing there like soldiers.
They are indeed, right in a line. Okay, this is from Motley Fool.
The Motley Fool,
yeah,
which is a financial.
It's a
advisor,
financial,
right?
yeah, it's a financial publication, web publication, and it's called Motley Fool as a kind of a disclaimer right in the title.
I think it's fairly highly regarded.
It is, yes.
So it says U.S. coal-fired plants just had their worst year since the 1970s.
In 2007, the U.S. generated a record amount of coal-fired electricity at an estimated 2,016 terawatt hours.
That's bigger than gigawatts.
That's bigger than gigawatts. That would be 2 million plus gigawatt hours.
Gigawatt hours.
This data was compiled by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Last year, coal generated less than half of that, as natural gas, nuclear, wind, and solar all
set records. Okay, yeah. It's the economy, stupid.
Yep, and you know, one of the things that I noticed looking at these figures coming from the government, not just the EIA, the Energy Information Administration, but also what they call FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory.
Yeah.
New gas-fired power plants, the construction is just falling like a rock.
That's basically what they're saying here. The next sentence says it. No energy source has experienced a 50% decline in output in a 12-year period dating back to the country's founding. 50% decline within 12 years. Never happened before.
Yep, but natural gas construction of new plants, that is falling like a rock too.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Generators are turning away from coal primarily due to economics.
Yeah.
Okay, which makes sense. The share of an average customer bill dedicated to fuel expenses is expected to fall from 47% in 2010 to 28% by 2024. So that's almost half.
Yes.
Okay, the overnight abandonment of coal-fired plants, which is happening, okay, has created an opportunity for other power sources to gain market share.
Yes.
And a secondary...
and FERC is artificially jacking up the price of renewable energy in order to keep these
coal
plants open. Going. And of course, this is coming from a political background that says, don't fool with the market. You know, don't pick winners and losers, and they're just picking winners and losers.
They're picking winners and losers. There's a little bit of politics involved, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit of politics, but the politics are not based on ideology. They're based on some contributors' finances.
I would say, yeah. There's a little bit of money changing of hands there.
Heck with the ideology. We don't need ideology. All we need is the to know what the bottom line is. Okay, that was Motley Fool. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
Well, it says, dam the North Sea.
That is dam without an N. This is D-A-M.
Hey, it could happen.
Yeah, it could. Who says scientists don't have a sense of humor? Ho, ho, ho. Two of them just published a proposal to build two dams, one from Scotland to Norway and the other from England to France, to maintain water levels in the North Sea.
It looks like a joke, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not a joke. The interesting thing is that it would be cheaper than allowing the sea levels to rise.
Well, building the dams would cost between 250 and 500 billion euros.
Yeah.
Okay? Which they consider affordable. The cost of doing nothing ultimately would be many times higher.
Many times. Just think of the Netherlands, okay?
Yeah.
The Netherlands is built behind dikes. Much of the country is below sea level.
This is basically what they're doing here, or planning to do.
That's what they're planning on doing.
Well, without the dams, the North Sea levels are projected to rise by as much as 35 feet. We've talked about that.
Yes, we
have. By the
have.
year 2500. The authors acknowledge the effect on the environment would be considerable. The tide would disappear, and the North Sea would eventually become a freshwater lake.
I think that's
They're pushing that.
Stretching things a little bit.
Well, from the article again, the idea to dam the North Sea is a wake-up call.
Yes.
The question is anybody listening?
Well, this actually says something about what the scientists did here. They are not actually, I think, proposing that we get out shovels and picks and start working on building a dam. What they're
I don't
saying
think
is,
so, but they're saying, let's think about it.
they're saying, let's think about it. They're saying, you think this is a ridiculous idea? Not doing anything is far more ridiculous.
That's a valid point.
You know, so
You don't normally think about it, but that's absolutely right.
yeah,
Well, we got a nice picture coming up
we
here.
do indeed. We have an e-dumper. There it is, the e-dumper.
That is the e-dumper.
Yep. This
And-
is, by the way, we're up to Monday, March 2nd.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That's right.
The battle for the title of the world's largest electric vehicle. And by the way, I saw a picture of a guy standing not next to this one, but next to the other one.
Yeah.
Tires are bigger than he is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
Well,
a big truck.
This is this thing here is a big truck, but
The other one's bigger.
the world's largest EV is an e-dumper, a 45 tonny, T-O-N-N-E, mining dump truck. This is more like metric tons.
It's a metric ton, yeah.
They're about 1.1 tons. So this is about 50 tons.
2,000 kilograms.
No, 1,000 kilograms.
Yeah, right. It's 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 pounds. 1,000 kilograms.
2,200 pounds,
Yep.
roughly.
Bingo.
It may soon give up its title. There is a much bigger EV coming, a hybrid vehicle that's powered by both a battery and, guess what, hydrogen. The new vehicle, and you know, I tried to check this figure because I don't believe it's tons. I think this is also metric tons, but the articles that I saw all said T-O-N, ton. The new 290-ton EV
That's
will
about 6 times as big. That's a big truck.
will do its test runs at a metal mining plant in South Africa. The plant by a metal mine. The mine is a place where they look for things like platinum and stuff like that. But this year they're expecting this. You know, I looked at this and I thought, how in the world do you deliver a vehicle like that?
In parts.
In parts. That's
In
the only way
pieces.
you could do it. Yeah.
It's too big to go and run on a highway. Anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, even the highways, the streets in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump wanted to have tanks running in a parade.
Well, this is a lot bigger than a tank.
It's a lot bigger than a tank, but a tank would do a bigger number on the road because
It would
tanks
do that.
You want to remove a road, drive a tank on it.
Well, this e-dumper is currently hauling limestone in Switzerland.
Yes.
And a new South African new electric vehicle will be in South Africa.
Right.
And it's going to replace the diesel with a fuel cell and batteries.
Yep. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
This is an interesting article.
It is.
EVs are taking over the world.
Oh my gosh. They're coming out of the woodwork. EVs are taking over the world, and if you need proof of this, just look at the numbers of sales. Since 2015, that was only 5 years ago, sales of EVs have been growing at a rate of about 41% annually.
That's a lot, guys.
That's a lot, guys. That means they're doubling every other year.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 2014, there were just over 60,000 EVs sold in China. In 2018, the number sold in that country has grown to above 1 million.
So we're talking 60,000 versus 1 million.
Yeah.
Interesting. This article has an informative 10-minute video. It's
Yes.
worth looking at.
Yes.
Takes 10 minutes, but it's, it's good.
Yeah.
And it's talking about trends in global EV sales.
Yes.
Okay, the sales mix of fully electric vehicles versus plug-in hybrids and why, and global EV adoption. Okay, it totals up to a 40% annual growth, as we said, for the entire world.
Right.
And PIHB, plug-in hydro vehicles, or what are they?
Plug-in hybrids.
Plug-in hybrid vehicle,
Yes.
PIHVs. They have a gas tank and a battery.
Yeah.
And that complicates the process of manufacturing, and it's really just not needed.
With cheaper batteries, it makes much better sense not to have a hybrid, but to have an EV.
Well, the article also mentions something that had me thinking. The batteries are temperature sensitive.
Yes.
They don't want to work very well in cold weather.
Cold weather.
But I thought about that. Okay, the car's still going to start.
Yes.
It's still going to run.
It's going to run.
Okay, and as it runs, it's going to warm up.
That's right.
So it's going to mitigate that problem.
Yes, that's right. Okay, we have a picture coming up.
Yeah, we do. Let's see
He
if I can
always
find
says
that
that.
picture.
Huh? He always says it, but this computers, it's driving me nuts today.
Yeah,
There
I
we
have a
go.
problem with it. Let's get that picture up.
This is also from Clean Technica. Interesting graph.
Look at that graph. That's
Yeah.
that's exponential, guys.
Yeah, I guess it is.
And that is a graph of climate disasters.
Climate disasters. What do you got for a title?
Oxfam. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces a person from their homes. And we've talked about that.
Yeah, we have. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces someone from their homes, according to data from Oxfam International. Climate fuels disasters are the #1 cause of internal displacement globally, and they have increased, quote, 5-fold over the last decade, end quote. And you know, we've talked about this before. I did that research about the cost of flood insurance in the United States.
Yes, you did.
Going up by a factor of 47, where it should have gone up by a factor of 6 if you deal with inflation and so forth. This is it's another graph of the same kind of thing. We just have lots and lots of and you'll notice that down at the bottom there is a graph of non-weather related events.
Pretty flat.
It's pretty flat. It's been increasing, but you know, the population's been increasing. So, and
flat.
some of those events are, well, some of those events may be second order of consequence, but
they're not weather related.
They're not weather
that's
related.
The deal.
But that increase that we've seen, I mean, in the last 5 years of this graph, every single year was greater than what happened in the previous 5 years. Any of them.
Pretty much.
So,
well, from the article, it says that people are 7 times more likely to be left homeless due to hurricanes, floods, and wildfires as they are by earthquakes and volcanoes. Man-made stuff versus
natural
things. Those in poorer countries who bear the least responsibility for global carbon pollution are the most at risk. Duh.
Right.
It's interesting how that happens.
Yes.
Well, almost 2,000 people died in Katrina, which was a disaster. But 200,000 people died in the tsunami that struck Indonesia the year before.
Well, another thing, you know, we're talking about the coronavirus now. A lot of stuff. In fact, there was a thing today about General Motors having General Electric having to deal with the fact that plants are closing because of the coronavirus.
So they're not getting supplied.
We're going to have, I think, probably a recession worldwide because
of this.
But you know, we were set up for that other times too, and of course, Donald Trump isn't responsible for it. Truthfully, Donald Trump did not cause the coronavirus. And he shouldn't.
You're kidding me.
He should not be held responsible for that taking place. Although,
but it's not a hoax, is it?
No, this is not a hoax. Okay, we should probably move on.
We should. We've mentioned already, I think, Hornsdale.
Yes, we have.
So the Hornsdale Tesla battery exceeded expectations. You're going to tell us what the Hornsdale Tesla battery
sure am.
is.
Tuesday, March 3rd is where this came up, and it comes from Clean Technica. The engineering consultant Oricon Group said the Hornsdale battery installed in South Australia has exceeded expectations for the way it was stabilized the grid and lowered grid-related costs. It reduced the cost of regulating the South Australian electric grid by 91%.
And that's an expensive thing.
Yeah, and this was the one where they had a bunch of tornadoes in South Australia. They tore down a whole bunch of high tension lines.
The tornadoes did.
A bunch of the towers that were, I think it was something like 16 or 18 of them were collapsed. So the whole grid was down for days.
Yeah.
And you know, Elon Musk said, what you need is a battery, and we know how to do that. And I can put in a battery that'll be 100 megawatts.
Or I give it to you for nothing.
If I can't do it in 100 days from the day that the contract is signed, you get it for free. And he had it in.
Yeah.
It was actually producing power 98 days after the contract was signed. And now what they're saying is it's
working better than they
a whole lot better than expected. And the price of it was extremely low also. Okay, we've got 5 items.
It's Tuesday, March 3rd already. We've got 14 minutes left.
We've got 5 items, though. Okay, you have anything on that?
French energy company, Neoen, which owns the Hornsdale installation, says it is adding 50 megawatts of capacity at Hornsdale this year, and has plans for a giant renewables hub, which would provide nearly a gigawatt of battery storage.
Yeah.
So they're getting on the bandwagon here.
They are. They are.
We got
Okay.
a picture coming up,
We
so
do.
let's take a
We
look
ha-
at
This
it.
is from Sour Energy. I don't know where that
Sour?
picture. S-A-U-R Energy. Sour Energy.
Sounds sour to me. I
It
don't know.
sure is. I don't know where that picture was taken.
Well, it says Esco Pacific, but it's real. It's not an artist's conception.
No, it's not
That's a
an
real
artist's
picture.
conception, but I don't know where Esco Pacific
No, I don't
is.
know.
I usually look those things up, but this particular picture, I think, is just a generic picture that was thrown at an article.
It was in
So,
the article, or an
yeah.
article.
Okay.
Construction begins on a proposed 2.7 gigawatt Westlands Solar Park.
The CIM Group is advancing development of Westlands Solar Park, one of the largest permitted solar parks in the world, it announced. The project will be in California's San Joaquin Valley, Joaquin Valley, and it could grow to over 2,700 megawatts, that is 2.7 bigawatts, at full build-out, powering over 1,200,000 homes.
Joaquin. Those Spaniards talk funny, don't they?
They do. But they have very wisely not gone the way of Rhode Island and said you're not allowed to pronounce an R. They pronounce it differently, but they do pronounce it.
Well, you said it. You pronounced this word right. It's one of the largest permitted solar parks.
Yeah.
They have a permit already.
Yes.
Rather than just permitted.
Yes.
I was thinking that as I read it. I said, wait a second. Who's permitting solar parks here?
Yes.
But it's permitted.
Yes.
Means that it's on the works. It's in the works.
It is indeed. And we are, we have one more item from Tuesday. It's from The
we do.
Guardian.
It's from The Guardian, and it says,
This was a big surprise for me.
UK government lifts a block on new onshore wind farm subsidies. I didn't even know this was happening.
Well, they did this. We talked about this when it happened, but
I
that
probably
was
forgot about
that was
it.
probably 5 years ago. The UK abandoned its opposition to subsidizing new onshore wind farms 4 years after ministers scrapped support for them. The government will remove a block against onshore wind projects by allowing schemes to compete for subsidies with other renewable developments.
I mean, I don't understand why they did that in the first place, other than politics.
It was people were objecting to the idea of wind farms, and some people would rather have fracking. But guess what, gang? Fracking has completely collapsed in the UK.
Yeah.
And they've done a lot, but they've got a long ways to go before the end of the road here. So.
Well, a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Onshore wind is presently UK's cheapest energy source.
Yes.
Okay. The U-turn follows the government pledge to cut emissions to virtually zero by 2050. So they got themselves painted into a corner here.
Well, they had to do something.
A feat that official climate advisors believe it will require the UK's onshore power capacity to triple in the next 15 years.
Yes, this is the thing. They've started to look at reality here.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
Wind farm developers will need to comply with tough new proposals on community consent.
Well, this is the thing.
This
They're
is
going to
what
have
it's
to go
about
to the community and say, we want you to want this wind farm. And that actually has
Isn't there a
worked.
song about that?
I don't know.
I know that someday you'll want me to want you.
Oh, okay. There was a guy who came from Germany, and he was talking in Brattleboro, and he was talking about wind farms, and he put up a picture of a wind turbine.
Yeah.
And it had been taken. The
In
picture.
Brattleboro?
No, it had been taken. He gave a talk
Yeah.
in Brattleboro. It had been taken from an apartment or something like that in Germany, looking out across rooftops, and there in the distance, pretty big, was a wind turbine. And he said, some people object to wind turbines, but, other people don't. And, and he showed a picture of the wind turbine that said, people object to this, and down at the bottom it said, their wind turbine. And he said, people accept this, our wind turbine.
Huh?
If the wind turbine belongs to a big company from some other part of the world, they object to it.
Okay.
If it belongs to the town, it's acceptable.
Okay.
You see.
Okay. Well, I can understand that.
And there are towns in Germany and other parts of Europe that own their own wind turbine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we have talked about the hospital out. Where is it in Kansas?
Oh, yeah, Kiowa County Hospital, which has its own wind turbine between the parking lot and the front door.
Well, we're going to take a look at Mr. Warren Buffett.
Okay,
coming
there
up
is
here.
Mr. Warren Buffett.
In case you want to know what he looks like.
There he is.
There he is.
He looks very happy.
Warren Buffett's secret to cheap electricity.
This comes from Forbes. In his latest letter to Berkshire Hathaway shareholders, Warren Buffett touted its low electricity bills for customers. Quote, the extraordinary differential between our rates and theirs is largely the result of our huge accomplishments in converting wind into electricity.
Well, he's sort of right.
Yeah.
He bought this company that now is known as Berkshire Hathaway Energy.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a diversified conglomerate operating in 9 states and Canada. It's a big company.
It's a big company.
It owns the means to generate, store, transmit, and supply power to its customers.
Right.
Okay? It owns 33 gigawatts of generation.
Bigawatts.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
3/4 of that is wind.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's got 33,000 miles of transmission line.
And where everybody else is...
You don't even know about. This guy's a big operator in this field.
He is. And Berkshire Hathaway, by the way, has historically been known as the company with the highest stock price of any company in the world.
Is that so?
It's like, I don't know, $50,000 a share or something. I don't know. I haven't looked for years. But so I could be way off with that. But Berkshire Hathaway is run by Warren Buffett, and he makes a lot of money. He's called the Wizard of Wall Street.
Yeah, he is that,
and
right.
He is a very bright guy who has figured out a long time ago that you can make more money on electricity if you don't have fuel that costs you money. And he's been keeping prices down at a time when everybody else's prices are going up. And he's guaranteeing prices for like 20 years into the future.
Keep your eye on that, man.
Well, you know, I mean, it makes sense. You don't know what's going to happen with the price of natural gas, but you do know what's going to happen with the price of wind.
Yep, bingo.
So there you go.
Well, I've said it before. I mean, when you got a fuel that doesn't cost, when you got energy that doesn't cost you for the fuel,
yeah,
you're ahead of the game.
You are ahead of the game. Okay, we have an item now from MSN Now.
We do that. Fossil fuels for power at a turning point as renewables surged in 2019.
The use of fossil fuels such as coal and oil for generating electricity fell in 2019 in the US, the EU, and India. At the same time, the overall power output rose, a turning point for the global energy mix. The declines suggest the end of the fossil fuel era could be on the horizon.
It could be. In 2019, the amount of power sourced from fossil fuels dropped by 156 terawatt hours. Now, tera is bigger than giga.
Terawatt hour is 1,000 gigawatt hours.
From 2018, 1 year. Overall, renewable power is increasing at a rate faster than the overall growth. Overall, renewable power is increasing at a faster rate than the overall growth in power.
Absolutely.
The contribution of nuclear to the global power mix rose last year slightly.
Slightly.
And the reason for that is Japan is putting back online some of the plants they closed after Fukushima.
And the Russians are, and actually the Chinese have been putting on plants too, new plants, building
New plants. Well, in case of the Japanese, they're older plants that they shut down that they're turning back on
right.
again.
And the Russians are pushing nuclear power plants elsewhere in the world because they can make a lot of money doing that. They know that they're going to countries in Africa and saying, you need electric power. We can sell it to you. You don't have to worry about this. We'll loan you the money to buy it.
How sweet.
How sweet. Okay.
So we got a picture coming up here.
We do, and this is our last item. It comes from Renew
here.
Economy, and it is a mind blower. We've had a bunch of mind blowers.
Well, that's a picture of
the Muscle Row Wind Farm,
which is in the upper right corner of Tasmania. And Tasmania, Yeah, if you look at a map.
Yes, I know.
And Tasmania, of course, is a state in Australia.
Yeah, which in this article is referred to as a tiny island.
Well, it's not tiny.
It's not exactly tiny.
Okay, but that's an interesting picture. It looks like a pretty place.
It's kind of like saying, well, Louisiana is a tiny state. I mean, compare it with Texas.
That's probably very accurate. Well, Tasmania sets a world-leading target of 200% renewables by 2040. 200% renewable.
They want to have 200% of their electricity.
That doesn't make sense, does it? Well, you're going to explain to us why it does.
While Australia's federal coalition refuses to accept the notion that Australia can reach 50% renewable energy without sorcery or total economic destruction.
Sorcery?
Sorcery, that's what it says. Tasmania's Liberal government, and we will get back to Liberal on this, has just announced a possible world first, a renewable energy target of 200% by 2040. And the reason I said we'll get back to Liberal, the federal coalition is controlled primarily by Liberals. And the Liberals are the equivalent of conservative Republicans in the United States. But the Liberal-controlled governments of Tasmania and also South Australia are really pursuing this renewable bandwagon hard.
They look like they can make some money on it.
That's the whole point. They've got this underground, submarine cable running to the main.
They're there already.
That's already there. They want to put in a second one. They want to have. They want, in their words, to turn Tasmania into Australia's battery.
Yep. Well, Tasmania is already hydropower rich.
Yes.
It's got hydropower running.
Yep.
So they're going to double the state's hydro, wind and solar energy production.
Right.
And they've got what they call a Tasmanian Renewable Hydrogen Plan, which calls for commercially exporting hydrogen by 2030.
And they're serious about this.
Oh, I think they are, and I think they're going to do it.
2030 is not that far away. If you think about it, it kind of is it's an aggressive move to do this in 10 years. They've got to build ships to hold hydrogen.
Yeah.
There are no ships that exist today to do that. They know how to do it.
Huh?
There's nothing. They know how to do it. It would be like a natural gas tanker, but this hydrogen that they're shipping is liquid.
And so they got to keep it cold.
It boils at like 20 degrees Kelvin. And yeah, it's got to be kept super cold. Of course, they can run the ships on hydrogen by allowing the hydrogen to boil into
And they can, yeah.
They could.
Well, what they're doing here is they have a resource.
Yes.
Which is their hydro.
Yep.
And they're figuring out we can make money on it.
Yes.
And that's basically what they're trying to do.
That's what they're doing.
And my goodness, a year ago I didn't even hear about hydrogen. And now everybody's talking about it.
Everybody's talking about hydrogen. Everybody's got new ways to get hydrogen cheaply, and base it entirely on renewable.
It's basically storing energy.
Yeah, and hydrogen can be used as a replacement for natural gas.
Yes, it can.
To a degree.
In existing natural gas pipelines.
If you're going to extend the natural gas by adding hydrogen, you can just do that.
You can mix it.
Replacing it all together, well, you're going to have
a little tricky.
A little trickier, but nevertheless, hydrogen's a real product. It's not a. Anyway.
No, it's just that the technology is changing and people are looking at it, and hydrogen's starting to make sense for certain things that nobody ever thought of before.
Yep. And we have a message
this is the end
for
of it
you,
here.
Which is have a mysteriously felicitous week.
Mystifyingly.
Mystifyingly felicitous week. I forgot.
What does that mean?
I knew you were going to ask me. I made that sentence up. I don't even know.
Well, in any case,
felicitous means happy.
Y'all come back and see us now. You hear?
Absolutely.
I will start with my opening remarks about town meeting. I know you've all heard this, or most of you had, but it's worth listening to. To make a motion or speak to an issue, please raise your hand to be recognized by the moderator. Wait for the microphone, then stand and state your name so that we know who you are and so the minutes will be accurate. Penny's taking the minutes. Motions cannot be made while someone else has the floor. A motion can be amended, and an amendment can be amended, but there can be no third amendment as it would be too confusing. If you feel that a voice vote is not clear, you may call for a division, meaning that you'll be asked to raise your hands or stand to be counted and have your voter cards ready to show. If you feel that a vote requires a paper ballot, 7 voters must agree with you, or a total of 7 voters have to request a paper ballot. Then we will line up to vote with our voter cards, and the vote will be tallied by the Board of Civil Authority. Now here's the thing I messed up on last year. If you want to cease debate, you can call the question, but to do that, you have to raise your hand, wait until everyone ahead of you has spoken, and then you can call the question. And if there's a second, and 2/3 of the body decides to cease debate and vote, we will do so. And you cannot call the question at the end of your remarks. Town meeting is conducted to Robert's Rule of Order, although there are areas in the Vermont statutes which supersede Roberts. Roberts suggests that no voter be recognized to speak a third time on an issue until others who wish to speak for the first time are given a chance to do so. This suggestion may be relaxed at times if there is a good discussion going. In order to move things along, I may sometimes use the phrase, if there is no objection, or with your permission, as in, if there is no objection, we will suspend the rules in order to allow a non-voter to speak. If any of you call out objection, I will immediately call for the 2/3 vote necessary to suspend the rules. Speakers must be Guilford registered voters unless we suspend the rules. Points of order may be called out for clarification from the moderator or to explain my procedure. And of course, you may appeal any decision I make if you have a second. If challenged, I will attempt to explain my decision. If you are not happy with my explanation, you can call for a vote, and the body will overrule, or your body can overrule my decision with a simple majority. This meeting is being recorded by BCTV, and it will be available to watch later this week. When you speak, please state your name clearly into the microphone so the people in the room and viewers watching the meeting later can hear you and know who you are. And finally, I ask that when you speak, please address your comments to me and then not to someone who just spoke before you. And with that, we will start. Article 1, to elect a moderator for the coming year. Do I hear a motion? Richard Bazansky.
I move that Seymour be the moderator for the coming year.
Is there a second? Okay. Did you get that second? Okay, Rick Seymour has been nominated to be your moderator for the coming year. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, we will close the nominations and vote on Rick Seymour as your moderator. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And it appears that the ayes have carried the vote. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be up here. Article 2, to hear the report of the town auditors. Do I hear a motion? So moved. Okay. Second. Any discussion? Oh. Kathy's checking someone in. Kathy, did you want to discuss the town report? Or are you okay with it? She's got some corrections. Can Kathy get a mic? That is Macy.
Only 3 this year. On page 9, the auditor's funds. On page 9, the auditor's funds, there should be 0 in auditor training. Oops. And there should be $12,100 in professional audit.
This is page 9.
Professional audit should be $12,100 for the budget. For actual, it's for fiscal 19, actual. Sorry. That makes it, the total figure, a little more logical to the budgeted figure for next year. On page 11, the SBED fiscal 19 actual was 0, not 6,000. SEVEDS. And we really apologize. We didn't list 2 of the deaths this year. On page 58, we want to add John Dixon, who was 89 years old, and Barbara Fernando, who is 79 years old. Other than that, we request you accept the auditor's report as written or as corrected.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions or comments? Okay, do I hear a motion to accept the report? Second? All those in favor of accepting the auditor's report, please state aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. And you have accepted the auditor's report. To hear the report of the library trustees, do I hear a motion? Can
Thank you. I'd like to move that the library present its report.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Any discussion?
So it's
No discussion?
Well, don't we have to approve it and then I talk?
Oh, okay. You want to approve it first?
I mean,
what if we don't want to approve it after we
No,
hear from you?
approve me talking. I don't know. I'm mixed.
No, you can go ahead and talk.
Okay, so I'm all mixed up. Okay, sorry about that. Hi, I'm Laura Lawson-Tucker. I'm on the Library Trustees Board. And I just want to point out a few things. Everyone has, hopefully, I know some people didn't get the report, page 25. So you can read this, of course. I just want to point out a few things. The first thing I want to say is I'm really proud of our library. Trustees, Mimi's over here. Other trustees, can you stand up or wave your arms? Another trustee, there's John, here's Sandra. Yeah. And I'm going to get to the friends in a moment. What I'm really proud of is that our town has clearly made a statement, a strong statement, that our town values the library as a place for people to gather, a place for people to get information, whether it's online or through books, a place for people to have meetings, to have book groups, for children to come for story time. And our town has made a clear statement that we are part of the budget, And and also our annual fund drive that you get in the mail. We have great response from that. So I want to thank everyone for being so supportive of your library in our wonderful town. So this is first a great big thank you to everyone's support of our library. Secondly, Kathy and Leah. Is Leah in the room? Okay, Leah's out in the hallway, probably. Oh, there's Leah, yes. So Leah, stand up again, stand up again. And Kathy, I know you're busy. There's Kathy over there. We have great leadership with Kathy and Leah, so I wanted to appreciate Kathy and Leah. And I just want to point out a couple things. One is, during the fiscal year that we've just ended, we circulated 5,000 books. That's really impressive, really impressive. And 298 children, parents came to 49 story times. Another pretty impressive figure. And 50 programs in our little town, 50 programs were sponsored. And 591 town residents came to the library during the fiscal year. So pretty awesome, very active and engaged place to come to. I want to just say to everyone that we're super committed to be making information available so anyone can sit in the driveway of the library in your car and access through internet, wireless internet from the library, the information that you want, and in particular, go online and get any book or any digital book that you would so desire. So that's, in other words, we have a library 24/7. So pretty amazing, I think. And we want to thank volunteers. I've got one right here, Karen. We have lots of volunteers who help us keep our expenditures down, which we are super appreciative of. And we have volunteers that contribute at least 19 hours of volunteer time per week. So that's pretty impressive. And related to that, Lynn, will you stand up? This is Lynn Green, and she is our stalwart, amazing, tireless, she doesn't feel tireless right now, tireless president of the Friends group. And we, you've probably noticed this sweet little Guilford Free little library by the store. That's one of Lynn's projects. We've had grown-up story times at the Broadbrook Community Center. We've had about 3 or 4? 4 of those. So Lynn's at the helm. She would welcome more volunteers to join her as a friend of the library. The time commitment is minimal, and it's a great group of people. So I think that's what I want to say, and thank you everyone for your fabulous support of the library.
Thank you, Laura. Can we have a motion to accept the report of the library, unless there's more discussion? A second. All those in favor of accepting the library report signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have accepted the library report. At this moment, I would like to invite, with your permission, invite Sarah Coffey up to address the group. She's got a special award to present, and it's going to make us all very happy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Sarah Coffey. I'm honored to be your state rep serving under the Golden Dome in Montpelier. And later, when we're joined by Senator Becca Balint, I'll say a few words to address the body here. But I wanted to say one of the best things that I get to do up in Montpelier is to shine a light on some of the amazing people and work that's happening in Windham County. And I do that in a number of ways. I invite people to come up to give devotionals at the State House. Last year we had Veranda Porsche on St. Valentine's Day, and this year we had Lisa Sparrow come up and give a devotional last week. We get Windham County artists to perform on Farmers Night, and of course I do my best to carry your voice and your issues to Montpelier. But today I'm very excited. We know that the hard work in our communities is only made possible with, we know, the folks who work in our town offices and who take care of our roads and our schools, but it's also, we're really fueled on volunteer power. And so I wanted to, this year I'm going to read a joint resolution that we prepared in honor of Herb Meyer, who, can we give Herb a right? And this is a bit of a surprise for Herb, so he did not know this coming in when he came in to vote this morning. So, let me just read. So this is a concurrent House resolution. The House concurrent resolution honoring Herb Meyer for his community leadership in the towns of Guilford and Vernon, offered by Representative Coffey of Guilford. Whereas, starting with his U.S. military service during the Korean War, Herb Meyer has exemplified the best attributes of civic leadership. And whereas in the town of Vernon, he was employed as a school custodian and as the local police chief, overseeing the municipality's public safety. And whereas in the town of Guilford, Herb Meyer has served as a board member of the Friends of Algiers Village, a nonprofit organization focused on restoring key historic buildings in the village, chaired the Algiers Fire District, and has been the town's coordinator of emergency management. And whereas in 2007, the town of Guilford honored Herb Meyer as its Citizen of the Year, and whereas Herb Meyer has completed half a century teaching hunter safety classes and remains civically active, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives that the General Assembly honors Herb Meyer for his community leadership in the towns of Vernon and Guilford, and be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed or hand deliver a copy of this resolution to Herb Meyer. So.
Thank you, Herb, and thank you, Sarah. Okay, Article 4. We have several officers to elect, including trustee of public funds, grand jurors, library trustee, and cemetery commissioner. We'll start with the trustee of public funds. At this time, the term of Penny Marine is expiring. Do I hear a nomination for trustee of public funds? Penny Marine has been nominated. Is there a second? Al Franklin. Any other nominations? Hearing none, we will vote on Penny Marine as trustee of public funds. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. And Penny, you are the trustee of public funds. Yeah. Grand jurors. At this time, the terms of Jamie Durham and Don McLean are expiring. Do I hear nominations for grand jurors? We've had a nomination for Don McLean and Jamie Durham. Second. Any other nominations? Okay, let's vote on whether to elect Don McLean and Jamie Durham as grand jurors. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have elected Don McLean and Jamie Durham. And I'm assuming they're willing to serve. If not, too bad. Library trustee. At this time, the term of Carol Schnabel is expiring. Do I hear a nomination for new library trustee? John? Okay, I'm not going to try and repeat that because I couldn't hear you, but maybe you can do that with the mic.
Mika Foktopoulos-Boykoff.
Okay. Mika Foktopoulos-Boykoff has been nominated as your new library trustee. Are there any other nominations? Yes.
I wish to renominate Carol Schnabel if she'll take the job.
Yeah, can we use the mic? And identify yourself, please.
I'm Tim Harris, and I'd like to nominate Carol to continue if she's willing.
Their second? Okay, Cindy. Okay, yeah, Laura can speak to that. Carol is in the room. She's not standing up. She's not waving her arms. Yes, Carol. No, she says no. She's shaking her head.
As the chair of the library board, Carol has very graciously served for many, many years, and she shared with the board a while ago that this was the end of her service. So thank you for renominating her. I'm sure you feel honored. But I think Carol declines. Thank you.
Okay, any other nominations? Okay, hearing none, we will vote on Mika. I've forgotten your last. Boykoff. Okay, thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Okay, and Mika, at some point, Penny needs to know how to spell your name. What? Oh, and then now here's something from Richard Wazansky.
Hi, I'm Richard Wazansky.
Use the mic.
Speaking of Carol Schnabel, I'd like us all to celebrate Carol and the years of service, really dedicated, committed service that Carol Schnabel has put into making our library the wonderful Guilford jewel that it is. Carol's tireless work as a treasurer for many years of the library and as a trustee for many, many terms. I can't even count how many terms. And no wonder that she has finally resigned. But she's done a stunning job. And in addition to her work with books and other library matters, Carol is one of the most fabulous bakers of Linzer, torts, and other Viennese pastries. I'm sure that if there were a competition in Guilford, that Carol might be one of the winners of that. So please join me in celebrating Carol and her volunteer work. Thank you, Carol.
Okay. We've had a request that when you speak, use the microphone, say who you are and what part of town you live in. It's a big town. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Carol. Cemetery Commissioner. At this time, the term of Sean Murphy is expiring. Do I hear a nomination for a replacement for Sean as Cemetery Commissioner? Miranda.
I nominate Sean Murphy.
Is there a second? Yes. Okay, Linda. Any other nominations? Seeing none, we will vote on Sean Murphy as Cemetery Commissioner. Oh, sorry.
Andy Locke. Hello.
nominate Hannah Jenkins.
Okay, Hannah Jenkins has been nominated. Does this make it a contest, or can you have two?
Sean Murphy. Actually, I would be happy, actually I wouldn't be happy to be off the commission because I've enjoyed it for so many years. But the WSESD is sort of a full-time commitment, and I haven't been able to really devote the time that I should this year to the Cemetery Commission. So I think it's great that somebody else is.
So are you withdrawing your nomination?
I would like to withdraw my nomination.
Okay, Sean has withdrawn his nomination for Cemetery Commissioner. So Hannah, we have Hannah Jenkins. Are there any other nominees? Seeing none, we will vote on Hannah Jenkins as Cemetery Commissioner. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have elected Hannah Jenkins. Article 5, do I hear a motion?
Good morning. My name is Gordon Little. I'm a member of the Select Board. I live on Collier Road in West Guilford. Shall the town vote to approve highway fund expenditures in the amount of $1,020,911 for fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources?
Do I hear a second? Got that?
Rick, may I just address a couple things with that?
Sure. Let me just. Legally, I've got to repeat the article, and then it's on the floor, and then we can discuss it. Shall the town vote to approve highway fund expenditures in the amount of $1,020,911 for fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So I just wanted to highlight a few areas. It is a slight increase over last year. We had a slight increase in wages. There was a slight increase in benefits due to an additional employee. There were increased tree removal due to the emerald ash borer, which has not been seen yet in Guilford, but the ash trees are trying to be dealt with in an early fashion. And an increase in sand due to needs that we had, as well as rising costs.
Any discussion? Yes, Jethro.
Jethro Eaton, Johnson Pasture Drive. Are we getting any funding for tree removal for the emerald ash borer? Is there going to be any help from the state for dealing with that?
Linda.
Unfortunately, there is no help from the state or federal sources for tree removal. And we've been working, I'll reporting later, but the Conservation Commission has been working proactively with the town highway crew to anticipate some pretty significant expenses in the future. But there is, at this time, no external funding for tree removal. Luckily for us, Green Mountain Power is doing some tree removal. You've noticed along the roads, which is going to take care of some of it, but there's also been an increase in your electric bill. There's a line item that covers their expenses.
Miranda?
I'm glad that you brought up the emerald ash tree borer. I think it's an opportunity for our town to organize really road by road with your neighbors to see who burns wood in your neighborhood. And, you know, clearly the town is going to be needing to deal with the trees that are in the town's right-of-way. But this is something that townspeople can also talk to their neighbors about to help with our response.
Other discussion? Yes.
Tim Harris, Green River Road. I'm thoroughly confused, though. The budget here is for $1,020,000, yet when you turn to the page which shows the breakdown of expenses, it's $971,000 or thereabouts. I don't see where, and also the revenue, there's a disjunct between the revenue and the expenses. The revenue is much lower than the expenses. Maybe we could have a clarification on those questions.
Could we, I would need the reference again.
Okay, can you reference the page numbers, Tim?
Pages 11, 12, and 13.
Okay, specifically, what was the question in terms of the expenses? I didn't catch where.
I noted that the expenses shown on page 13 are $997,000, yet the budget is for $1,020,000. Also, the other one I wanted clarification on was the difference between revenue, which is shown as $976,000, as opposed to expenses of $997,000. Where is the difference going to come from? These are clarification questions. I'm sure there's good explanations.
So he's asking why is this 197 from that number? Because that's the amount.
Do you want to address it here?
You have to suspend the rules because I'm not a resident of town.
Oh.
Could we suspend the
Okay,
rules?
yeah, can we, with your permission, we'll suspend the rules and allow Peter Root, our town administrator, to speak?
Okay.
Is there no objection?
Why don't you come up here?
So the amount under expenses, so as I understand it, you're asking two different questions, sir? So I'm just asking for clarification again. So one is the total expenses on page 13. So the amount on the article references the entire amount, including revenues that the town will receive from the state for some expenses and other sources.
Huh? Tim Harris again. I don't follow that at all. I mean, in one place you show the expenses at $997,000, and so why are you asking for $1,020,000 in approval for the entire budget? And the second question, the revenue that you showed, it was less than the expenses, and where would the difference come from? I assume that there's some other source of funds that's not listed here under revenue.
This is the original. Yep. Now, you're raising a very good question, and we will get to the bottom of it. So,
Sorry, just a little nervous at the moment. No, that's okay. All right, so this number.
If you need time to figure this out, maybe we can come back to Article 5.
Sorry, I need that one. Yeah.
why don't we
that be-
move on to 6 and see if that one...
If there's no objection, we will put Article 5 into hiatus and come back to it later once the Select Board is ready to answer Tim's questions.
Do you need a pen?
Yes, Dan.
Yeah, I'm Dan Zambruski, live here in Guilford Center. We have an employee, Alan Belville, is going to be retiring in the end of the month. And I'd just like to say thank you for his 25 years of service, and he needs an applause.
Aaron Belville. Wait, can you repeat that? I didn't hear that. Can you give that man a microphone?
Yeah, I wish he hadn't done it, but I kind of figured he would. I'm not going away. They said I'd come in and work part-time. It makes me happy to do that. I really don't want to leave, but it's time for somebody else to learn it. So I'm not going away. And it's been an honor and a privilege to work for you people. And I've really enjoyed it, most of the time. I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Macy, thank you.
Lucy Sparblase, East Mountain Road. I'd like to thank the road crew. It's been a very challenging winter. There's been a lot of rain on top of snow and a lot of ice. And my road has never been impassable. So I would thank the road crew for all of their hard work in the middle of the night, especially.
I think we all would. Okay, they're still scratching their heads, so let's move on to Article 6. Do I hear a motion?
Richard Wazansky, Guilford Select Board from Packle Corners Road. Article 6. Shall the town vote to approve general fund expenditures in the amount of $855,311 for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources?
Do I hear a second? You get that? Who was the second?
And may I speak to that?
Okay. Sandra? One sec. So before we begin discussion, I need to repeat the article. Shall the town vote to approve general fund expenditures in the amount of $855,311 for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources? Richard.
Just a few comments about this article. The town's general budget for the coming fiscal year is essentially level funded. However, the Select Board is pleased to note that there is an overall decrease in taxes this year due to the fire department bond being paid off. Yippee. Most of the increases are in the following areas: minor increase in wages, minor increases in a variety of miscellaneous expenses, which include tech fees, office supplies, software licensing, and liability insurance. And there is an increase in the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department appropriations request of $837. However, there are decreases in the following areas: election tech support, lister expenses and wages, law enforcement, unfortunately, due to not having a constable or dog officer. And if anyone is interested in those positions, we're recruiting. And the fire department bond, which is minus $53,000 because it's been paid off. Also of note, HCRS unfortunately did not successfully get the required signatures required to be on the warning, so the expense for that is taken off.
Other questions or comments on the general fund?
Thank you. Pat Bew from Kirchheimer Drive. Pat Bew, Kirchheimer Drive. Perhaps I've solved the math mystery. It seems on page 11 of the general expenses that the budget was over $1.1 million, and yet you're asking for $885,000. Might that math work to find the missing money in the other side here?
So are you talking about the highway fund now or the general fund?
General fund.
General fund.
I'm seeing a budget of over $1 million, but the article is asking for $885,000.
Oh, so, sure. With your permission, we'll again suspend the rules to allow Peter Rude to speak.
To answer Pat's question, the reason that amount is different is because that amount has a reduction of the special articles from the warning subtracted from it, because you have to vote on those separately.
Other questions or comments on the general fund?
Special articles. Barbara Olds Drive. Barbara Olds Drive. The special articles are only 24,000. That doesn't come down to the 800 and something.
Includes the fire department? As well as Guilford Cares. Wyndham Regional Commission.
Article 7 through 11.
Article 7 through 11.
Does that bring it down to the 800? I suggest that it gets reported a little differently in other years so that is seen. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Yeah, if I could make a suggestion, maybe in the town report, highlight the figure that we're going to be voting on in the article for both the general and the highway funds, so it really stands out, and then it's easier for people to figure out how you got there. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, we will vote on Article 6. Shall the town vote to approve general fund expenditures in the amount of $855,311 for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And you have approved Article 6. Article 7. Shall the town vote to continue membership in the... Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Bex.
Hi, I'm Michael Becker. I'm on the select board, and I live in Green River. Article 7, shall the town vote to continue membership in the Wyndham Regional Commission and raise and appropriate the sum of $5,041 to defray the town's share of its expense?
Is there a second? Okay, now I will repeat the article, then it will be on the floor. Shall the town vote to continue membership in the Wyndham Regional Commission and raise and appropriate the sum of $5,041 to defray the town's share of its expense? Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we will vote on Article 7. $5,041 for the Wyndham Regional Commission. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have approved Article 7. Article 8. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, you do. Richard Wazansky from Packer Corners Road. Article 8. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,363 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS?
Do I hear a second? you get that? Okay, the motion is, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,363 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies? Comments, Richard?
We have a representative from SEVIDS to speak with us, the program director, Jennifer Stromson.
With your permission, we'll suspend the rules and let Jennifer address the body, if there's no objection. Mike?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm not reading all of this, but I annotated my town report. Mr. Rosansky asked that I be, I think, compelling and specific, so I'll do my best. Thank you. I do urge you to read the town report and our annual report. I think it's awesome. I write it, but I try to make it better every year. I hope I'm improving based on your feedback. I'm going to add detail about your neighbors, the people you care about most, in a moment. I want to make a few big picture points. People think we work for businesses, work for people. We are worried about good jobs and wages. We invest in training, people having a chance to own a business and build a life here. So we invest in that, and we need municipal investment to do that. We don't have the same state and federal funding streams that some other nonprofits do. So we have to get some money and go out and use it to get other money, and that's how our business works. We focus on the future. It's fun to come to Guilford, where I see a lot of the future. Not true in every town, unfortunately. Rural America's future is really challenged. Guilford is a little bit exceptional, but in general, Vermont's not beating that. And as goes the region, so will go every town. I don't know what's going to become of Southern Vermont and the greater region if we don't have opportunity here. I don't know what's going to keep young people here if we don't have jobs where people can afford to raise a family and buy homes and things like that. So I want to answer one specific question that we've heard at information sessions. It's kind of near and dear to our heart, which is, why do you have two organizations? Why is it so complicated? I will say that we are one of 12 economic development agencies that serve the 12 regions of Vermont. We are more complicated. Every other one has one board, one organization, generally one person, and they do about 1/10 of the work that we do. We have BDCC as our main board. They are conservative and careful, and they make sure we can pass crazy audits. The SEVIDS board is the grassroots board that pulls us forward and says, that's not enough. Let's do more stuff. Let's do a plan. Let's try doing workforce. Let's do a whole bunch of other things that other regions aren't doing. And if you think it's complicated, you should be in my job. It makes my job very complicated. It also makes us do cool stuff and try hard things. And we do a lot, and I'm really proud of it. And our programs are held up as models by state and federal agencies because we are trying to beat back the sort of trends. So I'm going to get specific. In your town report, we talk about the new Pipelines and Pathways program in all 4 Windham high schools. We leverage town funding to start stuff in high schools. We went out and raised money from outside to bring money. There are 76 kids at BUHS from Guilford. There are 31 at the Windham Career Center. We do the sophomore summit every year that brings every high school sophomore to a day-long thing where they're exposed to multiple professional pathways. They get to do hands-on learning. We have been doing intensive career prep polish with the juniors and seniors in BUHS, so all of them will have that by the end of next year, and we'll be doing with all of the students at the Career Center. We actually kind of started at the Career Center. We're training the teachers. What that means is we're spending weeks teaching kids how to present themselves professionally. We have the owner of the consignment store in Brattleboro coming in and help them learn how to inexpensively dress for interviews, job interviews, college interviews, how to present themselves. And then we bring in community members, if anybody wants to volunteer, to do mock interviews with those kids so that by the end of that time, they start off unable to sort of look us in the eye, shake hands, do that. And by the end, they're able to really present their best selves. That's exciting. We're going to make sure every kid has that. You all hear about young professionals this time of year because there's the gala. I want you to be clear that the young professionals are not about parties. There are 130 members. 7 of them live in Guilford. Taylor Franklin is on the advisory committee. They welcome every young person who comes to this region that finds their way there. They run tax prep. They run home buying workshops. They are incredible. They are the best young professionals organization and the biggest outside of Rutland and Chittenden County. We run paid internships for the last 3 years. I have taken a Pasha for my Guilford kid. We're out of Pashas. They've aged out of our internship program, basically. So if there are any more Guilford kids, we place 15 or 25 students, and it is a way for us to keep people in the region and to take some of those college kids who come to this region and introduce them to a career here. I just placed a Marlboro. We had placed a Marlboro kid at Chroma Technology, and he was just offered a real job. So he's moving back from his parents in Ohio to come live in this region. That to us is a giant win. And that's only one, but it's a whole person and their entire life, and each one really matters. We are regional. We worked with employers that employ 25% of the people in this region. And today as I drove here, I watched a lot of people driving to work, so they're not able to be here. They're at work. I don't have data from every employer that we work with, but a few of them gave me some numbers. Long Falls Paperboard, which we saved last year, employs 2 people from Guilford. Omega Optical has 5 Guilford employees. Commonwealth Dairy over there has employed 35 people from this town since we help them start, and we work with all these companies all the time. We also work with tiny companies. So this is really where the rubber hits the road. We have a lot of aging entrepreneurs in this area, and so we are working with a couple right now on succession planning. I will get back to writing some funding applications to do a lot more of this, because frankly, we're panicked about the number of entrepreneurs who need to retire, need to be able to do that successfully. ProLingua Publishers, Chaiwala, those are Guilford people. There are tenants. We also work with them on succession, and I hope we can help them do that really successfully. Michael Knapp, Green River Software, I know you've heard me mention him before, but I helped him recruit 2 people this year to his company, and that's huge because that's the kind of company we need more of. Michael Hayden, who's a resident, he's a firefighter. He purchased Outer Limits with our help through a USDA loan that we run, and got technical assistance. Cash value, I think, more than what the town contributed 2 years ago. So if you want to know how you got your dollars back, you're there. So that's a big deal. Those are programs that wouldn't exist if we didn't go out and get those dollars or raise the money to have staff to give technical assistance. Last but not least, Guilford's really active on broadband. Thank heavens. We are finally at a point where there's some movement, thanks to Representative Sibilia and some of the other legislators, where there's CUD legislation and funding. We worked on that for 3.5 years, and we were a big part of convening every year at a connectivity summit and advocating and making the state listen that there needs to be more capacity and technical assistance. And now the regional commission can come in with some funding and help you get to the next step. We are committed to this in the long term. We partner with the regional commission. People ask all the time why we ask for more money than them. I think they don't ask for enough money is my answer to that. They are underfunded for the work that they do. And finally, I will end by saying we do a ton of other things for our communities that you guys participate in, grant writing workshops. We're doing a project stewardship conference on March 27th that your own Mr. Moderator will be presenting on the Broadbrook Range. It's a peer learning thing. What we find is that towns learn from each other about how to do things well or how to avoid things that didn't go well. And so we are running these convenings kind of every 90 to 120 days to get folks together, because frankly, most towns aren't where you are. But hopefully we offer some value in that too for you as well. I'm here to answer questions. Thank you. It's nice to be back here. 2 years ago, I didn't need glasses to do this. I just want to point that out.
Al.
I'm Al Franklin, and you mentioned broadband as one of the great things you were doing. Is that something that's going to cover the town, or is it just going to cover what the you can get on the cell towers now? Because there's a lot of Guilford that's not even connected to cell service. Will broadband cure that?
Sarah Coffey's got her hand up. I think she wants to answer that question. Still can't hear you.
How's that?
Yes.
Better, right? Mr. Franklin, I wanted to respond to the question because I know that while Jen and BDCC have been part of this, there's information on your seats here today, and I'm really excited that Guilford is has joined the efforts to be part of the conversation about forming a communication union district. last year in the legislature, after we passed important broadband legislation, it included funding for more infrastructure within the public service department, but also for grants for communities. And we're fortunate that after the end of the session, we got together with folks from BDCC and Wyndham Regional, and Wyndham Regional was willing to, when they applied for some funding, for some technical assistance, to bring the towns together, because we know in our rural communities that we're stronger together. And so to answer your question, the whole point of the funding was to serve underserved communities like many of the parts of Guilford who don't have service, who might have maybe 25. Some folks don't have 4 up and 1 down in Guilford. So it's going to be a community effort, and I'm excited that there are members from the select board. I believe Zahn is part of that effort, and he could manage it. But it will reach our communities. It's going to take some time, and it's really modeled in many ways on the successful work that's been done in central Vermont with EC Fiber, and we have some of their folks here helping us. So I hope that answers the question, and I just wanted to take BDCC off the hook, because this is not totally on their in their realm these days, even though Representative Sibilia, who is also part of BDCC, really was a force in helping us get this legislation through.
Other questions or comments?
Hi, I'm Noreen Woodruff. I live on Merryneck Road. I just wanted to comment that my son was actually part of this sophomore program that went around to the businesses last year. And it's a huge opportunity for these kids to see. And they went to CNS, and you mentioned the 25%. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So he went to these 25% businesses that employ around, and it was huge for him to see the impact of that on a larger scale, because we are such a small community, and that's why I live here. It's why I came back here, and I love it. But there's those missing links that I think they make a big impact. So I just wanted to share that. I think that's important, and I'm rooting for you. So thank you.
Sheila?
Sheila Morse, Melody Hill. I wanted to thank Jen and Sevitz, because I think every single year we've said, what benefit does Guilford get? And this was real clear, really down to people. And I've been a longtime supporter of Sevitz, but it has been hard to measure. This was very helpful, Jen, so thank you for your presentation.
Other comments? Yes. Macy, we have a... Oh, okay. After you, John, there's someone in the several rows in front of you that needs the mic, but go ahead.
John Shaw, East Mountain Road. I would like to, I guess, re-ask the question from last year that I feel like was not answered, which is why Sevitz needs to have our money. I think last year that we were actually told that they didn't even need it, that if we didn't fund them, they would still be able to do all their programming. And then now we're told that if we don't fund them, they won't be able to do the programming. So I think this is the kind of confusion that we talked a lot about last year and is coming up again this year. So I'm still opposed to this funding. And I think that we need to hear why they need money, why they need this much money, and there needs to be more transparency about where the money is going, whether the money is going to programming or not programming, which I think might come out of that dual board situation you talked about, and being more complicated than the whole rest of the state. All the other ones are less complicated. So I think we could be less complicated also.
Richard?
Richard Wazansky, Packer Corners Road. I'm a former nonprofit executive, and John's question is a question that many people ask, particularly donors, about nonprofit organizations. And when a nonprofit organization asks for funding, you know that some of it usually goes to program and some of it goes to staffing and administrative overhead. It takes money to run a nonprofit organization. And usually the nonprofit organization, I haven't seen your budget, but the nonprofit organization segments what staff salaries are and what goes to programs. But it's one organization that needs to exist, needs to have staff, needs to have travel, needs to have lodging for people who are going, traveling perhaps throughout the state. So it's very difficult to segment that with a nonprofit organization. You have to have trust. I have trust in your organization that the organization is being transparent and is not wasting Guilford's dollars frivolously.
Macy, there's this.
Hi, I'm Pat Burke, Maple Hill Drive. Pat Burke, Maple. Okay. I'm not opposed to helping a nonprofit exist. I just wanted to know, I guess, how it seems like a lot of money when I look down the list of all the nonprofits that we help, and maybe it's their faults for not asking for more money, but it seems it's a lot, $3 a head, and I guess my question is, what other towns do you ask for that money from, and is it the same rate?
With your permission, we'll let Jen answer that question.
Thank you. We ask every town in the county for for $3 for every 27 towns for $3. We go to every select board and we go to as many meetings as we can. Sometimes 2 in a day. We've already been to a couple. Does that answer all of your question? And why do we ask for more? So if you look at the way the state funds, you're already paying through other taxes, income taxes, fees, things like that, a lot of dollars that go to the state. The state then reallocates funding to different programs. If you look at the proportion that goes to education versus social services versus economic development, we get an order of magnitude or so less, depending on how you look at it, than a lot of the other agencies, the regional agencies that come out. Again, I would not put Regional Planning Commission in that box. So we have almost no baseline funding. So we have $108,000 a year for the Regional Development Corporation. That's like a person. That's like my executive director in his office. And so anything else that we do for programming, we have to go raise the money. And in the world of fundraising, we would never budget or run our thing in a way that where one town not funding us would mean we don't do something next year. We are much more conservative than that, to be honest. But we also leverage BDCC real estate revenue goes into the SEVIDS budget, so we actually put BDCC money into it. And everything that we do with the town money is we basically go out and leverage it. We bring dollars that aren't here from the federal or state government into the region. And most of those dollars that we bring in just wouldn't come here. Other agencies can't or won't do the kind of fundraising that we do. So we're really focused on making your local dollars turn into new dollars from outside. So.
In the back, Sky.
Thank you. Sky Morse, Sweet Pond Road. To me, this is a no-brainer of an investment. Jen already laid out a number of companies in this area where our friends and neighbors here in Guilford are employed, who SEVIDS and BDCC support. The work that the staff at SEVIDS does to support our community and our region is unparalleled across the state. The rural development corporations across the state look to the BDCC as an example of what can be done to support a local economy. And to not fund this is just shooting ourselves in the foot, in my opinion. every dollar that goes, as Jen just said, every dollar that goes to them is a vote in support of our local economy. And that is a signal to the federal and state funders that we're committed to working to support ourselves and to continue to grow this area. So I just want to add my voice in strong support of this measure.
Bill, up here.
Bill Murray from Weatherhead Hollow Road, and someone asked me to speak, and I said, well, given what happened last year after I spoke, maybe you don't want me to say much. But I did call Jen and spoke with her for quite a while, because I have some of the same concerns about how are we spending the money. But I have to say, I was on Windham Regional Commission for 10 years. I was part of the Vermont State Sustainable Jobs Fund Board for 7 years. And this CEVEDS and BDCC and Windham Regional Commission are so important to this part of the state, because you go to Montpelier and we're sort of forgotten. And the BDCC and CEVEDS and Windham Regional have incredible reputation outside of the area. And that's where the money that we're using for the different funding devices is coming from. They raised $415,924 last year from state and federal funding. And if you don't have a recognized organization that knows how to play the game with all of the funding sources, and the funding sources look to see, do the towns within the region fund this organization? Guilford's benefited tremendously, not just from CEVEDS, but through local efforts to raise money for the Guilford Country Store, the Volunteer Fire Department, the Broadbrook Grange. All of that money comes because people come and see the grantors that we participate and that we cough up our dough to support these things. This is just one of those financial supports that really brings benefits far beyond the $3 a piece that we're all asked to pay for. It would be, Sky was much more eloquent than I am about it, but it would be really silly not to fund this.
No, John had his hand up. Back here. Jethro, there's a woman behind you who's going to speak first. I'm trying to let people who haven't spoke have a chance.
You're a good runner. You're doing well.
She is a good runner.
Hello, I'm Dana Berry, and I'm from Melody Hill. And last year, I listened very carefully about whether we were going to fund this or not. Here, I find myself in a different capacity as a member of the CC4G. We are in the process of developing an early childhood education program that will be up and running maybe a year, 4 or 5 months from now. And the mentoring that I have received from BDCC has been just fabulous. It allows us to network with people that we never would have known about. Whether that comes down to actual dollars or not for us at this time, the biggest agenda item, it is to be able to get out there and let people know what we're doing. As a community, I really hope we decide to support this year. Thank you.
Yeah, Jethro. I would be interested in supporting, but just not so much money. I mean, I think right now where we're at with all these other services that we could save the money, and we could either for ourselves or for supporting other organizations. I mean, I'm not against it in itself, but it just seems like a lot of money.
Can I call the question, please?
Before we call the question, Jethro, did you want to offer an amendment or not? No. Okay. Okay, but you've spoken, John. There's a guy next to you who would like to speak, and then you can speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Gardner, a longtime resident of Guilford. After I retired from American Optical, I went to work for BDCC. I saw firsthand and participated in a number of the programs that they ran. I ran a business plan competition, and we're even helping those people that started businesses continuing today. I think it's an excellent organization. I think the work that they do, okay, is quite amazing. And a community or community area that needs that kind of service, and we do, okay, should expect to pay some amount, and I think the amount is quite reasonable. So I just want to say, as one person that has seen it, you know, for many years at AO, has worked in it for a few years after retirement, and continues to volunteer to help some of those businesses that have been started, I would definitely support funding this amount of money. Thank you.
John, and then if no one else has their hand up, then Richard's going to call the question. Richard, we've got to go through everyone who had their hand up.
John Shaw, East Mountain Road. I wanted to just respond to a couple of things, because Richard, you were responding to me earlier, and you said you hadn't seen their report. But I want to point out that in the report, their annual report, BDCC and CEVEDS have separate budgets. And so when this is the confusion I'm talking about, is all of these programs, which are great programs that people like Sky and Bill and everybody are talking about and people love, they are BDCC programs. And if we are here asked to fund CEVEDS, which is a different organization with a different budget, and that's why I'm trying to talk about following where the money is going. I think I personally am interested in this stuff because I too believe in strengthening our local economy and with community development. And so that's why I'm paying attention to it. But in their budget here, BDCC says their total revenue is over $4 million, which does not seem to jive with what we just heard, where they only have $100,000. They also have a revenue over expenses of $408,000. And so when we hear that they leveraged money to bring $415,000, but they themselves have revenue over expenses $408,000, it, to me, does not mean we need to raise taxes on ourselves to give them more money. So to me, I want to separate out the question of whether the programs are helping people or not with whether we should be funding them. I think that they haven't shown that they need our funding, and they even told us last year, they had a different person here last year, but he said they did not need our funding. Without our funding, these programs would still exist. So this is not about us trying to end these programs. It's not about like killing economic development. It's about whether we want to just give away public funds without the organization being accountable to us.
Okay, the question's been called. It takes a second and a 2/3 vote. Do I hear a second? Okay, it takes a 2/3 vote to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate on this article signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. It appears that that's 2/3. And you have voted to cease debate on the article. I will read it again and then we'll vote. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,363 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. It appears that it has passed. I think you have passed Article 7. Thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah, Article 8. Yeah, you already did. Is the Select Board ready to go back to Article 5?
Okay. So I'm going to try to clarify what happened. First, I want to apologize. There are some incorrect numbers that have been printed in our town report, which were not caught. I'm glad it was caught by you. I mean, it says a lot. But so as a select board member, it got by us. And what I'm going to go back to, and I'm going to have Peter explain, is our approved budget. So I'll start with the town article. That is correct. That number is correct, the $1,020,911. What is incorrect is our town book. And what I'm going to have Peter do is just walk us through line by line the inconsistency or incorrections in that, and then we will move from there, I hope.
So with your permission, we'll allow Peter Rude to address the body.
Yep, I will. Can everyone hear me? Okay, I'm looking at pages 12 and 13 of the town report for those of you who have one with you. As Gordon noted, under the FY21 proposed numbers, some of those that were printed this year were incorrect, and I wanted to address those. For those of you who don't really care about numbers, I apologize. I just want to make this public. So if we start on page 12, under highway expenses for FY21 proposed, the wages general should say $208,835. Under health insurance, yes, I will repeat that, for FY21 proposed for wages general on page 12 should state $208,835. Everyone get that? Okay, for health insurance under FY21 proposed, the number should read $53,045. For dental insurance, it should read $16,000 for FY21. And that's due to a new employee. I'm sorry, you're correct. It's 1,600. It's 1,600. It's 1,600. And then the vision insurance should actually state $275 under FY21 proposed. And then move down towards the bottom of that column for highway expenses. C&S tree removal for FY21 should state $10,000. And then the total for that should be $480,396. So moving on to under FY21 for wages for winter, that should state $135,515. Then under the sand for FY21, it should state $40,000. Everyone following along? So that total should be $210,515. $210,515. Mr. Moderator, a couple people have their hands up.
Oh, so are those all the corrections?
No. Do you want me to finish the corrections first?
Yeah, let's finish the corrections.
Okay, on page 13, under small tools and equipment for FY21, the far right-hand column should state $3,500. Under building maintenance, under the same column, it should state $3,000.
Tools with 3,500.
Thank you, Katie. The category is Town Garage on page 13, about 1/3 of the way down. Just to repeat, small tools and equipment should read 3,500. Building maintenance should read 3,000 for a total of 34,500. That total, if you add each category total up, that will equate to $1,020,911.
Okay, questions or comments? Kathy?
As an auditor, I'd like to apologize for not catching that. And I encourage you to elect a new auditor so we can do a better job of proofreading.
And coincidentally, we have a third auditor candidate up for election. Katie. Here's Macy.
Katie Buckley, Fern Drive. So you have a budgeted $44,000 deficit. So.
As soon as this is done, I'm going to address the revenue side.
Okay.
In response to what Katie asked, I just said I was going to let that stop, and then I was going to address the revenue side.
Okay, Katie's question was pointing out that there's a $44,000 deficit between expenses and revenue.
And if you want to be correct, it's actually a $44,105 deficit. So the number on page 11 for taxes general under FY21, it should read $874,461. When you add those numbers together, you'll get $1,020,911.
So Peter, that was taxes general, $874,461. Okay.
$1,020,911. She asked what the total was, and that's $1,020,911.
Other questions or comments? Katie.
Due to the change in the revenue, so it will increase taxes, there was a significant, there was a significant surplus in the highway fund in 2019. I just didn't know if there was a plan on how those funds were to be utilized and if there was any way that was going to be treated.
Peter?
I can speak to that. Good question, Katie. So the funds that were the surplus from the highway fund were dedicated to paving projects in town. We were not able to complete all the paving projects that were intended this year, so as those funds are dedicated for paving, they will be used in the coming year for additional paving projects.
Hi, Noreen from Merryneck Road. I am speaking into the microphone. I just have a question. So we're losing Alan on the highway patrol, but are we hiring 2 new people? Is that where we're getting the new person? So are we just replacing him, or are we hiring 2 people?
So
Right.
if I can't explain this correctly, Danny, I know certainly can.
Thank you.
What we did, knowing that Alan was going to retire, at the time we didn't have a firm date, but we knew it was coming soon, we brought another person in to start training with the crew. So we had the additional person last year. As Alan steps away, we are not planning on replacing that body. We're back to a 5-man crew.
Okay. So will that lower the revenue? And is that my understanding? It's going to then lower the revenue of the money that
on the
for the
expense
employees,
side?
the expense side. Yes, I'm sorry, not revenue. trying to put some funds back into our town that we're giving
well,
away.
I'm thinking about this because there are some other pieces to this equation. What we have planned for the expense side in terms of wages for next year is inclusive of what has planned up until this point. Moving forward to the next year, I can't sit here and definitely say it's going to lower it. I don't think it will increase the wages. If we find that there's a need for some part-time support, yeah, I'll be honest, having a 5-man road crew is pulling our group of guys as thin as we possibly can. If we didn't have the caliber of individuals that work for this town on our road crew, we'd have to have another individual hired. And what
I don't disagree.
What Dan does in terms of forecasting, planning, controlling cost, especially in the area of wages, is it's our hats off to Dan for keeping us to where we literally are in terms of our expenses on our highway road crew. I guess my bigger concern would be when the day comes when Dan decides to step down, and I'm not trying to be a bearer of bad news, but Dan is starting to consider that, and as we move forward, that's a whole, I think, a whole nother discussion that is going to be really tough for this town. Are we going to maintain our roads the way we always have with a new individual who won't be as, Dan's been here for 40 some odd years, and he understands every aspect of this. He controls his budget, as I said, on every aspect of it, and he controls his employees in terms of, overtime and doing the job that is expected, especially during the winter months. So it's a hard question to specifically answer. I would say that wages are going to hold pretty much where they are in terms of our proposed budget for this upcoming year into the future.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to mention the reason why I brought that up was for that reason exactly. I've lived here my entire life, and I know Dan very well, and I know the work that gets done in this town, and I am so proud of that. Knowing that, what would happen when he left? And, my husband also does this for work, and he's done this and worked for other towns and contracted for the towns to do the work that would also help this town. It's also an idea, but the point is when we actually need to start giving these guys what they deserve, we're going to be needing to either give less to other places to focus on our roads or just more attendance. This is beautiful. This is the most attendance I've seen in a while. So thank you for listening to me.
Alan, did you have your hand up? Alan? No? Brenda?
Yeah, I think a few people have alluded to it, but this is the work of the road crew is one place where we really see the impact of climate change on our town. All of us experience that just when we walk out our doors. But I remember Dan talking about in old-time snow, people could go home, get some rest, and come back and plow. But the way we have this ice and sleet now, people are just out there all night, and it's just a kind of very down-home way that we're all going to have to be thinking about this with gratitude and foresight and everything else.
Other comments or questions? Seeing none, we will vote on Article 5. Shall the town vote to approve highway fund expenditures in the amount of $1,020,911 for fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, for which revenues will be raised through taxes and other sources? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And you have passed Article 5. Article 9, do I hear a motion?
Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $6,000 for Guilford Cares?
Is there a second?
Do you need to repeat it?
Yes, I will. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,000 for Guilford Cares? Is there any comment or questions? Yes.
My name is Sandy Lynn, and I'm here representing the Guilford Cares Board. Last year at this time, we did not have a community nurse. Guilford Cares was founded by a nurse who saw the need for someone who could give service in people's homes. Now we have a community nurse, and her name is Sandy Mers. Will you stand up? She brings many years of service, a lot of it to elderly people. She worked with Beata, and she is familiar with the concept of helping people stay at home and get the services that they need. She can draw blood. She can give shots. She can help you contact a doctor, make an appointment. She can go with you to a doctor's appointment to be another pair of eyes and ears. If you're in a quandary about your condition, what you really need, she can help you talk about that, figure that out, and make some referrals for you. Our director, Leah Gessner, knows of many resources that you may want to take advantage of. Anyway, the nurse. I know you're familiar with the food pantry. There's a bounteous supply of food there every single week. We have volunteer drivers. I get driven once a week because I can't see anymore to drive. A volunteer takes me and another woman food shopping and for errands. That same volunteer will take you to a doctor's appointment, to a community event. We have a lot of medical equipment that is being loaned out all of the time. All of these services are free of charge. Thank you. And thank you for your support, your individual support, and the support of the town for Guilford Cares.
Any other comments? Yes.
Ellie Cappy Goldfarb, Lee Road. I'm a nurse at Grace Cottage Hospital. I've been in touch with Leah quite a bit because the other communities, this is hearsay, but Putney, Dummerston, the other communities, Putney Cares, Guilford Cares, only loan out equipment or give equipment to residents of those towns. And this came up at the hospital one day, and I said, I don't think that's true for Guilford. And I contacted Leah, who said, we will give equipment to whomever needs that equipment. And I spread that around, and that is something that makes Guilford special. And when I went and saw what Leah has over there, I was floored. And so many times people need a walker, you need a wheelchair, you need crutches for 2 months, 5 months, while you're rehabbing or until a loved one dies. And it's, rather than spending the money for something new, it's such an amazing resource, and I just wanted to give my plug to that.
Thank you, Ellie. Yes. Right there. Got it.
You didn't say my name right. Michelle Frizzy, Guilford Center. I just want to tag onto that because I called Leah actually Saturday because my mother-in-law broke her pelvis and we needed a walker and all kinds of things really quick so she could go home. And no, she's not a Guilford resident. She lives right over the line. My husband and I are active in Guilford a lot. But without such an amazing organization in this town, I couldn't have fulfilled her needs. And I just want to say thank you.
Laura, up here.
I just want to stress something that Leah has told me over and over, the director. The Guilford Cares is, yes, about loading medical equipment, yes, about supporting with transportation. It's also about wellness. And Leah teaches Tai Chi. The idea is health and wellness in addition to what's already been said.
Other comments? Okay, we will vote on Article 9. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,000 for Guilford Cares? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have passed Article 9. Article 10, do I hear a motion?
Yes. My name is Zahn Eastis. I'm on the select board, recently appointed, and I live on Yaw Road off Weatherhead Hollow Road. Article 10, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $238,450 for the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department?
Is there a second? Okay.
There are representatives of the fire department here to answer any questions if we have them. This is a pretty straightforward request. It's a very minor increase this year of $8,387.
Any questions or comments? Jared.
Good morning. Is this thing on? I'll try to make it short and sweet. I know everybody wants to get to lunch. First of all, thank you for everybody in your support. Everybody at the station sees it. They appreciate it. They notice it. As he said, our slight increases, we're going to be doing some building maintenance. Our building's getting to that point. Our next little piece that we had that we'd like you to know is we've taken over the years and developed a sinking fund for a new truck. We've got that truck. It's in service. If anybody cares to, we're there Tuesday nights training. Come see it. It's a huge, beautiful new truck that you should know costs us a lot of money, and you did not see it in this budget. It didn't change one bit, which is a huge plus to all our trustees, our truck committee that spent years on going over, getting the details down so we got the truck we wanted. We replaced a 2-person cab with a 6-person cab so we could take our steady roster, which is hovering around 32 to 35, give or take, which is huge. That's huge for this area for a volunteer department to stay at that. The next little piece I wanted to talk about is it was mentioned earlier, the bond for the fire department, fire station has been paid. The last payment was spring or sometime. The last payment was $50,000. We've talked as a board, and we think it's a good idea that down the road, so we can do what we did with the truck, that we would like to try to keep that money coming to the fire department. We understand we want to keep taxes low. We want to keep our budget low, level funded up till this year, which is a slight increase. But we want to take that, we're thinking $35,000, put it into a capital fund for our roofs getting old. I know it doesn't seem it, but I think we're working on 15 years now at the new station. Expenditures like that. Down the road right now, we've gotten grants to get new equipment, which is now out back sitting in trailers. We'd like to, down the road, maybe put a lean-to or some sort of addition up to keep that expensive equipment under cover, and so we can keep it for longer. At this point, I'd like to make a motion to add $35,000 to the fire department budget.
So you're making a motion to add $35,000 to the budget, to the appropriation?
Yes, please.
Is there a second? Sorry, okay. So that's an amendment. We can discuss the amendment. So the article would read, raise and appropriate the sum of $273,450. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? Did we get a second? Okay. 35,000 as a for capital expenses, correct, Jared? Yep, for capital expenses. Yes.
Ann Ryder, Tater Lane. I guess I was sort of listening to your rap, but I wasn't understanding where the new money was needed. So could you run through what came up after the budget creation that needed an additional 35,000? Thanks.
Yes, after we did our budget process, and actually we went and we presented our budget to the select board, that's when we learned of the 50,000 bond payment being done, and we tried to, in quick fashion, figure out how we could somewhat keep some of that money coming to the fire department. So we want to put that money into a capital fund for building expenditures down the road. So hopefully, if we have to do something, we most likely will down the road, obviously, when things get older, we could do just like we did with our truck and not be a huge burden to the town coming to ask for a large sum of money. We'll have this building year to year.
Other questions or comments? Scott?
Hi. Sky Morse, Sweet Pond Road. I just want to clarify the request. As I understand it, there was a bond that the town took out to build the fire station, and you'll have to forgive me, I'm relatively new back here, so I'm trying to catch up on history. So we took out a bond, and it took us some number of years to pay down the bond, and we've now paid it off. So in theory, there is some amount of money that we are no longer paying on that bond. And if I understand the proposal correctly, it is to take less than all of that. So there is a net savings to the town year over year, but to take something less than that payment and put it aside into an account so that when a capital expenditure is needed, like the roof, that we will have funds and we won't have to dig into our pockets to fund this. And perhaps we can have some additional clarification on funding sources that are available for this type of thing versus equipment. It's my understanding that there is funding available for rural departments like this for equipment, but for a new roof, that type of funding may be more difficult to come by, and so this is trying to help us all plan ahead for a large expenditure down the road. Is my understanding correct?
Jared, you want to answer that?
Sure. And I apologize. I was trying to make it quick. I didn't give the history of the bond, and you're right on that. The money that the town saved with the bond this year, I think it was $50,000. I think there's, if we did our gazindas right, there's $36,000 roughly that we would be saving. So 35 would bring us back to about level. And as far as grants for equipment, we have a very huge addition to our trustees. Dan Engel does a huge bonus for us, getting us grants and writing things. Federal grants, we're actually completing one right now for a set of jaws and extrication equipment. We've gotten one for water rescue equipment 2 years ago for $28,000. That does everything, including the training. So yes, we are out there going after those grants, and it depends on projects and when the project's happening and when the funding is available. So yes, when those projects come up, we definitely do search everything to try to make it feasible for everybody.
Katie? Macy? Can we have the mic up front?
Katie Buckley, Fern Drive. I totally support that a capital fund is created for the fire department. I think that is really forward thinking and very intelligent in terms of how to approach it. I would suggest that the town actually create a segment of its capital fund specifically for the purpose of funding capital improvements to the fire station, and that since it is taxpayer money, that it is held with the town and it's used for the express purpose of the fire station, and that the town manages it, it's protected. You guys are a nonprofit, no offense to you, but as someone who has participated in nonprofits, and I think you're all amazing, and I think everybody involved right now is great, but that doesn't protect you all in the future in case you do have a mismanagement of funds that the taxpayer money is at any risk.
So are you proposing an amendment?
I'm not quite sure how you want to do that, sir, moderator.
Well, we're considering an amendment now. We can amend that amendment to I suppose, for the town to create a town-managed fund for the $35,000 for capital expenses for the fire department. Okay. Point of order. Okay. Yes.
It's possible, I'm seeing nods, that Jared will accept an amendment to his amendment, and without discussion on our part, he'll make some changes, and we'll be able to do what was suggested. I'm Kelly Frost from the Lee Road.
Don has his hand up. I think he's going to take issue with my ruling, or it's not my suggestion.
I'm not the parliamentarian, but Don McLean, Packer Corners Road, I think that would require a separately warned article on a future meeting. If it's not part of the fire department's budget anymore, I don't think we can suddenly create a town capital fund.
Okay, yeah, that could be true. So, go ahead, Sheila.
So, Sheila Morris, Melody Hill. I think there's a workaround. Let me think. First of all, the select board can establish by its own vote, can establish a reserve fund for any purpose and vote. And so if it is the will of this body, and I think maybe we could take a sort of, get an indication of whether or not this works. Katie, you want to help me out here?
So I think the workaround could be that we approve the fire department's amendment to their budget amount. Okay, so it's an amendment to the warrant article. Don, I'm going to look across at you to help me out here. With the caveat that they in turn pay the town of Guilford that amount to be deposited into the town capital fund, which is already in existence, so you don't need to create another fund, and that it is called out separately, which you'll notice the capital fund is in there separately in your town report, for the express purpose of the fire department capital improvements. And you can even specify what those are.
And can I just say one more thing, Rick? I would like to say that because, so it was a big deal that we paid down this $50,000 bond, but every year it was $3,600 something in interest. So I'm just going to call out, shout out to Katie, who years ago, as our town administrator, had us in this body establish a capital fund for all the town's assets. And so we have money saved up so that we don't have to go into debt for the garage improvements, for the town office improvements, for the library building, the museum, etc. This town has money saved up so that we never increase our debt load, or we don't have to at this point, also for highway equipment. And so it makes a lot of sense for the fire department also to have its funds set aside for the same purpose, and I'm really strongly in favor of this. So, thank you.
Michael Kramer, Maple Hill Drive. Just a question. It's always dangerous to predict the future, but is the model here for the $35,000 that would be a one-shot drop that would go into whichever fund it goes into, or is this envisioned as that much or something comparable per year in the future?
Jared?
Per year, okay.
Per year.
Thank you.
New line item. Jackie?
Hello. Jackie Gaines, Route 5. I approve completely with this 35,000, but maybe I am one of the really simple people here, which I'm okay being. I'm getting confused. I think to start trying to do another 35, I would hope that we could have a motion, second it, and vote on Jared's request, and then perhaps go ahead and do whatever you're trying to do for the select board that sounds like they already have the ability to do, which is great that there's a great amount of people here, though, that can hear it, and it can be voted on today in addition to the first one. That would be my wish.
Okay. Sure. Well, before we call the question, it's my understanding that if we were going to set up the fund or transfer the money, that would have to be an amendment to the amendment. We can't vote on this extra 35,000, pass it, and then have another article which is not warned about where the money goes and how it's handled. So are we okay in passing the amendment and then just leaving it up to the fire department and the select board to transfer the money into the town capital fund? Are people okay with that? Okay. One more comment? Oh, and then, someone's called the question. Hold on. Someone's called the question. Sorry, before your hand was up. Oh, you did? Okay. Sorry, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Mike Iacona, Meadow Sky Drive. I have a question. If we were to allocate money to the fire department, where would it come from? Do we have excess in the budget to pay for it, or would we have a deficit?
This would come from the $50,000 that you normally would have been paying for the bond that you're no longer paying anymore. So the 35 would come out of that savings. We've allocated some of that, it looks like, in the town report. So I think there's like 36 left, so 35 would bring you back to zero. If I'm right. No?
Partially what Jared, I think there's just two different thought processes. Over time, this would increase taxes from where we are day one today if we added a $35,000 per year increase for the fire department's capital equipment fund. So that would be spread out in the future in taxes. It's not like that money's just sitting in left field waiting to be utilized. But
Okay, the question's been called. Is there a second? Sorry, the amendment has been called and seconded. Takes a 2/3 vote to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate on this amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Okay, we will vote on the amendment to add $35,000 to the appropriation for the fire department, and then we'll vote on the actual amount. All those in favor of the amendment as stated, adding $35,000 to the appropriation for the the fire department, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. You have passed the amendment, and now we will vote on the amended Article 10. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $273,450 for the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have passed Article 10. Now it's noon. We've got a couple options. We can break for lunch. We can keep going, or we can hear from Sarah. Break for lunch? Okay, and Becca's not here, right? Okay.
I don't really want to be looked at as Dana Barry at this moment. I would like to be looked at as Reagan Beebe, who is the CC4G's community ambassador. She is going to be working with our families as we did when we were working on the Pramis grant, and we're going to be starting up some spring activities. So you'll be hearing from her probably on Front Porch Forum. The CC4G and Delta Campus are together and working on retrofitting a building that Omega is donating to CC4G to start an infant early childhood care center with the hopes of having the building and all of the licenses ready to go at the end of next school year, May, June, with the idea of offering summer camps. Programs going to offer care for infants, waddlers, toddlers, and as they get to 3 years old, we'll hold them until they get to 4 years old, where they might be able to come here to the Guilford School program, or they might be able to stay with us until they're 5. It's going to serve Guilford's children, Omega's employment children, and if there's room for other children in the surrounding community. I'm going to read one of the 4 members that we have on the Parent Advisory Committee very quickly while people are coming in and sitting down. So I'm not Dana Barry. I'm not Reagan. I am Brittany Christensen, who owns the Top Tier Bakery over here with the country store. If she were here, she and Megan had to leave because their children that are in their arms had to go home and get their lunch and their nappies. If we had a child care center, they could be here all day and talk to you about how wonderful it is. Instead, I'm going to very quickly read what Brittany had hoped to present. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us today. My name is Brittany Christensen, and I own a small wholesale business right here in Guilford, the Top Tier Baking Company, located in the Broadbrook House. Have you ever wondered what goes on in that quiet space next to Guilford Country Store? Well, Top Tier operates as a wholesale business, providing desserts for local restaurants, businesses, specializing in weddings and events. Nearly 3 years ago, I moved my shop from West Brattleboro to this beautifully renovated space in Guilford with plans of grandeur. Then, 2 months after opening, our family found out we were to be blessed with a daughter who is now 2 years old. As a sole proprietor and a mom of 2, one that attends Guilford School, I've been faced with the challenges of finding quality and affordable childcare that meets the needs of our families and our work schedules. As a member of the Parent Advisory Committee, I'm fortunate to be working with CC4G on implementing standards and policies, as my daughter will attend the facility. We would like to encourage the community members to spread the word, and we welcome other parents to attend meetings and offer feedback. Having a child care program right here in Guilford, a little bit of the Delta campus has a little sliver of Guilford land, since we couldn't really find a big space for the program, so she's correct, in Guilford, located very conveniently for me. We appreciate the community support and look forward to seeing this early childhood education in the near future. Young moms, if you need and want to help us develop our policies and procedures regarding the who, why, what, where, and whens that licensing requires of us, just look at our website. The program's going to be open 10 hours a day, year-round, with summer camp. And Leah, when we spoke around the holiday season, we had this feeling of grandeur that maybe we could bring in some of our elders, like me, part-time, and be able to get an intergenerational program going for all of us. Thank you very much.
Now, with your permission, we'll suspend the rules and let our Senator Becca Balint address the body, if there's no objection.
I wanted to start by saying, so I'm one of your 2 senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro with my family, but I used to teach here at the Guilford Central School, and it was some of the best years of teaching that I did. So I always feel a little bit like I'm coming home here. I wanted to start with a quick prop to Representative Sarah Coffey. It has been such a pleasure to get to know her better through her work in the legislature. She is such a hard worker for the towns of Guilford and Vernon. I just want you to know that. So, and I wanted to make a quick announcement about the coronavirus, just briefly. The Vermont State Health Department put out a number last night that I'm letting folks know this morning. We consider ourselves in Vermont global citizens, and hello, Ann Ryder. Many of us travel, and the Vermont Health Department put out this number last night. So if you have a pen, if you can write it down, if you've been traveling, it's 802-863-7240. And the reason why I'm giving that out, 802-863-7240, is because we may be carriers and we don't know it. And we are surrounded now by states that have all had cases of coronavirus. It's just a matter of time. We have so many people who are at risk in our county, elderly people that are more at risk than some of us, and we should all be doing our part. So if you think you may have been exposed because of traveling, please give the health department a call. They do now have testing kits from the CDC, so they can guide you towards actions that you can take to keep your neighbors safe. So the other thing I wanted to talk to you about is the two committees that I sit on. I sit on the Economic Development and Housing Committee and the Finance Committee. And we have been doing a lot of work in my morning committee on housing in Vermont. We have an incredible shortage of housing at all income levels in pretty much every region of the state. We made a huge investment in 2017, $37 million investment, which was then parlayed into about $150 million of investment statewide. The largest investment in housing in a decade, which has been amazing, has put 800 new housing units online, but it's still a drop in the bucket. We need so many more. So we had gone to the treasurer to ask if maybe we could do another large bond, and she was concerned about our bond rating in the state. So we're looking at some other interesting strategies, and one that I want to tell you about is tax increment financing. And I will not bore you too much with the details, but let you know that in Vermont, these TIF districts have been available to larger towns and cities as a way to invest in infrastructure. And they haven't been available for smaller towns, but we know that in rural parts of Vermont, we need help from the state in order to do investments, especially around sewer and water, to be able to build housing and also other businesses in our town centers. So we're calling them mini TIFs, and hopefully we'll be able to get them both through the Housing Committee and the Finance Committee, but it will be an exciting opportunity for towns like Guilford to take advantage of that. The other work that I've been doing this session that I'm very proud of is my work on pharmaceuticals. So the Finance Committee deals with taxes, but we also deal with issues surrounding insurance. And one important bill that I want to tell you about is that we were hearing from many Vermonters about the cost of insulin. And I don't know how many of you understand what has been happening, but the cost of insulin has tripled in the past decade, and it has become an emergency for many diabetic patients here in Vermont. They cannot afford the insulin. We had someone come to my committee a couple weeks ago. She was paying $1,600 out of pocket a month for her insulin. So the federal government needs to take action on this. But until that time, we felt like we needed to do something for these Vermonters. So we passed a bill in the Senate that will cap the amount of out-of-pocket costs that a patient will pay for insulin at $100, regardless of how many drugs that they need. Because what's happening is these patients are rationing their insulin, and they're getting incredibly sick. And this is a life-threatening condition. So we wish we could do more. It is the issue right now that has gotten me the most angry in my work in the legislature this session, because if you look at the charts of the three main insulin drugs, there is no other way to look at it except that there is price fixing going on with the pharmaceutical companies. The patent for insulin was sold for $1 back in 1923 to the University of Toronto, and the doctor who sold it said, "I don't want anyone to make money off of this because it's a life-saving drug." And here we are, Vermonters spending hundreds of dollars that they don't have on this. So I'm hoping my colleagues in the House will be able to shepherd that through. The other thing I wanted to tell you about is we're hearing a lot in the Senate about the crushing student debt that so many families are carrying. And again, there has to be a lot of work that's done at the state and federal level that will take many, many months of wrangling in order to make some real progress on this issue. But in the meantime, we are partnering with the Department of Financial Regulation to start regulating our student loan servicers, because it came to our attention that many Americans are paying billions of dollars in additional interest because they've been steered towards loans that are unfavorable in their terms. The average Vermont borrower for college carries about $31,000 in debt, and that's $200 a month for 13 years if you're able to make that payment monthly. So these young families who are trying to make investments in other places in their community and buying houses and investing in their communities do not have the money because of the amount of debt they're carrying. So we are finally regulating these loan servicers, and will hopefully be able to get Vermonters in more favorable terms for their loans. So I will be reporting more on that in the future if it does, again, make it through the House. But both those bills, the insulin bill and the student loan servicer bill, passed unanimously in the Senate. Democrats and Republicans coming together to put Vermonters at the center of the conversation. So I really wanted you to know that. The last thing I want to say before I turn it over to Representative Coffey is only 30 people in the state of Vermont get to represent you in the Senate. And I love my job, and I'm grateful to all of you who have sent me there to do work on your behalf. Thank you.
We are so lucky to have Senator Ballant as one of our two Windham County senators. And I wanted to let folks know, while we're up in Montpelier, we as a delegation meet every other week, and we're so fortunate that the House members and our senators get along. That's not true for every delegation in the state, and I'm just so grateful for her leadership and her style and all that she's doing in the Senate to represent all of us. And it's really an honor to be here for the second year, standing before you as your state rep. It's really an honor to represent you, and to have your trust in me. And I gotta say, by that thick town report that we've been looking at, it's just remarkable how much this community gets done. And I wanna say, up in the State House, I get to hear how others see our town. And it makes me so proud, because we see that others see how Guilford is coming together across differences to find common ground and a vision for our community. You heard it earlier from the Seveds BDCC folks. I don't know if you picked up, and they're like, well, in Guilford, you might not have this problem. It's not because we're an affluent community, it's because it's a community that works together. So I'm so, so proud to be from Guilford and representing you in the House. And our neighbors over in Vernon are often asking me and looking over to our town that is of a similar size. How do you guys get things done in Guilford that we're trying to do? So I want you all to know that this town is really shining bright, and it's really I'm really so proud and honored. And I just wanted to be brief. I hope that I have more detailed updates in my legislative report that I've left at both of these tables, but I just wanted to give you a sense of where we are. It's an exciting time in the legislature. We're almost halfway through. We're coming to a period it's called crossover, which is almost the halfway point. So there's a lot of action on the floor. We're getting our priorities and our bills out of committee and onto the floor, and I want to say I'm so proud of some of the work that we did. We overrode the governor's veto of the minimum wage bill, which I think is hugely important, and I've heard from a lot of you. And it's hard to do this in the House with 150 members, but we had 100 folks come together for that. Also, we took steps to modernize Act 250, and some of the work that we do is in the finer details and don't get onto the House floor, but I was pretty excited because I was able to talk to some members of that committee to get village centers included in the language as being, because there's an idea that there'll be a potential exemption for downtowns so that we can have more compact development in Vermont and less suburban sprawl and protection of our forests. So that bill was voted out of the House. It was a long debate. It's a complicated bill, and it's going to be going to the Senate. And I think it's I think there's room for some improvement. It wasn't perfect, but we got some really good things, protection of our trails, including village centers, into the language. So, that's what it's all about, is about finding some compromise. So we're about that. But the thing I'm most proud about happened the week before last, where we as Vermont passed, with a tripartisan support, the Global Warming Solutions Act, which we know that climate change is one of the biggest challenges facing our time. And with this bill, we will have a plan to meet our targets, and state government will be accountable. It is a hugely important step. It's not the last step. We know we have a lot more work to do. We know we will be revisiting this legislation, but we're really excited. And we had a huge, overwhelming vote, 105 votes in support of it, which is a tripartisan effort, and a big hats off to the chair and vice chair of the House Energy and Technology Committee, one of whom is a Windham County rep, Laura Sibilia. And I just wanted to give you a couple of quick highlights to let you know what I'm working on. And a lot of attention gets paid to what we do on the House floor, but really so much of the work that we do is in committee. Unlike the Senate, we in the House have one committee. So the description that is, as a freshman legislator has told me, that the Senate gives it the 30,000-foot view, and then we get into the weeds or the details. My committee is House Institutions and Corrections, which is both a money and a policy committee, which I love having those two realms. We focus on the capital bill, which is how we allocate and spend our state bonded dollars. So this session we've been looking a lot at the moratorium on school construction, and we're working through some of that. We're helping our colleagues in House Education. Our state bonded dollars also go to fund things like the level 1 beds at the Brattleboro Retreat, among other things like our veterans homes, our police barracks, our forest parks and recreation, and our clean water fund. When we go back, my committee is going to be doing some very deep work on Justice Reinvestment 2, which is some very deep work coming out of the Council on State Governments, and working to make some pretty significant reforms in our corrections and criminal justice system. And we know that folks right now, we're experiencing this in a number of ways in Vermont and in Windham County, that there are mental health issues and substance use disorders, and it's hitting our corrections, our courts and our correctional systems in a very significant way. And what the work that we're going to be doing is looking at how we can put more emphasis on getting people and support in the community, because we know that getting mental health treatment in a correctional facility is not always the ideal place to do that. So it's really exciting work and to improve the outcomes for people reentering from prison, but also keeping in mind public safety and also our tax dollars, because it costs anywhere between $52,000 and $65,000 a year to incarcerate a person in the state of Vermont, and we know we can do better. We in Vermont, our Department of Corrections is within the Agency of Human Services, which is a very good thing because it puts people and humanity at the center of things. So it's a great committee to serve on. So really, I want to say thank you again for electing me to this seat. It's really an honor to represent you. And if the moderator allows us, do you want us to take any questions for Senator Ballin and myself? If folks have a couple of questions, Senator Ballin. And we know you have some more work to do, so we don't want to take up a lot of time, but we can open it to the floor. Do you want to, if people can use the microphone, because that way it gets on the BCTV tape as well. Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Laura Lewis, Melody Hill. Sarah, you were talking about the mental health situation, and what could you just run through that one more time? I have a question if I understood it correctly.
Sure. In my committee, are you talking specifically about Brattleboro, or are you talking about the statewide?
Whatever you'd like to share.
Okay. What's interesting in my committee, we look at the whole system of mental health. We have the commissioner and the secretary of the Agency of Human Services talk about the beds that we have in the state from the emergency rooms on up. And we know that what was a huge eye-opener to me was to see how significant role that the Brattleboro Retreat plays in that. And the state has asked the Brattleboro Retreat to build level 1 beds, which they're in the process of completing this year. So I'm going to let you finish your question.
Well, the question has to do with the fact that we, for some reason, had to do with timing, don't seem to be going to act on the HCRS request for funds. And am I correct that they are a mental health group? Yeah. So, I don't like the fact that Guilford is the only town that's not helping with that, when I'm sure we make use of it in some way.
Sure, I think that's a question of parliamentary procedure that our moderator, I think that they didn't, my understanding is that they didn't get their request in time. It's not that this town doesn't want to act on it, because I think, as long as I've been here, we have always supported HCRS. So I think that, I don't think that they didn't have the signatures, is what I'm hearing.
But is there some way we can be helpful even if they didn't do their homework?
So I'm just saying it, repeating back, not without a warned article. So I'm sorry, Linda.
Laura.
I mean, it's Laura, sorry, Laura.
Whoever.
Yeah,
Whoever.
L, sorry.
Thank you.
Yep.
But so if I could just add, just to be clear, HCRS is one of our designated agencies that deals with mental health throughout the state. We have several of those, what we call the DAs, and so they get a significant amount of funding from the state as well. I just want to be clear on that. It's not just individual towns that may be supporting them in that work.
Sean?
Sean Murphy. Hey, thank you very much. I was especially encouraged to hear that you're working on possibility of construction for schools. And the WSESD has done a feasibility study, and there might be an addition on the Academy School. And so I was really hoping that, considering where we are in terms of financial wherewithal, that would be excellent. And then it's actually a two-part question. The other one is the weighting study that came out in 2019, and it would be a huge advantage and I think a realistic coalescence of funding for the WSESD if the weighting study was implemented as soon as possible. We could really use the relief. Thank
Sure.
you.
So why don't I take the school construction piece, and I'll let Senator Ballin answer the other question. It's a great question, and thank you, Sean, for serving. It's really important to have our voice on that district school board. So a few weeks ago, my committee we had a joint committee with House Education to look at school construction, and our committee weighed in on some of it. Let me give people some history and background without taking up too much time. The state of Vermont has had a moratorium on school construction since 2007. Now, that doesn't mean that school construction hasn't happened. Bond votes have come before town, but prior to that, there had been money through the capital bill that would fund up to 30% of qualified expenses in school construction. So as you can easily imagine, it's 2007, do the math, 13 years ago, there's pressure building up. Many of our schools were built about 50 years ago when we created the Vermont Bond Bank to deal with school construction in our state. So there's a logic to 50 years after construction that many of our schools need have major work done. It's not going to be a quick fix, is the answer. What's coming out of the House Education Committee is a recommendation to do a statewide study. We also don't have the capacity within the Agency of Education. There used to be a position there that would help schools with their school construction. There's another critical piece to this, and that in Vermont, you've heard Senator Ballin talk about the treasurer not being willing to put more money in to take out bonds for housing. There's a finite amount of money that we can borrow as a state. And so we're, with some of the bond issues that are on the ballots around the state this year, if they all get approved, it really pushes us dangerously close to our limit. And we don't have right now currently a process that both prioritizes. We're paying for any school construction that's happening in South Burlington the same way that South Burlington will help in Brattleboro or Guilford through the funding formulas that we have. The big question is we don't want our capacity. My concern is we don't want that capacity to run out before some of our smaller rural less advantaged schools and school districts have a chance to do that. So this, if it passes out of the House, which we hope it will, and go on to the Senate, is we'll have an opportunity to at least have a new mechanism and a new tool in a $1.5 million investment to do an assessment of what's going on in our schools and a process for moving forward. So that's a long answer to your question, and I'd be happy to talk to some of the district school board members. That fund is not the only way for us to do construction in our schools. We can still go out for a bond with the school district. So the house is not burning down yet. So yeah, but.
So to your question about the weighting study, this is something that concerns your entire delegation. We have a lot of schools within the county that stand to get more money from the new pupil weighting study. So for those of you who haven't followed this, essentially a study was commissioned for UVM to do a deep dive in how money was allocated per pupil. And what they realized is that that initial weighting that was given to each pupil did not really take into account the cost of what it is to educate folks who are living in poverty, for one example. There are many different criteria that they looked at. And I just want to reassure you, my kids go to Green Street in Brattleboro. And in my second term in the Senate, the level of the kids who are qualifying for free and reduced lunch hit 70%. So I am well aware of this issue. I have brought it to the attention of the chair of Senate Education. As Sarah said, it won't be quick, but our eyes are absolutely on it, and many schools in Windham County stand to benefit if we do adopt a different weighting formula.
One more question?
Thanks to both of you. Steve Lemke, Green River, River Road. Vermont is one of the oldest states in the nation as far as age is concerned, and you keep hearing things on the radio and other places about facilities for aging adults. And I was wondering if the state had any plans for increasing, building, monitoring, regulating facilities that are, assisted living, nursing homes and things. It's a difficult problem because you need them, but if they're poorly run, then you have issues. So I was just wondering what was new or different in that.
No, we haven't looked at it.
So we're coming up against a philosophical decision that we made starting probably a decade ago in Vermont, in that we were prioritizing every Vermonter to be able to age in place where they wanted to age, which is for the vast majority of people at home, right? You want to be at home, you want to be surrounded by your loved ones. And what we're finding is we didn't quite factor in the amount of money it would cost to have visiting nurses and home health aides be able to make it possible for people to age in place. So I don't have a quick answer for you, except for we are very much aware of this problem, and we're trying to thread the needle carefully so that people do have the option to stay and age at home if that is what they choose. But there certainly is a swath of the population for whom that is not an option. They don't have the network at home to be able to do that. I spent some time at a facility earlier this month in Brattleboro, and they talked about what they're seeing now is you've got so many families now that have both, if you have two parents at home, they're both in the workforce, just trying to make ends meet. And that wasn't necessarily the case 20, 30 years ago. So the network that's been there to allow people to age in place in the past is not really there in the same way anymore. And so I absolutely share your concern, and I'd love to actually chat with you afterwards if you have a minute.
And I can't add a whole lot, except that I know in the House, there's a little bit of information on this report. The House is looking to pass the Older Vermonters Act. It's in our House Human Services Committee, because I think the case is to be made that sometimes we talk about Vermont, but we want Vermont to be the best place to age. We want to be inviting and support our seniors. And so we often hear about it spoken about in negative terms, but as I was speaking with somebody over lunch, I mean, it really, this is a great place to live and work no matter what age you are. And I think we do need to, with the demographic bubble that's going through our country, we want to have some supports better in place. And I think this is part of the conversation. There's an older workers caucus and older Vermonters caucus rather in the House, and we're definitely looking at this too. So, yeah, go ahead.
So last thing I want to say is I know many of you here in Guilford, because I hear from you through emails and phone calls, care a whole lot about the climate change initiatives that we're taking on. What we've been hearing from the governor's team is they need to hear from you directly. They need phone calls. They are not necessarily trusting that what we're telling them about what we're hearing back home is actually what Vermonters want. And so I have a good relationship with the governor. We work closely together on this particular issue. I'm getting very, very tired and frustrated with hearing that Vermonters don't care about this issue. So if you do, please call the office. Don't write a letter, don't write an email, take the time to call. Thank you.
Thank you.
We still on? Okay, thank you both, Senator Ballin and Representative Coffey. We are at Article 11. Do I hear a motion?
This one appears to work. Article 11, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,880 for the following human service organizations? Well, I will read what all those organizations are. Youth Services. Would people like me to read the amount? Why don't I? $1,605. The Women's Freedom Center, $1,000. Groundworks Collaborative, $1,000. Visiting Nurse and Hospice for Vermont and New Hampshire, $6,300. Retired Senior Volunteer Program, $485. Senior Solutions, $850. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $300. Gathering Place, $500. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $350. Early Education Services, $850. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $350. Connecticut River Transit, $250. And SEVCA, $2,040.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I won't read the whole thing over again, except the introduction. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,880 for the following human services organizations? Any discussion or questions? It appears we're ready to vote on Article 11. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,880 for the following human service organizations? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have approved Article 11. Article 12, do I hear a motion? Wait one minute. Should I read it?
I'll read Article 12.
Good.
Shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without Is it on? There you go. Shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without discount, interest at 1% per month, or fraction thereof, be charges after October 15th?
A second? Yeah. Any discussion? Okay, Article 12. Shall the town collect its...
We have to vote?
I know, I'm putting it up to a vote here, I think. Article 12, shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without discount at interest of 1% per month or fraction thereof, will be charged after October 15th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. and you passed Article 12. Article 13, transact any other business that may lawfully come before this meeting.
Oh, Rick? I have,
Veranda.
oh, okay. So may I have the, okay, Gordon, put down your pencil. I know that you're all a little dotty from due diligence, but here is a poem for Gordon Little. Praise song for Gordon Little on leaving our select board. And I wrote this last night at 2 a.m. And I had help, not at 2 a.m., from Sheila Morse and from Sylvia Morse. Actually, there are quotations from both Sheila and Sylvia, and I also had help from Elizabeth and from Marty Ramsberg. So here we go. Town meeting. March calls us to order. Whatever the weather or viruses, neighbors, friends, we mingle, wade through warnings, contest, then come to clarity and lunch. Before the gavel falls, we mark the changes, climate, and the cost of gravel, the new school news, and now the need to bid farewell to one we've counted on. Gordon Little, whenever we gather, his voice is familiar. But wait a minute, what about, have we considered? What does Dan think? Will it make a difference if, or I'm fully in support of, sure, I'll take it on. Beyond our civic sphere, Gordon weighs in, always giving. At the hockey rink, he says, I bet you can do it. A young girl comes to own the ice. His daughter and son grow into champions. A host of children glow in his gaze. With love, his team evolves, prevails. Up Collier Road, Gordon strides with Bella, bounding through the maples. Here is the sugar house. Savor its history. Trees felled and milled by Harry Evans. Floor poured by Pete Wild and finished by truck light, high beams at nightfall. The old evaporator salvaged from Coombs. Life is sweet sweat equity. In many kitchens, alone with friends, Gordon makes a meal delicious, even kale. And he is no stranger to a heap of dishes. Calm in the barn, midwife to use. Gordon can deliver twins or singletons, feet first or breech, even with a class of youngsters gaping. Gordon welds farm implements older than his years, and he shows up when your baler's broken, rain approaching, just as his wife, the feisty surgeon, zooms in to repair our failing limbs. That was the joke. Fair-minded, far-sighted, even-handed, long-legged, open-hearted, self-effacing, steady-working, easy-going Gordon who has your back. And this is the Sylvia part. Great hugs, absorbed in and attentive to whatever the moment brings. Praise him.
Wow. So, Veranda, thank you very much for that. That's an extremely kind gift to be on my way with, and unbelievable. To the town of Guilford and to this great body that's up here, it's been an absolute honor to be a part of the Select Board. I have learned a great deal, and I appreciate the support I've gotten along the way from a multitude of people. For me, walking away, I think the biggest thing that I have enjoyed about this job is just learning new faces, new people, getting to know other, citizens in the town of Guilford. But what Guilford stands for more than anything is community. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of that community in a much closer way than I ever had before. So I thank you for the support that I've received my 5 years as a selectman. So thank you.
Thank you, Gordon, and thank you, Veranda. That is the kind of other business we like to conduct here. Linda.
Linda Heger, Packer Corners Road, and Chair of the Conservation Commission, in which capacity I'm addressing you. Okay, why am I wearing green today? St. Patrick's Day? No. I am representing the emerald ash borer who is coming to an ash tree near you sooner than we hope. And it turns out our town is very, very rich in ash trees. So we want everybody in town to be aware that there's a small iridescent green insect that will infest our ash trees probably within 5 to 10 years and take out 90% of them. So the Conservation Commission has been proactively working with the Road Commission to conduct an inventory to identify on the town right-of-ways and town properties the ash trees that are likely to be hazardous as they deteriorate. They become brittle and fragile and very difficult and expensive to take down through this process. So we are proactively working with the Road Commission to identify the trees and the rights-of-ways that are likely to fall on the road or on a house and take care of them first. And all of this is unfortunately going to be expensive because there is no state or federal money to assist with removal of the trees. The good news is that in the early stages, the wood is still usable for firewood and board wood, so we want to identify those trees early and take them down while they are still usable. And Veranda mentioned the possibility of distributing firewood in town, which is a great thing for us to tackle in the next few years. Landowners, you probably have ash trees, and on our table out there we have a couple of information sheets for you. We are not recommending you take down all your ash trees preventatively if they're not leaning over your house, but there's more information for you. We also have information on new web pages on the town website, which you can access under commissions. Conservation Commission has pages. We have a page on ash tree inventory and emerald ash borer. So in closing about this, we want everybody to be aware and thinking about where are the ash trees on your property, and also to consider possibly for next year establishing something like an ash tree removal reserve fund to make sure we're not hit with an unmanageable expense in 1 or 2 years as the cycle peaks. The town's already set aside about $8,000 for this coming year. We're pretty sure we're going to need more in the future. Thank you.
Sure. Zahn?
Zahn Eastus, Yaw Road. I'm here on behalf of just talking about the on your seat, there should be a sheet of paper that talks about the survey that we ask you to consider taking. This is about broadband. I know that a lot of work has been done in Guilford as well as around southeastern Vermont about the notions of broadband. What a frustration it's been in a lot of ways for a lot of communities. But there is funding available right now to do some study work so that we can learn more about what it might mean to actually bring broadband to Guilford. We're working very closely with the Windham Regional Planning Commission. We're also working with the other communities in the region here to look at the possibility of building a communications union district. To do that work, to find out whether or not we can even move forward, we need input from lots of people in this region. There are already, in the state of Vermont, there are 3 communication union districts that are standing as unique models. They're each 3 different models. We're looking here in southeastern Vermont at yet a different sort of model to move this idea forward. So there are a number of us on the select board, and Peter is our representative to this task force to look and consider deeply the issue of broadband in Guilford and make sure that we finally get a hold of it and we can be part of a larger effort that's coming down our way. So take the opportunity to fill out the survey. You can do it either online or you can do it via the mail. We have till March 17th, I think. So you have about 2 weeks to get that taken care of, and then we hope we can move forward. Thank you.
I'm Karen Murphy. I live in West Guilford. And I'm also on the Guilford Preservation Inc. board. And we've been having discussions about pedestrian safety in Algiers. And I know that the select board met with VTrans, and their final report, Gordon thinks, came out this past June. And unfortunately, VTrans did just about nothing. They did put up 2 signs. There's a sign if you're coming from Brattleboro, and there's another one if you're coming from the south that says pedestrian crossing next half mile. And I had never noticed it, and I imagine most of you hadn't either. But there are people who regularly need to cross that road to get to the store or back to their homes on the west side of Route 5. So one of the solutions that might be helpful is to put up those electronic speed monitoring signs, one on the south side of town and one on the north side of the town. Many studies have been done that show that these speed monitoring signs actually work. It's especially important if you're going northbound. On the new bridge, people come around the corner and they're still going 35 or more miles an hour. So if you look and see if your speed is 50 and you see one of those speed monitoring signs, it slows you down. Unfortunately, it's still 35, not 25 as asked, but even 35 would be better than 50. So unfortunately, there's no money from VTrans to install these signs. I've been given an estimate of $3,500 per sign. We might be thinking ahead to our highway department to install such signs. So thank you for any consideration.
Other business? Michelle?
So Michelle Frizee, speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission as the chair. There were these pieces on each of your seats, hopefully, talking about our town plan, where it's been 5 years. Our town plan's up in June again this year, but we would really enjoy public feedback on what we're writing. The draft that we have to share, there's a few copies still, I believe, by the door. It can be found online at guilfordvt.net. But we really would love for everyone in town to take a look at it, read it, come to our public hearing. I don't know, hearing forum feels formal, but on May 4th at BBCC at the Grange Broadbent Community Center, we will be getting together to talk about what's written. And if you have anything you would like to share, any changes you would like to make, any insight on any of it, please feel like you can come and share your voice. It's been a long process. We've gone through the town plan 3 times in the last 2 years, and we're still not in agreement on anything, but we're doing our best. And so I highly encourage you to use this opportunity to have a further voice in your town and come share your opinions with us May 4th for that meeting. Thank you.
Ellie, in the back.
Hi, I'm Allie Mayanen. I live on Merrineck Road. First, I'd like to thank you all for voting. Great job. There's been a lot of people. Secondly, I'm wearing green not because I'm a bug, but because I'd like to remind you of Green Up Day, which is the first Saturday in May, and I hope you all can help participate and clean up our roadsides. Third, very quickly, is the Rec Club has a flyer out to give you some more information about who we are. And the Rec Club owns property which is adjacent to the fairgrounds, and it includes a tennis court, ball field, a cabin, and a pavilion. And we're looking at the assets of the Rec Club, and we're going to be creating a capital plan to make sure that we can maintain those assets. So there's a quick survey. We'd love to hear, as many other organizations, we'd love to hear from folks in the community about what's important to them. And there's a small brochure here. If you don't get one today, we'll probably be mailing them out to everybody. So thank you.
Yes, Gordon.
A number of people spoke to me at lunchtime, and I just wanted to be very clear, circling back to the highway budget numbers again that Tim Harris had raised. I did not just go out back and whittle down some numbers so that they all fit. What I did, so that everyone is clear, is I took our verified numbers from the approved expense sheet that the select board had approved and applied it to those numbers to determine where the errors were. So I just want to be very clear that those numbers are on the official approved expense sheet for the highway budget for the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Any other business? Okay, before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I would just remind you that the school board, or not the school board, which we don't have anymore, but the Leadership Advisory Council is going to do a presentation, which is very worthwhile hearing. Some of us heard it at a pre-town meeting. Sean Murphy is also here to answer questions about the Unified School District. And there's a lot of good information, a lot of good things happening at the school, and I encourage you all to stay and hear that. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn? Al Franklin again, second year in a row. A second. Okay. All those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. And thank you for another town meeting.
All right, well, we're going to get started in hopes that some of you will sit down and stay. So my name is Beth Bristol. We're going to introduce the members of the Leadership Council and then go into a little bit about who we are, what we do, how we were formed. And then following our presentation, we have a really great video that was created by the students of Guilford School that highlights what they love about this place and some of the really cool, fun things that they do. So like I said, Beth Bristol.
Erin Kachuk. Amy Skolnick.
Alexis Moshevitis.
Tasha Tillman and Mackie Dove.
Hannah Salisbury.
John Gagnon.
And our Leadership Council is a bit different organized than the school board was. So some of us are parents, we're all community members, some are teachers, and the neat thing about the Leadership Council is that we're able to do that. We actually have 2 full-time teachers and some substitute teachers here on our board, and so it's organized differently and adds a lot of value. Our Leadership Council was formed in November as a subcommittee of the school board. We were the first Leadership Council to form in our district, which we're really proud of. There are currently 6 of us, but we would love to work up to a number of 10. So we're encouraging community members to join us. Currently, we meet every other Friday at 1 p.m. here at Guilford School. But when we were discussing our meeting time, we realized that that specific time may be difficult for some members of our community to attend. So we are holding quarterly meetings that are held in the evenings. And our first quarterly meeting was held at pre-town meeting. So we had a great turnout. So I think we're going to ask somebody to hit the lights. It will get dark for a moment, but you won't be able to see our presentation if we don't shut the lights. So if anyone needs the lights turned on, just give a shout, and our master electrician will plug the lights back in. As they're working on that, I'll explain a little bit about the differences between the school board and the leadership council. So the school board, as it always has, continues to work on policies, making decisions, forming the budget. Sean Murphy and Kelly Young are our two Guilford representatives on that board. Wow. And so they will handle all of that school board business as usual. The Leadership Council serves more as an advocacy role. That's great. Advocacy and advisory role. So we work with John as the admin of the building to think about programs, capital needs that we want to advocate for with the school board. And we also are a sounding board for John for communication and feedback, community engagement. We talk about budget priorities and a strategic plan for this school in the future. All right. So the first two slides really are just a summary of our school. So this slide represents the student numbers in our various grades. And what's notable on this slide is that our numbers are looking better than they have in the past. A total of 120 or 119 is very healthy. And our pre-K program is really needs credit for a lot of bringing in new students. We currently have a wait list. We have had a wait list for several years now. It's very stable. We probably, if given the ability to expand, could host a second pre-K with the current numbers. So maybe down the road, that's something we should look into. And then this next slide just highlights some of the classes and programs that we offer. This is one of the things that our Leadership Council will be looking at when compared to the other schools in our district in terms of equity and what we have available and what they have available. And over time, we hope to even out our programming and become more equitable in our offerings.
So this talks about the MTSS model, which means we're helping every student where they're at academically. So some kids need more support than others, and we also are enriching students who are performing really well and giving them opportunities to challenge themselves to learn new things. So we work very fluidly between all the grade levels, and we meet often to talk about meeting our students' needs the best that we can.
So the MTSS system, just to add, stands for the multi-tiered system of support.
So this slide, here at GCS, we have a robust nature and project-based learning program. We have a farm-to-school program, and we're fortunate to have Sarah Rosso as our coordinator for that. She cooks with classrooms, food education. She spearheaded the holiday market that a lot of you probably came and attended. It was wildly successful. And they're going to be maple sugaring next week, which is going to be really fun for all the kids. We also have the Franklin Farm Connection. They provide us beef to serve in our cafeterias throughout the year. And we have 2 outdoor classrooms that are currently being used. Pre-K is using it on a daily basis. And then there's another classroom out to the side of this building that the older children can access and most of them do on a weekly basis.
Hello. Part of the continuous improvement program identifies strengths of safety and belonging, and underneath you can see the bullets about all the programming that is done to help foster a sense of safety and belonging throughout the school for the students, staff, faculty, and for the community that is part of this ecosystem as well. Something that I want to point out is that last year, through the PBIS program, which is the Positive Behavior Intervention and Support Program, last year the school received a gold star, and this year we got identified as an exemplar school through that program. I can say with 2 children here that they certainly look forward to the different ways that that program integrates through their life, and it's always good to find the positive and build off of that. So it's really a strengths-based system. And I would say that through these different ways of fostering safety and that sense of belonging, that everyone that comes into the school can sense that and benefit from it. And we are continuing to monitor that and build off of that strength here at Guilford Central.
We have parents and students both do a school climate survey. The parents do one in the fall and the students do one in the spring. This past fall, the survey results show overwhelmingly that Guilford Central School is meeting or exceeding expectations in these bulleted areas.
So this slide shows the state-mandated standardized assessments that all students grades 3 through 8 take in the state of Vermont. They're referred to as the SBAC, Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. And you can see that Guilford, in terms of our school district, we scored at 64% of our children scored as proficient in English language arts, which is the second highest score in the school district. The state average for ELA was 57%, and again, we were at 64%. This next slide in green is mathematics, grades 3 through 8, and then it also shows the state BUHS in the middle school. For us, we scored at 66% were proficient in mathematics. The state average is 44%, and the SU average, or the school district average, excuse me, is 48%. So in both math and in English language arts, our children are making steady progress. Our goal is for 100% proficiency in on these assessments, and we're making very strong progress. And it goes back to what Hannah spoke about with the multiple tiered support system.
So now we will share with you the video that the students put together, and then following that we'll have some time for questions if you have any.
We went up to Hogback Mountain to the Southeast Vermont Natural History Museum to learn about animal fishing.
We were riding up the mountain. God's whole pet a snapping turtle and nobody lost their way. You can imagine it because I would. Did you know that how we see individual trees, a red-tailed hawk will see individual bees? I enjoy making the testimony of this rug because I like to cook at home and I like to cook at school. I learned how to put too much of one ingredient in the pasta was to scrub. It changes the texture. When I was mostly at the market, was designing the labels and putting them on the truck. It taught me about starting small. Labeling our products was fun and we chose it because they were local ingredients and they all had spelling sugar spread on both great tastes. Stalin studied Bangladesh, Stocks Growing. Other Ravaladi Balan, Heavy Spotted Other Ravaladi in all. The next thing we want to talk about is forest riding. We go out in the woods and we forest every Friday and build forts in our clans. Clans, 2 or 3 of our classmates, Kramer, and we build fires and go sledding. Yeah, sometimes we have firemen challenges. We cook and the clans are named after animals that are inside these forts. And ours isn't really in it during this point, but it used to be in these forests and its own lakes. The other clans are a box turtle, black bears, and spikehorns. The best thing about 6th grade is forest riding. All Sally Scrabble, Amen, Father, and Father.
And because some of the sound I know is difficult to hear, we will be posting this video on the town website, so you all can go check it out anytime. And our hope is to share it with the entire school district to promote our school and to share with everyone else what's going on here in Guilford. So with that, we'll open it up to questions. And I know that Sean's here. I don't see Kelly, but if there are questions for the school board versus the leadership council, I know Sean would be happy to answer questions as well.
So this is awesome. Sheila Morse, Melody Hill. I think I've said it enough times today. First of all, I think it's great that you all did this leadership council. I think it's so impressive. Secondly, I love the presentation, the slideshow thing. I want to say something about that in a minute. The school film is amazing. Like just sitting here laughing and appreciating the kids, and the special language is just thrilling. And so I think I hope it's on the Facebook page and a link on Front Porch Forum and on the town website and wherever you can get it, just so that people see it. I wanted to ask you a question about the presentation and coordinating with the Planning Commission on the next 8-year town plan, which we have to approve really soon. And I noticed that you have a lot of goals there that represent either things you're striving towards immediately and maybe also aspirational over the next 8 years. But I also liked the background about what's happened most recently in education and how the town is responding and how parents and kids are responding. And I think that would provide a really good introduction in updating the education section of the town plan, and then looking forward to where we want to see Guilford's community and the role that the school plays in bringing this community together, expanding our community. I just am hoping that you sort of integrate real quickly with what's going on with the town plan. So.
Yeah, we have been in touch with them. I know John provided some feedback, and I think Jethro's planning to come to our next meeting so that he can see firsthand what's going on and we can help to draft something up.
I'm Veranda Porsche from Packer Corners, which I forgot to mention all throughout the select board meeting. It was so rewarding to come and be in the school and talk to the 5th grade about the select board, and then to see how the school stepped up to help out with our town meeting day sort of at the last minute. The select board has sort of authorized us to have a kind of subcommittee on town meeting day, so that maybe we can work with the leadership, council and anybody else who wants to about just planning in a gracious and easy manner, about how to do next year's town meeting, and also just to look for more opportunities for us to be with the kids in the school and the kids in the school to be researchers and helpers with us. I mean, when Linda was talking about the emerald ash tree borers, I was thinking about what great researchers the kids are. The kids from Guilford live all over town, and that they could help map out who burns wood, support the Conservation Commission, all of that. It feels like a real return to something that, and a building further on it. That's so great. So thanks.
Thank you. Stacy. 1, 2. There we go. Laura Lewis, Melody Hill. 2 things. One, I'd like to have a public thank you to the 3rd grade each year who come out in the spring to Christ Church Cemetery and help put the flags out for the summer and fall and help tidy up, and then in the fall come back to take all the flags in and help tidy up for that. And they find relatives that are there and ask questions, and we learn about Christ Church a little bit, and they're a huge help, so that's great. Something one of you said made me a little question. If you want these days with the unified system to do any kind of work, like on the roof or build anything new, do you have to go to the whole big school unified board to get permission to do that? I don't like that. Thank you.
Rick Zamor, Ashworth Road. It sounds like the pre-K is a huge success and a real turning point for the school. Maybe not a turning point, but and I would you mentioned you could have a second pre-K class, and that'd be great. I mean, it's a good investment if it's affordable. It'd be a great thing to see, just because it's such an important age, and it's done so much for the school, and we need those students.
Can't see well and can't hear well. There's a young woman up there bouncing, and she has something on the front of her. And would you please tell me what that is? And what age and what sex? That's a... You won't tell me? Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. Look at those feet.
Look at this head. Look at this head.
Hey, you know something? It's real.
It is real. He feels real.
He's sound asleep.
Mostly. Thinking about it.
Do you know him? Is he yours? Well, I don't know. Thank you.
Evelyn McLean, Packer Corners Road. Just because we forgot to do it before, I wanted to thank all the kids who helped in the hallways, the kids who helped with lunch, and who helped with the microphones. They all did a fabulous job, and it makes us real proud of our school students.
Steve Lemke, River Road. I mentioned this at town meeting. I think the video is great, and I think it's great that everybody in town gets to see it. I would also share it with the Vermont Tourism Board and others, because I'm back to this aging thing again. We need we need to get people into the state. And I'm also the Guilford rep for the Wyndham Regional Commission, and we had a presentation done there that the two most important things for people who are looking to move to a state are open spaces, and I thought it would be schools first, but I think it's open spaces and places for families to walk and enjoy the area, and second is schools. So when you look at this, and you see all the open spaces, you see the forest, it's a subtle way to bring people into the state. And again, as Sarah Coffey said, it's another subtle way to shine a light on what's going on in the southern part of Vermont, in particular Guilford. So I think the more we share, sort of humbly, but share what's going on down here, the more we get as far as funding, attention, and other things. So I would say don't hide your light under a basket. Share it widely.
My name is Huxley Dove, and I want to thank first grade.
Lucy Sparblase, Guilford, East Mountain Road. I was wondering, I remember last year at town meeting, they said we had the numbers for a second pre-K classroom. Why don't we have that on the ballot?
It's very expensive. And so there's two components. There's the space component, which we could work through, but there's also the cost component. So I think it's something that we will now need to bring up to the school board and give them the statistics that we have. And ultimately that will be a decision that they will make with us advocating. So in closing, I think what we were attempting to achieve today was to show you that our strong academic performance at this school is really a result of the really cool programs that the kids highlighted, and that we are able to get outside and do programmatic theme-based education, and it yields results. And we're being recognized for that, which is really important and is not necessarily commonplace even within our district. So we stand out, I think, and it's something that we want to continue to promote throughout the district. And the other thing that's noteworthy is over the last few years, there's been a lot of this talk about Act 46, and it's been a bit contentious. And I think Guilford is a shining example of how, despite all of that, here we are, and we're making the best of it, and we're all coming together and continuing to advocate for our school. And being the first leadership council to be formed and to be the most robust leadership council in the district is very telling, and I think it speaks well for our future. So that's it.
Hello all. Thank you for coming out today to show support for S311, Vermont's Green New Deal. My name is Jael Polskamp. I'm a co-director of 350 Vermont. I'd like to take a moment to applaud the Vermont House for voting to pass the Global Warming Solutions Act. The passage of this bill is a step in the right direction. However, there is still much more that needs to be done. We are here today to call on members of the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Energy to schedule a public hearing and take up S311, the Vermont Green New Deal Fund. This is the most ambitious and important climate legislation introduced to date. 350 Vermont and our allies support this legislation because it creates a funding source that can support immediate solutions to address the climate crisis. The Vermont Green New Deal Fund proposes to raise $30 million a year from a very minimal increase on the income tax of the wealthiest 5% of Vermonters, about 16,400 taxpayers with incomes over $200,000 who are receiving big tax cuts due to the 2017 Federal Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The wealthiest 5% of Vermonters are in fact saving $237 million a year in federal taxes because of these cuts. Through S311, the revenue could be used immediately to finance efforts to address climate change by funding weatherization, renewable heating systems, electric vehicles, and public transportation. What we see here in this bill is the way. What we need now is the will of our elected officials to be courageous and to do what is necessary to immediately address the climate crisis at the level that is required by passing S311. This past week, Renewable Energy Vermont reported that solar jobs are down 33% statewide. S311 will help fund new solar projects and bring back those jobs. Another example as to why we need to pass this bill. There are other important climate bills that need to pass this year to complement the Vermont Green New Deal Fund, such as S267, which will ensure we increase in-state renewable energy projects, and H175, which will end the use of eminent domain for fossil fuel infrastructure. The passage of these bills will demonstrate to Vermonters and to the nation that Vermont is willing to stand up and fight for the future of our children, for our farmers, for other species, and for the health of our planet. So we stand here today and urge our legislators to hold a public hearing and to do what is right. Take up S311. There is no more time to waste. We need to act now to reduce our emissions, transition off of fossil fuels, and build resilience in our communities. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Carmen Richardson Skinder, a student at Montpelier High School and a member of the Youth Lobby.
Thank you all for coming. Governor Scott has said time and again that we have a demographic crisis. He's right. Young people continue to leave Vermont. And there are many reasons for this, but right now we have an opportunity to give them a reason to stay. Climate change is the greatest threat to global health this century. I don't want to live in a state where the governor's suggestion to fight the climate crisis is electric Mustangs. As young people, we want to live in a state that recognizes their responsibility to ensure us a livable future, that takes decisive action based on the latest science and not outdated political agreements. Not just because I want to feel like we are meeting scientific mandates, but because I, like the vast majority of my peers, do not want to contribute to the destruction of our planet. However, we can't use only public transit if there is none in rural areas. We can't reduce emissions during the winter without widespread weatherization. Can't install renewable heating or electric vehicles without governmental support. Young people's biggest priority is fighting the climate crisis, so why would we live in a state that doesn't have the infrastructure to do it? The Vermont Green New Deal is crucial to meeting Vermont's emissions goals. The use of the money is decided by a board of legislators, professionals in housing, construction, and transportation efficiency, and members of the Youth Climate Congress. We need to give young people the power to make decisions about our own futures. At this point, there is no reason for Vermont not to pass every piece of climate legislation that comes their way.
Hear, hear.
We saw last week the House was able to do it irregardless of the governor's support. They can do it again. I became a climate activist when I realized my government was unwilling to ensure a livable future for my generation. This year, Vermont has the opportunity to change that, but we need the funding to do it. The Vermont Green New Deal is a concrete path forward for Vermont that gives young people and citizens the direct power to make decisions concerning our futures. Again, we urge Senator Chris Bray, along with the rest of the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee, to take up the Green New Deal and work to get it passed this session.
Yeah.
I'd now like to welcome up Danielle Bombardier, Secretary.
It's Dennis.
No.
Oh, it's Danielle. Okay.
Secretary and Treasurer for the VTAFL-CIO.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Bombardier. I am the Secretary Treasurer of the Vermont State Labor Council, AFL-CIO, and a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 300. It's my pleasure to stand here alongside allied organizations to voice the Vermont State Labor Council's support for Senator Polina's Green New Deal Bill S-311. The Vermont State Labor Council and the IBEW recognize this bill as a significant step in the right direction. Already, the IBEW represents the largest solar contractor in the Northeast and several Vermont utilities that receive national recognition in their energy conservation programs and efforts. S-311 is a start to far-reaching Green New Deal legislation that must emerge in coming years. The bill is progressively funded, seeks to address basic environmental concerns, and results in job creation. It's good for the economy and good for the environment. We also know that we need to do much more. Organized labor needs a seat on the Vermont Green New Deal Board, advocating on behalf of the working people of Vermont. We need a massive program to harden and rebuild our existing infrastructure in the face of looming extreme climate events. We need to set aggressive goals for 100% in-state renewable and carbon-free energy. We need to build public programs which aim at 100% employment. We need research and exploration into technology and programs that result in energy conservation in existing industries. And we need to not only prioritize, but ensure that jobs created as a result of the Green New Deal are sustainable union jobs and provide safe working conditions. We need any infrastructure built with public money to remain publicly owned, and any work required to maintain or service the facility, once it is operational, to be performed by union labor. We need conversations with our members employed in extractive industries and commitments from our legislature and our allies that no worker will be left behind in a green energy transition. The Vermont State Labor Council supports a Green New Deal that is progressively funded, provides union jobs with sustainable wages, strives for 100% renewable and carbon-free energy, gives labor a voice at the table, and guarantees that the working class live a secure and dignified life. S-311 is a step in this direction. The Vermont State Labor Council supports this bill and a Green New Deal which goes far beyond. We look forward to being strong advocates for this vision, and we encourage the legislature to begin this process here today. Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome up Maddie Kempner, Policy Director of NOFA Vermont.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Northeast Organic Farming Association of Vermont is a nearly 50-year-old organization working in service to our vision of an agricultural system that benefits everyone through ecologically sound, economically viable, and socially just farming practices. Yesterday, we were here in the State House with a group of farmers speaking directly with their representatives about the important role of agriculture in responding to the climate crisis. Those producers are stewards of the land whose livelihoods depend on ingenuity, a deep understanding of ecological systems, and a level of commitment to their life's work that many of us will never know. That knowledge, skill, and dedication has no doubt gotten every farmer in Vermont through many challenges caused by erratic weather, fickle markets, and ever-evolving pest and disease pressures. Today, we are staring down an unprecedented scale of those same challenges that Vermont's farmers and food producers are uniquely well-positioned to help solve. S311, the Vermont Green New Deal, presents an exciting opportunity to recognize ecologically sound farming practices as a critical part of the solution to the climate crisis. Agricultural systems grounded in ecological principles have the potential to stabilize our climate, revitalize our rural communities, and provide meaningful, financially viable livelihoods to current and future generations of Vermonters. By passing a Green New Deal that gives agriculture a seat at the table and directly supports these goals, Vermont can ensure a more secure and vibrant future for all of its citizens. The farmers and foresters who are already serving such a critical role in undergirding our food security, our ecological systems, and the very core of our state's culture are the ones we must support to do their best work during this time of massive transition in Vermont. We see an opportunity in the Vermont Green New Deal and S311 to make that dream a reality. NOFA Vermont is proud to be here today with 350 Vermont and our allies in the labor community to call on our legislative leaders to bring the Vermont Green New Deal forward and give the public a chance to be heard. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce Washington County Senator Anthony Polina, sponsor of S311.
Thank you all for being here. I think we all realize that we're here because climate change represents a serious threat to our environment, to our economy, to our way of life, to our culture, to our agriculture, to our recreational industry and whatnot. But we're also here because we recognize that we're running out of time when it comes to climate change. We're running out of time on a planetary level, and we're running out of time on a legislative level as well. We have a choice right now. We can either continue to plan as to what we're going to do, or we can actually start doing what we need to do in order to get the job done. Yeah. While there are other good bills moving through the legislative process trying to address climate change, S311 is the only bill that provides the funding necessary to actually see that we take on the climate actions that we need to achieve. And it does it immediately. We don't have to wait 3 years while a process is developed, while rules are made, and then find out that we can't reach our goals because we don't have the money to make the investments. How many homes can we weatherize without the money being there? How many electric vehicles can we incentivize without the money being there? There's been a lot of talk and a lot of planning. It's time to actually start the doing, and S311 is the bill to do that. There's a certain kind of a new sort of denial that's going on around here, I think. It's not a denial of climate change. People recognize climate change is a problem. It's a denial of the fact that we need to make the investments in order to combat climate change. It's not enough to say it exists and then we're not going to do anything about it. So we got to get past this denial of the need to raise the money to make it happen and realize that in a recent VPR poll, 60% of Vermonters said they would support taxing wealthy individuals in order to pay for climate change actions. That's exactly what this bill would do. It doesn't put a burden on the large majority of Vermonters. We're basically talking about putting a small surcharge on the income of about 16,000 tax filers who are saving, as was mentioned before, up to $237 million a year in federal tax savings because of the Trump tax cuts. We're asking those people to contribute a bit more back to the state of Vermont so we can get our climate action in process. We also know that the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost, and the longer we wait, the more destruction we're going to have to deal with. So I'm pleased that everybody's here, and I obviously would join with you in your call for have the legislature hold some hearings, allow Vermonters to be heard on the Green New Deal, and realize that while there are other bills moving through the legislature, this is the one bill that will actually get us where we need to go. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Lieutenant David Zuckerman.
Lieutenant Governor. That's all good.
Thank you, Jael. And I want to speak specifically first to Carmen's comments. I heard at the farmer's market back in January, a 17-year-old with her parents came to me and said, I'm and my friends are likely not going to have children. Think about that for a minute. There is no species in the history of this planet that has consciously decided to not procreate. Every single person in this room recognizes biology, and that reproduction is about one of the most fundamental things that we do. Not everybody, different love relationships, partners, I want to recognize that. But fundamentally, when a 17-year-old says a lot of people my age are thinking we are not going to have children because of the world that those children have to live in, that's profound. And that, to me, if that's not the clarion call to say we need to do something about it, I don't know what is. I'm extremely pleased that Senator Polina introduced this legislation. It's a topic that a number of us have been talking about for a little while with respect to the Trump tax cuts and the wealthiest folks who generally are doing okay. The idea of a marginal tax on them to retrieve some of that tax cut to invest in our future is frankly a no-brainer. When I look at the coalition here, I think back to one of the first meetings I had in the Lieutenant Governor's office, a blue-green coalition bringing labor and environmentalists together, sometimes who had had battles in the past, and said, we all are in solidarity on so many things. We need to be talking more frequently about the ways to work together. And so when I see this coalition of agriculture, labor, environmentally interested folks, young folks, you realize that the climate affects everybody. And we have the opportunity to make the investments in our state, from weatherization to renewable energy to affordable housing, to the numerous ways that we can actually put Vermont on the map as a leader in this country for our people and for our planet. And as Carmen stated, you want to talk about young people, guess what? This kind of legislation is exactly what will attract young people to our state. This is the cornerstone of rebuilding our rural areas, of supporting agriculture in its ability to sequester carbon in the soil, in renewable energy, in housing weatherization that's going to help working class people afford to live here. All of that is encompassed in this bill. The only shortcoming I see with the bill is that it's actually not big enough. To me, you know, if the wealthiest 5% are going to save $240 million under the Trump tax cuts each year, is it too much to say, how about go ahead and put half of that towards Wall Street, but let's put the other half of that into the Vermont infrastructure for our future, for our economy and our planet and our children. Thank you, Jael, and all the other organizers who have brought this together. I do hope that the legislature will really explore this possibility and move forward with this opportunity to make a difference that is real and not thin as the governor's proposals in his budget with, as was stated, a few electric Mustangs. Thank you.
I would now like to open it up for questions.
Where does the $237 million figure come from?
I got it through the Joint Fiscal Office. And I called them twice because I got the information. I called them back. I said, is this really $237 million? They said, yes. And I said, every year? And they said, yes, every year, as long as the Trump tax cuts last, which is about 5 years. The surcharge would sunset when the tax cuts sunset.
Okay, go ahead.
What's the holdup? What's happening? Where is the bill? What's the next step? Who do we need to talk to?
Talk to Senator Chris Bray.
Have been.
I would just add, talk to every senator you have and every legislator you have. The way things work in this building is as more legislators talk to their colleagues that they're hearing from their constituents about an issue, the more likely that issue is to surface to the top. So it is not a top-down process here. It can be and should be a bottom-up process, which is why when I look at the coalition of organizations here, and if the members and the affiliated individuals call all of their reps and senators, that will be the word that gets back to Senator Bray and others about the importance of passing this legislation. Good legislation and throughout history has come from the bottom up.
Keep in mind, too, that there were 14 sponsors on the bill. I'm the key sponsor, but there are 13 others who signed on to it. So you have 14 senators who signed on to the bill. You need 15 to pass it, obviously. But 14 senators signed on. They had the courage to sign on to the bill. Now, the question is whether they have the courage to take the next step, which is actually to bring it up and let people be heard on it. You wish sometimes that people wouldn't just sign on to a bill unless they really mean it. So we have the majority almost signed on to the bill already. So talk to all your senators and tell them to take the next step, which is having hearings and voting in support of the bill.
And I just want to make one thing clear, because you mentioned you need 15 votes to pass it. If it's a tie,
right,
I would cast that deciding vote. And I would vote against it.
That's why I said 15 instead of 16.
One of the demands that we're making right now is to hold a public hearing. Senator Bray has intimated that he's interested in that idea. So if you want a simple message, contact all the senators, everybody that David just mentioned and Anthony just mentioned, and say, hold the public hearing. Let the people be heard. Some of them are in the room today, but a lot more of them are out there working and would like to be heard. And he did say he would do it in the evening so that people could get to it. So that's the demand right now.
Yeah, infrastructure is one of the things that was stressed. And I noticed mostly legislators, I think, having electric cars now. But your biggest problem is the interstates. And that's where you need the infrastructure to fast charge on probably where on your the way stations, which are, to say the least, underutilized. You could have fast charge stations on the interstate and would get rid of the range anxiety, which is why people don't buy electric cars. Once they have a place on the interstate that they can pull into, get a quick charge, and keep going, you will find people buying electric cars, and not just legislators.
Yeah, that's true. Somebody back there.
And of course, electric cars are wonderful, but electric shared vehicles are the ultimate. So how we as a culture, the more we learn how to do transit, how to have someone in our car, how to do rideshare, how to do the hitching post, how to do on-demand microtransit, how to do public transportation, how to do rail. These are the new challenges that we need to put infrastructure money into.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go.
I was going to say for Senator Polina, I guess in your conversation with constituents and also other lawmakers, what's the biggest misconception about this bill that people get wrong or that you need to clear up?
Well, I don't know if it's a misconception. The key thing I hear is that if we pass this, the governor's just going to veto it, which is not a reason not to pass good legislation. And also, I think if the governor is willing to talk about affordability and doing what's right for the majority of Vermonters, this is the bill that would allow him to do it. So there have not been a lot of misgivings. I think there's a misconception. Sometimes when you talk about raising taxes on the wealthy, you hear from lower income people who say, I don't want to be taxed. And I keep reassuring them that unless you're one of the 16,000 Vermont tax filers who are making over $200,000 a year, this bill is going to have no negative impact on you at all. What it's going to do is allow you to weatherize your home. It's going to save you money, and it's going to possibly put you to work because it'll create jobs while doing these other efforts as well. So,
Some people might ask the question if raising taxes on the wealthy is going to cause them to leave the state.
I wonder how you respond to that.
Well, there's absolutely no evidence that tax rates cause people to leave the state. I mean, we've had this argument here in this building for years. I've done the research, we've debated it on the Senate floor, debated it out in communities. There's absolutely no evidence that raising taxes on the wealthy causes them to leave. People who are wealthy love living in Vermont. It's a beautiful place to be.
If you end up with new mandates on the books from things like the Global Warming Solutions Act, but this bill, in the meantime, doesn't move forward as quickly, can you talk a little bit more about why you see that as a potentially dangerous situation?
Well, if I heard you right, if I got the question right, I think the problem is we may pass things like the Global Warming Solutions Act, which I'm not saying is a bad bill. I will support that. But nothing will happen for 3 or 4 years under the Global Warming Solutions Act. And then they set goals, and then they'll come back 4 years later and say we couldn't reach our goals. Why? Because we didn't have the investment money to make the goals come real. Because they'll set goals, say we're going to reduce our emissions, so we're going to weatherize homes, we're going to invest in electric vehicles, we're going to invest more in renewables. But it'd be pretty easy for the administration to come back and say, we tried, but we simply didn't have the financial resources to make it happen. So I think that's the problem, is we get the feeling that if we pass the Global Warming Solutions Act, we've solved the problem, when in fact what we've done is started a planning process. If you took some of the effort, some of what's in the guts of the Global Warming Solutions Act and combined it with the Green New Deal Act, then you'd have the ability to have the money to actually do the things that Global Warming Solutions Act wants to do.
I want to add to that the Global Warming Solutions Act is a very good piece of legislation and it should go through. What that does is it creates more foundational benchmarks that the state can be held accountable by its citizens. What we now have is the opportunity to make it so that citizens don't have to do that. If we were to pass the Green New Deal, we would be executing the measures necessary to meet those goals, so we wouldn't be placing the burden on everyday folks who would be working or with their families or doing other productive things for society rather than needing to be here banging on the doors of those of us who represent them. So the two really work in concert to say, we've heard from the people, we are passing legislation, putting in concrete steps so that we can be held accountable if we don't meet those goals, but we would also be passing legislation to put our money where our mouth is and where our words are to actually execute. And the drawback of not passing the Green New Deal is that we would not be addressing the urgency of the situation with the measures necessary today. There is not time to wait 2 and 3 and 4 years to address the climate crisis, the affordable housing crisis, the rural transportation crisis, all of which are really hurting Vermont. And this bill addresses many of those things combined. It's actually an incredible vision and opportunity to have a vision and a Vermont for the future.
Are there any more questions? All right. Thank you all for coming.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 18, 2020 Select Board meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we came at 5:30 for executive session. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the January 21st, January 28th, and February 4th meetings of the Select Board.
So moved.
Elizabeth has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. The next section is Chair's Remarks, and I do have Chair's Remarks that were left right here on my binder while I was gone. And those remarks are that tomorrow night, which is Wednesday, February 19th at 6:30 p.m. in this very room, the Select Board room, second floor, Municipal Center, will be the Select Board Candidates Forum. It will be aired live on Channel 10 and live streamed on Facebook at the Brattleboro Community TV Facebook page. If you need to come to the meeting and you want accessible entrance, please make sure to come and park in the back parking lot where you can use the elevator to come up to this floor. Okay, those are my comments. Peter?
Thank you. I have two this evening. One is an immediate follow-up to that, just to remind everyone that early voting has begun for both the presidential primary and the town's election. Early voting is occurring on the first floor of the Municipal Center every weekday during business hours between 8:30 and 5. Also, the town clerk's office, also on the first floor here at the Municipal Center, will be open on Saturday, March 29th. That's the last Saturday before the day of the election. Saturday, March 29th from 9 in the morning until noon here at the town clerk's office for folks who want to vote early. And then the actual election day is March 3rd, Tuesday, March 3rd. The polls will be open from 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening next door to the Municipal Center at the American Legion Hall. There will be parking available that day at the Legion, at the State Office Building parking lot, at the courthouse, and in our Municipal Center parking lot. We are anticipating a better than average turnout, given that it's not just the town's local election, but also a presidential primary election. And so we'll be trying to make sure that it is convenient for everyone to come and participate in the vote. And a quick update about the Hinsdale Bridge project. Here in this room last week, we had a meeting of the Hinsdale and Brattleboro Combined Citizen Advisory Committee, working with New Hampshire DOT and Vermont's Agency of Transportation, VTrans, in the development of that project. And so I have a timeline, an updated timeline to share with everyone. It's actually, they are anticipating the NHDOT, who is responsible for the construction of the project, anticipates that the project should still be done by the original deadline. It's going to start a little bit later than intended in terms of getting out to bid and having an award of a contract, but it's multiple years and they believe that they can make up the time. So the time frame, so the community is aware of how soon it's coming along, is that the project should be out to bid this summer in August. With a bid award in the fall and active construction work beginning a little over a year from now in April of 2021. The active construction is to continue from 2021 until 2023. And when the new bridge is completed, there will then be rehabilitation work done on the two old bridges, or existing bridges, to turn them into bike ped access between the two states. So that project is expected to take about another year and be done in 2024.
Thank you, Peter. Plenty of time to plan our alternate routes if you use a car.
Indeed.
From 2021 to 2024.
Yeah, well, and one nice factor in this project is the old bridges will remain in use until the new bridge is ready to take that traffic. So while there will be a lot of activity in the area, the disruption should be less than for some other bridge projects.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will move to select board comments and committee reports. Is there anybody who would like to make a comment or give a committee report? Daniel?
I was just going to jump on the candidate forum thing, and I'm glad that you brought it up and not me. And in addition to being on BCTV or live in this room, it's also going to be on the radio live, hopefully, fingers crossed, if we get the technology right, on WVEW 107.7 FM.
Excellent. Community media at its finest. Very good. Other members of the board have comments or committee reports? Tim?
I just want to let everybody know that last week, Liz and Peter and I were
fortunate enough to be able to spend the time to go to VLCT's Town Governance Day up in Montpelier. I think that's what they call it,
Local Government
Local
Day.
Government Day, sorry. Which is always an experience. I think it was the third time I went up. And we basically, we spoke about a lot of subjects with our legislators. I think we would summarize it as 3 different subjects that we concentrated the most on. That was the upcoming decisions they're going to be making with cannabis and cannabis taxation and regulation. The self-governance, which, as you know, if you've been paying attention, that this board has been very involved with, and so has our town manager, serving on the VLCT board himself. And also some wastewater regulation details that we have a high stake in, and our citizens do. So I thought I would speak a little bit to the cannabis, what happened there, and maybe Liz can take self-governance, and I'm going to spring a surprise on Peter and say, you can let us know what's going on in wastewater, just a little snippet. But as far as the cannabis taxation goes, the House Government Ops Committee had sent it out with a recommended 2% local option tax recommendation, which was less than we were looking for, but still a reasonable place to land. Then something went sideways, we think. The House Ways and Means, while negotiating for a 14% excise tax, so a 14% tax on all cannabis sales, and 6% regular sales tax sales on the cannabis, the only thing a town would get in that scenario is a 1% local option tax, which only if you're a town that passed the 1% local option tax like we did last year, luckily. So that would be a small amount. But what they're moving, they seem to be moving to the idea of, instead of giving all the towns and all the municipalities the ability to take a portion of the taxation, to instead have us participate similar to the way they give us fees for liquor commissioners. We charge in parity the fees that the state can, for the most part, which is a much less amount. It's very little money going to the towns, and very little money proportionally going to towns like ours that are actually paying for police forces and fire department, and are going to be heavily impacted, or we don't really know what the impact's going to be. So we're trying to stake out a little bit of money for the community, because we're going to be left with all this responsibility when this gets passed. Anyway, there was a lot going back and forth, and but we had some good conversations. We're not sure where it stands right now. It's having trouble at the moment just going anywhere, I think. And I'll just let Liz talk about self-governance, I think.
Well, it was very interesting going to this conference, and I got to see relationships between the town and the legislators that I hadn't seen and understood before. I was pleasantly surprised that I didn't know a lot of legislators, and was able to get some insights from them about how they view our priorities. And one of them was self-governance. And it's interesting because it's such a big deal to us and the towns that also want it. And it was definitely small potatoes to the legislature. The Senate has passed its Bill S-106, but it hasn't been taken out by the House. And I think, well, I was able to tell the House leadership how important it is to us and get that back on their radar. They seemed surprised that it's something that we would want when it's so obvious to us that it's necessary. So if anyone is inclined to contact their legislators and tell them how important it is to Brattleboro, they should do so. And also I think we should just mention what a great job Senator Jeanette White did for us in getting this passed by the Senate last year. And that's it. Just local decision making is so important to us, And a lot of the other towns chimed in because it's important to a lot of different towns on things like getting a stop sign or other tiny matters that have to go up to the state to be decided when, as we said, it would free the legislator up to doing their important business without worrying about these picky and little things that they worry about on our behalf. So it's something that if our constituents, if our town residents told the legislature that it was important to them as mutual constituents, it might be helpful, because I don't think that it's registering to them that the towns themselves have can take this responsibility on themselves. Anything else?
Thanks, Liz. Peter, did you want to chime in about wastewater?
Yeah, just briefly. So it's the stormwater management that legislation that the state has passed is necessary in order to protect the waters of the state, but particularly Lake Champlain. So there's a phosphorus problem up in the northwest part of the state that is requiring a very significant expense of investing in better stormwater management infrastructure, both by municipalities and by private interests. On this side of the state, there's a nitrogen issue with the river that is not as significant, but still exists. It needs to be addressed. The problem with the legislation is, as so often is true in our relationship with the state, it goes right to the heart of the self-governance discussion, that the requirements have been passed without sufficient funding assistance. These are major investments that municipalities are having to make in stormwater management infrastructure, mostly but not exclusively along roadsides. For some communities, it's also including a very significant investment in upgrading their sewage treatment plants, but because our wastewater treatment plant was upgraded just within this decade, that part fortunately isn't going to be a burden for Brattleboro. But the upshot of it is, tying back to our recent budget discussions and looking ahead to things we will be working on in the year ahead, that here in Brattleboro, we think that the best approach for us to make sure that there is both a effective funding mechanism and a fair way to collect the money from the people who are actually contributing stormwater runoff is a stormwater utility, which would function like the water and sewer utility, but specific to stormwater functioning. And the main reason why that's important, there is an equity issue that will address among those of us who live in own property in Brattleboro, and whether that's residential property or commercial industrial property. But the most important reason why that will be important to us in our community is because of the amount of state property that contributes to this. So I-91 is a huge contributor of stormwater runoff. There are other state highways all over town that contribute, and some state facilities like the building next door. So the state of Vermont doesn't pay any property taxes, but is a contributor to the fee-based payments into a stormwater utility, and we'll have more information to share on that in the months ahead.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other committee reports or comments from this table? Okay, then I am going to go ahead and move us into public participation. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Is there anybody here tonight who's here to do that? Okay. Then I'm going to move on to liquor commissioners. I would entertain a motion to convene as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Okay, David's made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
We are now liquor commissioners, and our first order of business is second-class liquor license renewal for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop. Okay, hi there. If you'd like to come over to our table, you can introduce yourself. The microphone will not amplify your voice, but it allows people watching on TV to hear you.
Okay. My name is John Cushman, one of the owners of Max LLC. Mohammed Anand with me today is the other owner. Here to address the instance where one of our employees did sell alcohol, beer, to an underage person. He was when we checked them on it, because we had trained them beforehand when we took the place over in October, that this is urgent. We got to do this. And he said he was very busy one night, and he thought he knew this person, and he called us right away after and said, "Oh my God, I don't know what happened." And we trained him, and we told him again that this is very, very important. You can never let this happen again. And I'm happy to say since then, we've got 2 positive commendations from the Liquor Control Board that they've checked, and we're on track.
Great, great. Members of the board have questions or comments outside of the information that was just provided? David?
Yeah, just, you mentioned it would never happen again, but this was your second?
We had this was, when we first took it over, we had a couple of people in there, and they left on us, and then these other 2 people came in, and they're the ones that are there now, and this happened to them. And we thought we had them trained well, and we explained it going in, and like I said, what happened that one night happened, and since we've urged them and really stressed how eminent this is, since then they haven't done it.
So the first violation was the previous employees?
Previous employees, correct.
Okay. Thanks for that clarifying question, David. Other members of the board have questions or comments?
Yeah.
I don't.
I don't either. I think you know whatever it is. It sounds like you've already addressed
Oh,
it expediently.
This is urgent. No.
So, okay. Okay, perfect. So if we don't have further questions or comments, then at this time, I would entertain a motion for this renewal. Liz?
I move to approve the renewal of a second-class liquor license for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop at 414 Canal Street.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, we are still liquor commissioners. And our second order of business is the renewal of a first and third class liquor license and entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's. And Ray, if you'd come over to our table.
You have to recuse yourself because you get your picture taken now.
No, that's good.
Hold on now. Okay, once again, the microphone won't amplify you, but
I
it's
heard
going
that.
to be perfect. Okay.
Well, I'm somewhat at a loss of words here. The server, one of the servers failed a compliance test.
Okay.
And she has worked for me for 8 years. This was not, she's not new by any means. In fact, she works more than any other employee, any of the servers, that is. And she made a mistake. I don't know what else to say. She was preoccupied cleaning the place and not paying attention. She and I were both required by the state to take the server training course again. I've taken it probably 20 times.
Yeah.
And I would just like to point out that this is the first time that anything like this has happened in 35 years.
Wow. Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
not
that's
likely
quite
to
the
be
record.
back here again.
Huh? Well, if it happens again in 35 years,
I'm not going to be here.
I won't be here, and a lot of us, a lot of us will not be here.
I'm planning on it.
You're planning on, okay, that's
I won't.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Are there members of the, excuse me, members of the board that have questions or comments for Mr. McNeil?
No.
That was a pretty cut and dry explanation. Tim, David?
Nope. We're all set.
Yeah, a letter of warning from the state, I guess, is what you've got. Can I ask you a question? Because
Yep.
I've never known
Sure.
the answer to this. Why is it known as $3 Dewey's?
That's the corporate name.
Oh, yeah.
We started doing business as McNeil's Brewery, and then our legal name now is McNeil's Pub and Brewery. But that switch happened around 1992, maybe 93, somewhere in there. 92. So.
Just curious where the name came from.
Right. Right. That was the original corporate name.
Got it. All right. Well, thanks for being one of our many Brattleboro institutions.
And you guys are pretty busy down there, so the fact that this is the first time in 35 years, I'm sorry that it happened, but I think there's something to be said for that as well, for the track record. So good job. I would at this time entertain a motion for this renewal.
I move.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. I move we approve renewal of a first-class liquor license, a third-class liquor license, and an entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's Brewery at 90 Elliott Street.
Perfect. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Sorry, I was distracted signing the liquor license.
All right. Please do sign a liquor license. That's important. All right. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ray, for coming in. Appreciate it. Okay. We have one final item, and that is a new second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc.
Passmart, we learned this afternoon, the representative of Passmart might not make it because of the weather this evening.
Okay.
So,
sure.
I can speak to the status of this matter, and then you can decide whether you wish to proceed or whether you'd rather hold it over for an evening when the representative can be here.
Okay.
This is the same type of liquor license previously held by those who ran it as Sunny's Sunoco for many years in the same location. It has been reviewed by the police department, fire department, and other town staff. We do believe that everything is in order and ready for your approval. It's unusual, but not improper for the select board to approve a license like this when it's been thoroughly vetted, but when the representative of the business is not present. So it's really a discretionary call for you.
Is this just beer and wine like it's always been?
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Second class is the sale of beer and wine to take off the premises, not to be consumed on the premises.
Yeah, just it's always been, as long as I've known it anyways.
Did this entity have a problem in the past year?
No, not at all. So the other two that were before you tonight to address violations that had occurred were because they were part of the batch of renewals 2 weeks ago tonight. And you asked that they come in and talk about what had happened with the violations. This is completely separate from that. It's a new issuance. If you approve it, it'll be the new issuance of a license to the people who are going to be the new operators of that facility that's been there for many years.
But I understand correctly that it's a new issuance, but it's not a new location
Correct.
for selling.
Yeah. That's correct.
Yeah.
We're not adding
It's
another outlet.
Right.
basically, Vermont doesn't allow transfers of liquor licenses. In other jurisdictions, often something like this would be a transfer from the old owner to a new owner. Here, what happens is the old owner permission evaporates because they're no longer operating the facility, and the new owner needs to obtain a new license.
And go through the training and
go through the whole process. Exactly.
I think, given that we may not be meeting at our regular time, I would be willing to make an exception and approve this. And since the police and fire have already said everything is in order.
I don't really have a problem approving it either, just because it's not an additional point of sale. That would usually raise more concern from me than continuing the same establishment or the same location point of sale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to trust that everyone did their work and the due diligence, and by the time it gets here, if it's recommended for approval, then it's good enough for me.
Okay. Then I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Move to approve a second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc. at 228 Canal Street.
All right. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. And so we now move to unfinished business, and our one and only item is Communications Union District, CUD, planning process. And our first item under that item is an update from Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Commission.
If it's okay with the select board, Patrick has a couple of table setting remarks.
Please do, Patrick.
Thank you. So, as you know, we have a special guest this evening, and before I pass the microphone over to Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission, I thought it might be worthwhile to remind particularly the folks at home about the nature of the conversation which has been ongoing in Brattleboro for about the last 2 years. For those who are frequent watchers of select board meetings, you might remember that in late 2018, a member of the library staff actually approached the select board during public participation to say, hey, you know, there are communities out there that are developing and building out municipally owned fiber optic internet services, and maybe that's something Brattleboro could take a look at. The board at the time thought it was worth exploring, and so they sent staff on a mission to investigate. I later came back to the board in September of last year with a fairly lengthy report that tried to outline the existing level of service in Brattleboro today and sort of comparing that to other areas of Vermont. It detailed a number of municipally managed fiber optic internet service projects from several towns within a couple hours drive of Brattleboro, some that were down in Massachusetts, others in Vermont. And lastly, that report attempted to explore the current state of state statute as it relates to public financing for municipal internet service or communications plan. And I'm sure the board will recall that what we discovered there is that in terms of public financing, the only allowable methodology in the state of Vermont is for revenue bonds and not for general obligation bonds. There was a lot to chew on there at that meeting, and so the board took this matter up again in October of that same year, last year. And at that point in time, staff was asking for some direction. What would you like for us to pursue? And at the time, the board concluded that we should move forward on two fronts. The first would be to let the state know of our desire to at least have the authority to use general obligation bonds, should we choose so. And to that effect, we worked with an existing small committee of state folks who were asked by the legislature to explore that idea. So that included the head of the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, the state treasurer, Beth Pierce, and also the secretary of the administration. We provided our input to them in a letter. Our views eventually made it into their report to the legislature, but unfortunately their recommendation to the legislature was that we not permit general obligation bonding at this time. So that's sort of where that sits at the moment. The second direction that the board gave to staff was to continue to participate with regional discussions around a communication union district. In the months since that time, the Wyndham Regional Commission sought out and received funding from the Vermont Department of Public Service. They got what's called a BIG grant, or a Broadband Innovation Grant, the amount of $60,000. And the purpose of that funding was to provide professional technical assistance to participating Wyndham Region municipalities in the exploration of a communications union district. That project got underway formally just last month in January, and that project has been specifically assigned to Sue Westa, a senior planner at the Wyndham Regional Commission. And Sue's here, and she can walk us through a little bit about what that project entails.
Thank you, Patrick. Sue.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'll start by giving you an overview, kind of high-level overview of our project, and then if you have questions, we can go from there. So as Patrick said, we got this grant from the State Public Service Commission, and we are kicked off the meeting. We signed the grant in December, signed the contract, and then held our kickoff meeting in January, where we had over 60 attendees. at the Newfane Fire Department where we had the meeting. There seems to be lots of interest. I'm getting calls all the time from communities and folks who are interested in this project. And this effort is really about developing a feasibility study and a business plan, looking at whether or not we should form a community, or our community should form a communications union district, or maybe multiple communication union district in order to implement fiber broadband throughout our region. This is really focused on, the communication union districts are really focused first on serving those communities that are unserved and or underserved. However, all communities throughout the region are able to participate. It's following a model that was developed by ValleyNet and EC Fiber just north of here. That model has been successful, and they have implemented broadband service through most of the towns in that region right now. They're still working on a few of those in that region. However, Carol Monroe from EC Fiber is one of our partners on this project. She is one of our technical service providers. Our other technical service provider is from the Rural Innovation Strategies Group, who has experience with this. They've been working with ValleyNet and looking at implementing broadband service in other rural regions throughout the country, actually. So and the Wyndham Region Commission is really a part of this grant to help bring all the communities together and get the word out about the project and hear about, what the community's concerns are. So after we held our kickoff meeting in January, we asked all the towns to develop a resolution saying that they were interested in participating and assign a town appointee so that we know have a specific person that we knew to reach out to. And then last week, we held a survey training meeting. So one of the things that we're doing in order to hear from the folks in the region is a survey that just went up online today. It's on our website at wyndhamregional.org/broadband. There's lots of other resources for communities who are looking to get the word out about the survey. So not only is the survey available online, but there's a paper copy for those folks who don't have access to the online version. There are flyers, there are summary sheets that people can use to help develop articles, but that's really what the meeting was about last week, and a lot of folks had some really interesting ideas for how to get the survey out in their towns, from having a table at their town meeting to standing outside their local grocery store or the town dump. They're going to be putting paper flyers out at local libraries and town halls, and I know Patrick has already got a lot of that underway here in Brattleboro. So that survey is due March 17th. We'll be taking responses until that time. At that point, our technical service providers will finalize their feasibility study. That should be done by the end of April. Then the state will take a look at that and approve it. They have promised that they would do that within a couple weeks, and once that is approved, the business plan will be developed, and that is targeted to be completed this summer, July or August. So, yeah, taking a step back a second, in terms of communication union districts, we're only 2 towns are required to have a town meeting vote in order to form a communication union district. And then if other communities are interested in participating, they just need a vote of their Board of Selectmen to participate in the communications union district. So we have a couple, at least I think 3 or 4, who are bringing it to town meeting this March, and I'm sure others will join on. Others have certainly expressed interest, but depending on the results of the feasibility study and the business plan. And then that information would be handed over to the Communications Union District, however that forms, and then they'll begin the work of trying to figure out how to finance the development. And there are grants through the federal and state governments. They can use revenue bonds, and but it's not connected to the municipality at all. There's no way that the municipalities will be responsible for any of these the finances related to the Communications Union District. That is all through the Communications Union District and its board, and the folks who, of course, are participating in the service. So, do you have any questions specifically?
Great. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is that was so much good information. I just want to pull us right back to saying, if you want to be able to participate in the survey, which needs to be done by Tuesday, March 17th, one way to do it is to go through the project website at www.wyndhamregional.org/broadband. And Patrick, where in Brattleboro can people get paper copies?
Sure. Paper copies are available in the town manager's office, at the town clerk's office. By this time tomorrow, it'll be available at Brooks Memorial Library and also at the Gibson Aiken Center. I would point out that there is a link to the survey already on the town's website, right on the front page. And later this week, we are doing a mailing to every residence in Brattleboro, indicating, here's the web address. Please take a few minutes and provide us with your feedback. If you're unable to, get online, we understand. Please reach out to the town manager's office, and we'll make arrangements to get a paper copy in your hands.
That sounds great. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Now, are there questions or comments from members of the board for Sue or Patrick? But Sue. David?
I have a couple, but I was assuming you might want to jump. Okay. Thank you again. First of all, so much for taking time to come here and let us know what's going on. You mentioned it's the underserved communities, and when we had our discussion that Patrick referred to some time ago, a few months ago, we learned that, well, first of all, it depends on your definition, but of broadband, which is, we have a minimal definition, and then there's what we'd like to see as far as internet speeds. But how would you define underserved communities? We found out that we are approximately 95% covered in a minimal definition of broadband speeds. So how would you compare Brattleboro's situation to some of the other communities? What kind of percentage coverage, if you know?
Yes, I don't know specifically off the top of my head, but I do know that there are communities that have very minimal internet access at all. And there are ones that all they have is DSL, which is very low service. So, I understand that not everybody in Brattleboro is served, and you might want to be served at a higher rate eventually, and that would be one reason to participate in this effort and to eventually become part of the district.
Okay.
It's much more effective for these small rural places to band together in order to provide a service like this. It really doesn't make sense for each town to do it on their own. The costs are just too high, and there's just not enough benefit for any of the companies. So that's why connecting the rural communities with those that are more densely developed does help too.
That does make sense to you, that we would jump in the fray.
Yes,
even
absolutely.
with communities that have literally sometimes no.
So you wouldn't be the first ones to receive, to have build out fiber. They would go to those underserved and unserved ones first, but you would be part of the organization or part of the district, and then eventually you would be, and that's what's happening with the EC Fiber Group right now.
And thank you. My second question is simple too. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project, it occurs to me that can be a little bit of a broader definition than just fiber. Do you happen to know if these monies can be used for other technologies such as wireless, cellular communications?
This grant is specifically focused on broadband fiber.
Okay,
Yes.
so physical line fiber.
Yes.
Infrastructure build-outs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I sort of want to follow on from that. You know, if this project were to move forward, there's a big build out of physical infrastructure. And also we're at a time where technology is leaping forward. Is there a danger that the physical infrastructure that gets built becomes out of date pretty quickly?
Our technical service advisors are suggesting that this, in more rural areas at least, this is going to be the next step for quite a while. I don't know
But in Brattleboro,
specifically
maybe.
how much, but in larger urban areas like, you know, Boston and New York, not even Brattleboro, you know, they're going to have a lot of other options there. It's still going to be fairly limited up here, and the amount of download and upload speeds that you can get with the fiber is pretty significant, and much more significant than what many folks have now.
I just got another one, if I may.
Yeah.
I do ask a lot of questions.
You saw that.
I know. So when we were talking about this originally, as Patrick mentioned, there was this question about general obligation bonds. They'd been used in Massachusetts effectively to fund projects that were locally owned. That's not an option for us here in Vermont. And you reminded me that the Communications Union District would be the one seeking the revenue bond, that's correct?
Yes.
And so a town participating, the taxpayers of a town participating in the Communications Union District are sort of insulated from
Yes,
losses?
they are, and that's very clear in the statute.
Can you say more about that? Explain it for me like I'm 5.
So the Communication Union District functions similarly to a town. Instead of having a board of selectmen, they would have a board of the Communications Union District. And those folks will make the decisions about, and there would be a representative from each of the towns at least who participates, and those folks would make all the financial decisions, would apply for grants and loans, and it would operate similarly to how a town does, only it's a completely different organization.
So if the CUD loses money, what happens to the taxpayers of the town that is part of that CUD?
Nothing should happen to them.
Okay.
Well, Patrick wants to jump.
Yeah, if I can, I'd just like to jump on that and emphasize that a little bit more. It's explicitly clear in the statutes that provide for communication union districts that property tax dollars or sales tax dollars are utterly unwelcome within the framework of a communication union district, and that the only recourse for investors would be the assets of the CUD. But just to be really clear and upfront, before staff comes back with a recommendation for your consideration that, hey, we ought to participate in a communications union district, one of the things that we'll be doing is having Bob Fisher take a really close look at this and providing his advice to you as to what any of the risks that Brattleboro would be accepting by participating. But our expectation at this time is that there is essentially a firewall between the CUD and the municipality, and that the municipality's assets could not be tapped in the event that the CUD went belly up.
Liz?
I have my same broken record question about regional towns working together, because I know from our relationship with the Wyndham Regional Commission is a per capita fee, and therefore we pay more than the surrounding towns because our population is larger. Is the representation in this in whatever union district that's created for funding of the broadband going to be similarly based on a per capita amount? Or is it because the smaller towns are the ones that have the greater need than we do?
No, I do not believe so. It will be, the towns will not participate at that level financially. It will be individual subscribers that will participate.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit, I think it's hard to understand the financing because we have one, we only have a couple of models that we understand municipalities typically use. And can you talk a little bit about how EC Fiber raised money for their project? Are you familiar with that?
So generally, I'm familiar. If you want really specifics, we'd have to have our partner, Carol Monroe, here. But generally, I understand that they financed a lot of it up front with individual investments from the community. There were folks who stepped up with large contributions. Mm-hmm. They're not recommending that we do it that way. And they learned some lessons through that process that, they're sharing with us and other new CUDs that are getting up and running. But they, once they had some of that funding in place, then they were able to get some loans, I believe, to help state economic development loans to get that construction up and running. And now they have a lot of customers, so they're financed more that way.
Yeah. I believe they also sold much smaller, or got much smaller investments from people along the road, so that when they had enough people investing, they could run it up.
That may be true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be worth hearing more about that model. It was pretty interesting. Mm-hmm. Also, the way you described the underserved areas, and I think that somebody at the New Fane meeting talked about. For Brattleboro, the most likely effect would be if Dummerston were a member and it wound up going up Stickney Brook, then it would be very easy for for it to come down the other side, mm-hmm. down Sunset Lake or down Pleasant Valley and into that part of town, coming from a rural rather than coming from the urban center.
Right.
That's a more likely outcome.
Sure.
But there are a couple of things that I think have turned out to be misconceptions, at least based on what I heard at the New Fane meeting, and one of them was about the general obligation of bonding. I understand, and I thought was said quite clearly at that meeting, that a municipality could take general obligation bonds to run fiber to municipal facilities. If we wanted to run fiber to the police department or out to the public works area, we could bond for that and we could run that, and then people could take service off that backbone along that route. And that was pretty clearly articulated by the woman from EC Fiber.
I thought it was just the revenue bonds.
Patrick, do you recall that?
I do. It was a position of Carol Monroe that if the municipality was building its own network for its own purposes for internal communication, so for example, if we wanted to build our own network where the municipal center could communicate with the Gibson-Aiken Center, the library, and public works, etc., we could use general obligations for the purposes of constructing our own publicly managed network for our own purposes. I think some additional research, particularly from Bob Fisher, would be worthwhile before we assumed that could necessarily provide service to the public, because I think we're then in that situation where we'd be using general obligation bonds to provide a retail service, and I think
we do that with our roads, by the way. But yeah,
absolutely. Oh, and by the way, I completely agree. I mean, our argument for the use of general obligation bonds and for our ability to move forward that way, if in fact that's what the people of Brattleboro would like, I think it's pretty clear. But
another question that came up was around and I think, actually it was Chris Campany that responded to this one, about the confining. A lot of towns have decided they want to confine development. They want to keep development down in a compact area and not have it happening, sort of spasmodic or scattered around the region. And I don't recall exactly what his response was. I sort of asked if he could come tonight because I didn't recall that. But do you recall, or what the, why it's also important for the downtown or the more compressed, compact, whatever the right word is for more urban areas, and why it's also important for fiber to come into those areas?
In order for fiber to, so like for Brattleboro, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think the value is in getting that higher quality connection. You know, if folks in town here aren't feeling like their connections are good enough for what they need to do in terms of, you know, businesses, school, you know, it's an important education tool
Streaming,
now,
Netflix.
healthcare, there are a lot of things.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really pleased that you included all that in the summary sheet. The students and teachers part, particularly the opportunity to interact in real time with large numbers of students. If, for instance, a snow day occurred, or if somebody was home sick, they could still be in class. And the same is true with that kind of resolution for medical diagnosis and treatments and teaching. You know, turning a school nurse office into a medical home for families that whose kids are in those buildings. So there's a lot of really significant value in it. So I appreciate you including that in the presentation.
Good. Yes, thank you very much. And I appreciate the update tonight. We do still have another item under this update, which does require action, to not lose sight of that, and that is the official designation of the town representative to the CUD. Is that correct? And who would like to address that item? Sue, Peter, feels weird for Patrick to address it.
So, happy to relieve Patrick of that weirdness.
Great.
So, based on your earlier discussions, Patrick outlined well at the beginning of this item the history of how this has been considered by this board and actually prior select boards here in Brattleboro as well. And based on the action that this board took last fall, directing that we stay engaged with whatever regional effort might evolve, Patrick has been doing that on behalf of the town. And so since the organizers of this effort now are requesting that there be a specifically designated individual, we think it makes sense for the board to designate Patrick as that specifically designated contact person for Brattleboro.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough to do.
Nope. Nope, he needs one more thing. Okay, then I would entertain a motion for that appointment, designee appointment.
I move to designate Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland as the town's representative in the regional planning effort for a communication union district.
Okay, Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, before we voted, I guess I should have asked if you accept.
Well, this
Too
is
late.
weird. Yes, I'd be happy to.
Great, thank goodness. Then we are all unanimous. Wonderful, thank you so much, Sue.
Thank you.
Drive safe tonight. Okay, that concludes our unfinished business for the evening, and we will now go ahead and move into new business. And our first item under new business is the financial report, the monthly report for January. Peter?
Thank you. So the basic report that I have to offer tonight is not particularly noteworthy. It's about like you usually see for this time of the year. There is some really good news I want to share at the end. But the written report that was in the materials for this evening's meeting is a memorandum from Finance Director John O'Connor dated February 5th, 2020. Indicates that after the prorations that we do in order to factor in for the very large payments that are made on certain items either once a year or semi-annually, after those prorations, the general fund expenditures are at 56.1%. We are 58.3% of the way through the fiscal year, so those are in good shape. Yep. Likewise, the expenditures in the parking fund and the prorated expenditures in the utilities fund are respectively at 56.1 and 56.0% for the year. So very solid shape in all fronts. The loan report shows $4,206,141 in outstanding loans. And of the many loans that are being repaid, There is one that has a payment overdue and one other that is in default and is fully reserved. The program income report states $487,765 of available funds for additional grants and loans to be made for housing purposes and economic development purposes in Brattleboro. And the grant activity where we go out and seek grant funds from others to accomplish good purposes here in town. We currently have 41 active grants being implemented and 5 grants in the application process. We have an additional one that's on your agenda this evening. Revenues in general are on target as well in the general fund and the other funds, but we have really good news that we've received now just last Thursday, our second quarterly installment for the local option sales tax, and it came in at $227,215. So added to the first quarter receipt of $211,673, we're currently halfway through the year at $438,888 received. From a source that we had predicted, we knew it was a conservative prediction, but we didn't expect it to be this conservative. We had predicted that halfway through the year we would have $315,000, and that was actually based on data. It wasn't a number out of the air. It was based on prior year's receipts. We think that it is likely that most of the difference between the 315 and the 438 is the result of the state's increased efforts to collect state sales tax and therefore also our 1% local option tax on internet sales.
The online tax, you mean?
I'm sorry?
The online sale tax?
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
that's
internet sales traditionally were not collected or were under collected, and the state of Vermont's tax department has put a lot of effort into correcting that, particularly with some of the larger online retailers. And we think that that's likely accounting for the significant excess revenue that we're able to collect, at least so far, for these first 2 quarters.
Great, thank you, Peter.
Question,
David?
Brandy?
Yes?
Is there, could we ask, I'm not sure who would do it, whether it be the chamber or the downtown, the DBA, or both maybe, to see if they can ascertain some similar data in terms of what the businesses downtown are experiencing in terms of, have they seen any impact? The impact that they were concerned about. Is there any evidence that that's happening? I know people have apologized to me for having to charge 7% sales tax, but I have to point out to them that it's only 1% more than it was beforehand. But we often do things and then don't look at all of the consequences, and I think it'd be worth our while to try and find out what the impact has been on the businesses. I don't know if we can do that in places like.
I hear what you're saying, right? And like the number is also the story, right? So I'm presuming that yes, we're collecting more from the internet, but maybe also part of that number is,
People are still shopping.
People are still shopping. Mm-hmm. And so it's really hard to argue with that number. It's nice and cut and dried. And we could also get some of that qualitative data, but I don't know if I would trust one over the other. I'm probably going to trust the number in the end. Not that it matters what I trust.
The number
beauty
is
of math.
Yeah.
The number is clear, but the maybe part isn't. And I think the merchants can better reflect on the volume of their sales. If there's an additional tax being collected on online sales that's contributing to this, it would cover up if there were fewer sales in town. So really the only source would be the people that are selling. They have books. They know how much they're selling compared to previous years. They could probably give us. It may be too soon, 6 months into it. But
might be a little soon.
I think it's a little soon.
We can do it after a year, but we should have a look. It's just responsible to do that.
Further questions or comments?
Yes. The Chamber of Commerce had that data last year, so I'm sure it would be easy enough for them to add this year to it.
Excellent, thank you for that. Other questions or comments on the January financial report?
I actually do have a
Daniel,
question
what is it?
about this. It's seasonally appropriate. It's about the Public Works Winter Roads budget, which is running higher than expected, and we have a little bit of winter left to go. And I was wondering how we're feeling about that.
Same way we feel every year when this happens.
Nothing like jinxing it, Daniel, but let's answer that.
So we use 5-year rolling averages. Yeah. Depending on the winter, there's so many different factors. I can't give you a good, clear answer as to what has driven the consumption of additional materials this year. I remember we had quite a lot of ice last year, and my gut read is that we haven't had as much ice. We've had plentiful snow and some ice this year, but maybe my read on that is wrong compared to what's actually been experienced on the streets.
Data versus...
Yeah, exactly. And so be happy to get that from Public Works and provide you an update as to what's been happening out there. I would say it is not unusual. It's basically a 50-50 proposition that some winters are going to be harsher and consume this winter roads budget more substantially than others. Also, as we've pushed information out into the community just within the last week, the part of this that relates to patching potholes is we're going to significantly exceed our expected allocation for that. But there's a fair amount of this that applies to the consumable materials of salt and sand, as well as the materials that are put in to try to stabilize the roads. So it's a more complicated equation than I can tell you about off the top of my head. I'd be happy to have Steve and his team put together a little report.
Sure. And then I had one other thing, and then I'm going to be quiet. In the same section of the report, Public Works yard expense, building repairs, there was a budget for $15,000 and expenditures have been $28,000. And I was kind of thinking about that within the context of thinking about Public Works building and how things are doing, and I'm presuming that that's in some way to do with that.
Yes. Symptom of a very old facility that we are having to nurse along to keep as functional and safe as we can until we're able to move forward and replace it.
Further questions or comments on the January financial report? There is no action needed, and so we will move into our next item. Thank you for that update, Peter. And our next item is the local hazard mitigation plan progress report. I see that Brian Bannon, our zoning administrator, is here with us. Peter, do you have any lead-ins, or should we go straight to Brian?
Straight to Brian, please.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Hey,
Brian.
Every year, as part of our participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, we have to report out to the public and the elected officials how we're doing on our hazard mitigation plan. And hazard mitigation plans, we adopt them for 5 years, and we're coming up on readoption in 21. So even as we're evaluating what we've accomplished, we're also starting the process of collecting new projects that will reduce the possibility of disaster coming in the future. So we've actually made really good progress, both as a town and then partners of the town, in reducing risk. And that includes removing almost 80 homes or dwelling units from areas of the highest flood risk. And those are the homes that were most badly damaged during Tropical Storm Irene. So that represents a lot of Brattleborough folks who will not be in danger the next time. To further that effort, we've been working with Tri-Park Cooperative Housing on a master planning process to remove an additional 40 homes from the special flood hazard area and find a plan that will allow their homeowners to find a safe place to live. We've also been supportive of Brattleborough Housing Partnership's efforts to relocate the last of the housing out of Melrose Terrace, and they have actually started to do demolition of some of the homes there prior to actually starting a floodplain restoration, which will reduce flood levels in future floods. We're working with the Vermont River Conservancy on a floodplain restoration at 250 Bird Street, and currently we're going for grants to do a brownfield cleanup at the site. We've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to do a dam inundation study. That's been with Department of Public Works, and that will also include an emergency response if there is a problem at one of the dams. We're working with them to upgrade our flood mapping along the whetstone, which is from 1974, so considerably out of date, and that will get us a better feeling of what the risk actually is. And we've also been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to identify potential sites for future mitigation projects. So it's been a very productive 5 years, and we hope the next plan is equally productive.
This is a pretty detailed list of things that you've been working on with our partners and as the town, and thank you very much. Comments or questions from the board? Liz?
Yeah, hi Brian. Thank you for all this. This is good stuff. I just had a question. When you're remapping the whetstone, will that take into account Tropical Storm Irene flooding?
Yes, it will. It will be done with new LiDAR data, which is a 1-foot contour data set that was flown by the state. And I believe that was flown in either 15 or 16, so it actually reflects the post-flood conditions. And it also is much more accurate mapping of ground elevations.
Because that was like the 500-year flood or something like that at that point, and it wasn't really reflected in the flood mapping at the time.
We've had a couple of hydrology studies done, which are going to go into the new flood mapping. It indicated that the flood was actually considerably smaller than a 500-year, and in some places it was more a 75-year storm, and in some places it was even less than that. Although when it did get to the downtown area, it did jump into the 500-year floodplain.
Interesting. Thank you.
The Melrose Street Bridge, the Arch Bridge there, have any sense of what this, I don't know what it means that the state scoping process means in terms of time, but that's a real place where water really backs up. It's not an adequate culvert. I mean, do you have any sense of how long the state has to do that? That's not something we can undertake?
I don't think it's been a real high priority by the state because it's been rehabbed.
It's a priority to the people that live next to it.
Exactly.
For sure.
The town has taken every opportunity to encourage the state to put that on its priority list.
It's not a big one.
Well, it's made it onto the list, so that's a start.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Great. And the other question is, what does Class 8 certification mean for the flood insurance program?
So it means because we've adopted a more active flood management program than is required, we get a 10% discount on flood insurance policies.
Thank you. Good work.
Quick question. Anybody thinking about flooding during Irene will almost soon get to Flat Street. Do you have any comments on any future plans for mitigation there? I mean, it's just top of my mind just because we have snow block that just went in, and I know the design built in some safeguards, and as well as a CF Church building put the whatever you call those walls down that you drop down in, I guess, and same with the youth theater. But do you have any comments for anybody who might be watching and thinking, well, what about Flat Street? What's going to happen the next time we get our 500-year flood in 5 years or whenever that is going to be?
Yeah, so for more medium floods, like a 50-year flood, the Bridge Street or First Street restoration should actually give a little bit of protection. It will spread out flood heights so we don't get an immediate surge. It will also get rid of some debris and some ice flows, so that'll be helpful. It's going to have a more limited effect for really large floods, and as you say, we have been encouraging new development to meet a higher standard, so the snow block has in fact been built to a 500-year flood height standard. We'll certainly encourage other projects to meet that. We did do an EPA Sustainable Cities grant a couple of years back, and they did identify a couple of potential sites for mitigation downtown, and that would be public plazas that allow for more flood storage. So that could be a pathway, it could be a park, but that would mean that we'd have to probably reconfigure some parking or have some private landowners participate to expand the width of the channel.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Well, just building on Tim's comment, that open space that you're working on that used to be Sir Sossamon property.
Mhm.
There's flood storage in that project, correct?
Yes, definitely. It gets pinched off downstream of the site by the Elliott Street Bridge, so that limits how much impact it can have downtown. But it will make a difference in that 25, 50-year flood, and that will be helpful.
A lot of water moving into a small space is basically what's going on, right?
I see at the end that it says public outreach for the 2021 plan update begins in early 2020. Does this count as early 2020?
This is some of our first efforts to get out there, and
Yep.
we're bringing it up in every forum we're going to where it might touch on this.
Perfect. Do you know if the link's already on our website?
Not currently.
Okay, so I'm going to read it off, and then I assume it'll be put up there at some point. So just for people who are listening, it's https // that's how I'm going to say it, tinyurl.com/Brattleboro -2016 -HMP, and hopefully that link will be up there. But in the meantime, you can replay my voice over and over until you typed it properly into your URL bar.
Exactly. You don't have to say it twice.
And then it'll just be burned into your brain.
Just make it my ringtone.
Make it your ringtone, that's right.
10 seconds.
Thank you so much, Brian. And there's no action required on this item. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, our final item under new business is ratification of the town manager's decision to authorize a grant application. Peter?
Thank you.
Sounds bold.
So, as you know, we normally bring grant applications to you and ask that you authorize that we apply. In this case, there was a short time frame, and we would have missed the opportunity to apply for a very small amount of money, but it would be sufficient to allow us to buy a couple of pieces of equipment in support of the swiftwater rescue activities of the fire department. So there's something that I can testify to you is actually called a multi-purpose device.
All right.
So there are two of them that we want to buy that work together with the equipment that the department already has to give them more opportunity to actually connect ropes and have people safely go into swiftwater situations and conduct rescues of folks that are in danger there. It's only $1,600 worth in order to be able to seize the opportunity to collect these funds and buy this equipment. I needed to authorize that the application be filed prior to bringing it to the board, which is why we've come to you tonight to ask for ratification.
Thank you, Peter. Being able to pull people out of swift water seems important.
Very much
Being
so.
able to safely pull people out of swift water seems important.
Absolutely.
Questions or comments from the board? Okay, then I would entertain a motion for this authorization. Liz?
I move to ratify the town manager's decision to authorize the fire department to apply for a $1,600 Homeland Security grant to fund the purchase of equipment used in swiftwater rescue operations.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Peter. Okay. At this time, we've reached the end of the meeting. There's literally nobody left besides us, administration, Russ, and our interpreters.
And everyone out there. Thank
And
you for
everyone cozy in their homes or wherever they're live streaming this. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Meeting adjourns at 7:35.
Righty. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Same time.
I'm so excited I actually get to go.
Channel.
Are you gonna?
Because the kids are gone.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order because it's pretty close to 6 o'clock, maybe a little after, but it is school time, so it usually is a little slow. So the real world is probably a little after. So welcome to everybody. I'm going to go off agenda for a second. If we could, starting in that end, just introduce yourself because we do have some people in the audience which we usually don't. And we'll go through and we'll introduce the board.
Sure. I'm Lisa Harris. I'm a school board member at Marlboro.
Ken McFadden, representing Newfane for the West River District.
Dan MacArthur from the Marlboro School District.
Mike Foley from the West River District.
Leanne Gilson, West River from Brookline.
Rick Thorpe, River Valleys from Wardsboro.
Al Clausen, Townsend, West River Vice Chair.
And Rich Werner, I'm from the River Valleys representing Dover.
Emily Long, West River District from Newfane.
Joe Winrick, West River District from Townsend.
Allison Young, Stratton.
Sorry.
I'm sandwiched between two people.
Okay, thank you everybody for that. So is there any changes or changes to the agenda, any additions, deletions from anybody? Bill, is there a West River meeting after this meeting?
Before it's done.
Oh, it's all done?
We were here.
Cool, okay.
We're very
I missed
efficient.
my morning meeting in Providence. Good Lord.
Wow, thank you. If nobody else, I have a couple things. I'd like to add an executive session for contractual issues at the number 6, and then make number 7 adjourn. And I also want to bounce the agency funding grant fund up to number 3, and we'll put public comments at number 4, just because Lori, who just is gone now. Did she leave?
She did, yes.
Oh, well then we can leave it where it is. Perfect.
Thank you.
So public comments. Hi, public. Any comments? There's somebody in the back corner. Hello. No, you're right in like my line. No, that's okay. I just won't see you if you want to say something. Okay.
I'll poke you because I can.
Okay, you can see her. Okay,
And I
so
know
we're
how
kind
it
of
is to have
informal, so
somebody behind
please, if I don't see you, just say, hey, dummy, or something. If we got no public comment, I'm gonna go to old business, and we have 2 things, and we're just gonna review them quickly, because we usually don't vote on these until,
April 1st.
right, after we have our, after the school budgets go through, so that we know that we're okay to approve them. The first one is the agency fund budget, and there should be a copy of that in front of folks. Is there extra copies for guests? So the agency fund really doesn't cost anybody except the schools that use it, and it's been something that Wyndham Central's done since way before Emily was on the board. It came, I think, from Frank Rucker.
That's really mean.
Well, no, I'm just saying, or how about it
I
came
was
before...
only on one
before
year longer than you. I
Before
think.
Dan MacArthur was
There.
ever on a school
Dan-
board.
that's it.
So
Dan was
that's
on
really
before me.
old. But anyways, what it is it's if different schools need like an art teacher, and they're only gonna have art 1 day a week, or if they have a phys ed teacher and they only need phys ed 1 day a week, it's a way for the schools to hire a person and give them a full-time job, so we're not just having a person who's 1 day a week. And then we can usually keep people better, and it goes to the central office, and what they do is the central office takes their salary and their benefits and divides it into 100, and then if you have 1 day a week, you got 20% of that person, so you pay 20% of that bill. It's actually something that schools in Brattleboro have talked about trying to do, and I was really surprised when they'd never heard of it. When I went and testified before the Senate Education one time, I told them about it. I thought they were going to cut my head off because they looked at me like I had 3 heads, and they'd never heard of anything like that. So I think Wyndham Central is way ahead of the curve in sharing resources, before we were mandated to. So what happens is the administrators talk to the central office and give them an idea what, after discussions with their board, what they think they're going to need, and then they give it to central office, and then central office puts together a budget, which you have in front of you. And And we'll vote on that April 1st. We have to vote on it before contracts have to be issued, so there's RIF notices don't have to go out. But we also changed it probably the first time as chairman 10 or 12 years ago, because we used to vote on it in December, and we decided to push it off and vote on it after school budget meetings, so that in case somebody had their budget cut, they weren't committed to the agency fund. And then that way, because the central office has to issue contracts, and once contracts are issued, we can't, they're issued and we have to pay the people. So is there any questions on agency fund? And Lori was feeling a little under the weather, so we can throw questions at Bill if you want. Yes?
Is this available online?
Good question. I see a head shaking, yes.
We usually put it up after the board approves it, but with the board's.
I think you should put it up online. And then it should be available to all your boards, so when you vote, when you go to your meeting for your, when you go to the meeting for the budget for whatever area you're from. Oh, I know you. Yeah, so when you go to the West River meeting, you can ask questions about it there, and but it doesn't show up as individual sections. It shows up as just one block for whatever they're going to be doing. Yeah, come on. We won't make you introduce yourself.
Sit right next to Al.
Yes. Okay, so, oh, I'm sorry, is there another one?
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I got a question.
Well, hang on, you're next. Yes. Sir. Ladies
Has
first.
this been modified since the last West River meeting?
I don't believe it's been it has?
Yeah, we needed to.
Okay.
Oh. So this is different than what we saw in December?
By a .10 FTE.
Okay. Where?
In general music.
Okay.
But I could change.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. I'm gonna, Ken.
Now, real quick, I think this needs to be clarified or changed or something, because it says for professional development for the West River District, that we have 49.95 FTEs. Could you explain that?
Probably not well right now, no.
Where's that's not in the agency fund.
That's right on the summary. That's what he said.
Oh, in the summary.
It's on the summary.
For the agency fund?
Yep. Top page.
I will
Right smack in the
clarify
middle.
that. Rather than give you erroneous information, I will clarify it.
Thank you.
You bet.
That is interesting. Isn't it? No wonder the budget's so high. Yours.
Thank you.
They're not getting paid for it.
Yeah,
that's a bargain. Can we hire everybody at that rate?
Okay, hang on a second,
That's how we cut
folks.
the budget.
Well, hey, sorry, just so we don't lose it. Emily was next, and if you want.
No, I.
Oh,
All I was going to comment on was that this is always subject to change right up until the date, correct? I mean, boards
Until
can,
April.
right, boards can, so even though we post it, it may change between now and April 1st, and I think it's just really important that everybody understands that. It never is, it's always floating until we actually vote.
That is correct.
and that's again why we put the vote off till April, so that people would have time. So, okay. Just sometimes with the bigger group, if we get off the track. No, and I love jokes, so.
It's fine.
You can tell me later. Okay, so if there's nothing else on the agency fund, the next one is grants budget. And again, the grant budget is how we spread around money that comes in from both the feds and the state. And a lot of times federal money comes to the state and then the state hands it out. A lot of it's for our special ed. Some of it's for
Special ed is
the
the largest
after,
part of the consolidated.
and then after-school programs, we get some grant money. And again, this is kind of money in and money out. You can vote not to spend the money, but then we won't get the money, so it kind of seems counterproductive, I guess. Yes?
So, is this like small schools grant and?
No.
No.
No, those go direct to the districts.
Okay.
And again, there's copies of it, but most of it's a special ed, Title IIA, Title I, Title IV, IDEAB basic, and pre-K, it used to be like our essential early ed and 21st century after school program.
So these aren't necessarily, they're distributed based on the actual need.
Right. So different schools qualify for different grants.
Right.
And they flow through the central office because the state of Vermont, this is what I love. The state of Vermont wanted us to combine. That was part of Act 46. But yet Lori has to report each school separately because they still want to keep track of how much money's being spent in each of the buildings, so.
Yeah.
But this is, and these are again, the grants and the superintendent. We authorize the superintendent when we reorganize to accept grants on behalf of the district.
And this is available online?
It isn't.
This one is actually online, right?
Okay, I'm gonna get to you second, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering if there's any clarification about the budget that's how the money's being spent down at the central office. Like, is there anything in writing somewhere for the public to see how that's broken down?
The superintendent's budget?
Yeah,
Yes.
That is definitely on.
that's online? Okay.
Yeah, that's
And
already
there's a
been
breakdown
approved.
there?
That-
We've already voted it.
That's already been approved. We usually
Right, I
approve
know.
that in December.
But I just know that there are people that are having a hard time deciding how to vote because they don't know where to find that.
Okay, you don't vote, public doesn't vote on the.
Right, but they do for the budget.
School district budget.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Bill, and maybe this is addressed to Lori, he's just not here, but according to the adjustments we made last time, there should have been an update to the nurse, FTE, as well as the technology for the shared services.
Okay, that's in the agency fund budget.
And I know I'm back
Right,
with the agency
okay.
fund budget,
We've
sorry.
gone over that. So if you have a
I will
question
double
about.
check on that because
Yeah, it's
we
pretty
did
important.
change it in the West River and I want to make sure that it's changing.
Yeah.
You got it.
Okay, and if you guys see something else on the agency fund, you can talk to the board or give Bill a note, let him know, because, if you look at these numbers, after a while, your eyes get blurry and then you're not sure what you're looking at. Everybody good with grants? I'm sorry, go ahead, yeah.
I'm Gerald Julian Cisse from Ukraine. So I'm just double checking on the line here for student transportation.
Okay,
So-
are you on the grant budget or the back
Yeah,
to
I
the
guess
agency fund?
This is the agency fund.
Okay, we've gone past that already, so if you have a question for that, go ahead and just ask Bill after the meeting.
We're not voting on that tonight.
Yeah, and you'll have another shot to discuss that before we vote on it. Okay, so on the grant budget, is there any other questions? Okay. Then I'm gonna move to new business. We have a regional calendar from 2021. And I think, Bill, when do they vote on this?
So you see in your packet, you've got the calendar, and then you'll see behind the calendar is the statute. So I have to vote amongst all the feeding superintendents into the Wyndham Regional Career Center for a regional calendar. It has kind of been a non-issue for the 3 years that I've been because there hasn't been any dramatic changes to the calendar. But this year, the proposed calendar from the Career Center includes a changing of the February holiday week from President's Week to the week after. And so I need advice from the board on how to vote. I'm one of 5 votes. So the Career Center is for this, and we have 4 other votes that will determine what the regional calendar is. The other vacations and days are in alignment with the past. The most important are matching the 3 days in Thanksgiving the days during December holiday, the days during February holiday, and the days during April holiday. There can be flexibility with different professional development days, but those four major need to be in alignment so that the Career Center is serving all similar calendars. So this is the first time it's been different. So.
What happened to Veterans Day?
Oh, hey.
So those are individual decisions by individual districts.
Okay, so Ken, you can go second after Emily.
So, this is then in alignment with what our Regional Career Center wants to do. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two, we have done this before. We've gone back and forth over the years, and I think it's really important that we all recognize that we haven't always had it on the week of President's Week. We've often done it to link it, frankly, to town meeting break as well, to lengthen the time, which this is doing. So this isn't outside of what we've done in the past.
It's just different from the 3 years that since I have been
Got it.
superintendent, so I thought it was highly important for.
Got it,
this-
and I'll just make one, that was my question, making sure that we all understand that.
Yeah.
I have been, over the many years, heard an awful lot of comments about which week we should do it, and frankly, when we've moved it to President's Week is when I mean, you guys all may be different, but I hear a lot more negative around that than having it this way. So, it's just a comment from, anecdotally, from what I've heard over the years. I don't know what anybody else feels.
Ken?
Well, I agree with Emily there. We used to have it there and go back right after town meeting, which worked out perfect. And I don't know why they changed it, but they did, and it goes back and forth. And it's funny because it actually, most of schools in the area and over across the border there are all next week. And for some of us who have families that have, grandchildren over on the other side, we'd like to spend some time with them too. But anyway, Veterans Day. We used to have Veterans Day off years ago. All of a sudden, we don't have Veterans Day off the last so many years, and I'm just wondering why. I'll represent the veterans from the district, okay?
Can I?
Yeah.
I have no evidence as to why that was made, but those individual dates can be done at the district level. So since you are on the West River Board, I'd be happy to put it on the agenda for the February 24th for that particular day.
So just a quick comment for people to think about too is, when we switched, we have a couple times gone against the Wyndham Regional calendar. And the problem with that is when parents realize that, parents have kids at the high school and the career center and in our schools, they get really ugly because then they get no time off because, they have to be around for the week that we're in session and then be around for the week the career center's in session. And the other thing is we can send Bill down with explicit instructions to vote against and do everything he can, but he's one of 5 or one of 6?
1 of 5.
1 of 5. So unless he, takes some backup, maybe Ken and some other veterans, he may not be able to do it for us anyways. But it seems as though, is there any other comments on that? Yes.
I don't have the piece of paper, so are you talking about changing? Changing from
February vacation.
February vacation. Are you talking about it not being next week?
It would be the week after next year.
Next year.
So, just so we remember that probably conflicts with kids who work at Stratton and count on that week to earn some money.
Yeah. And Mount Snow,
And
and
Mount Snow.
we've gotten beat up for that before
Yeah.
too. Any other comments? So what do you folks wish? Do you wish Bill to go down with the ship, or do you wish him to just march along? Somebody tell me.
I support this.
Yeah, I support this
Okay.
as well. Me too.
Straw poll, is there anybody who doesn't support Bill to approve this? Okay, Bill, you've got your marching orders. If you
All right.
need backup, make sure you call Ken.
Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, so, number 5, waiting study. So, if you like to kill trees, you can go online And here's a report, pupil weighting factors report. It's really big, but I can't do the computer. I have to see it in paper and read it in paper. So it's here if anybody'd like to look at it. There's like a 5 or 11-page executive summary, and it's very good. And basically, it's something that in our area, Ann Manwaring was a representative for Wilmington for a while. She had been trying to get something similar to this done. And then Laura, when she became a representative, she's really fought for this. And even before, the town of Dover used to support or have a lobbyist and a person working with us to try to get some changes to education finance. And this was, we had some other studies done that we turned over to the legislature. But this is the first time the state actually had a report done. And if anybody didn't get a chance to read it, I'm going to put Laura on the spot and just ask her to give us a brief summary of it. And the reason I asked to have this meeting, and I did check with the officers, was one of the thoughts is if everybody's in agreement, I'd like for Wyndham Central to write a letter to the legislators supporting that they enact this study, or at least review it and allow us to testify, any of us that want to testify. Just so you all know too, though, it's not great for every school. Every town does not win in this, but I think it's part of it. Yes, they do. But I think it's a fairly good study. So
I just want to flesh out your request. I completely agree, Rich. As I understand it, Laura has actually sponsored, I think, 4 pieces of legislation around this. And so I think if we do write a letter, we should write it in support of not only the concept, but these particular pieces of legislation. And I want to point out, too, that as your regional representative to the School Boards Association, we have a meeting on Wednesday, and if that could possibly be done, or at least the action taken around that by Wednesday, I'd like to present it there as well. So yes.
So let's keep that in mind while we'll let Laura present the study. If there's any questions, if there's anybody in the audience that has some questions, Laura's pretty well versed in it, and then we'll have some discussion and decide what we want to do.
So I do want to just, thanks, Rich. I don't know how much time you want me to take, and I will try to be brief.
We're going to be out of here at 7.
Perfect, because dinner is looking good once we get to it. I'll feel good. I do want to note that Kelly Paella, who's here, Representative Kelly Paella, Carolyn Partridge.
We've saved your seat up here, Kelly.
Sorry, Kelly.
We're going to put you on the spot.
And John Gannon have sponsored that legislation, and I want to be very clear to note that we have been talking with and keeping Emily apprised of all of this, and she is very much aware and working with us.
And Carolyn also, isn't
Is that a fair characterization? Thank you. Okay. Carolyn, if I didn't say Carolyn.
You did. Oh, she did, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Does everybody understand? Does everybody understand the weights and why it matters?
Does everybody in the audience understand the weights?
And why it matters? So,
But the people watching might not know.
okay, so very briefly, let's see if it's briefly. Very briefly with Act 60 and the requirement, to fix our education system so that we were providing substantially equitable opportunity for all of our kids. The legislature put in place a mechanism, statewide education property tax, as everyone knows, and the equity, the measure of equity, and feel free, anybody, to jump in and correct me if I go astray. Was really per pupil spending. And, we figure out per pupil spending by total number, how much are we spending, how many kids do we have? We acknowledged, or prior to Act 60, there was an acknowledgement that some students cost more to educate, and so they were weighted differently. They were weighted as more than one, and that was high school. There was some special ed and some ESL.
And there's a second language.
Yes.
Explain weight, it's not dollars, it's.
Weight is number of students. So, if we have a classroom of 10, If it's 10 middle school students with no special needs, they're all English language learners, no one is in poverty, that's 10 kids. When we start talking about kids with special needs or English language needs, or as this study has indicated, kids in areas with low population density or high poverty, you start saying that child's going to cost more to educate, and therefore we need to count that child as more. The weights are important because the construct that we have, that's how we deal with students that cost more to educate.
Can I just add one piece
Please
about
do.
that? The one time that I remember that a weight change, the weighting schedule was in place for a really long time, but there was a change made in 2020.
For high school.
I can't remember the date, for high school, and it went from 1.25 down to 1.13. And at the time, and I'm pretty sure Laura remembers it as well, but I was sitting on the Leland and Gray High School board, and I felt pretty concerned about the loss of having, So I asked why, over and over and over. How did you come to 1.13? And I, at the time, never got an answer.
I'm sure
For
it
that.
was.
There was no,
I shouldn't have
well, I
described
didn't actually say that, but it felt like that. There was no real metrics that they based it on.
It felt like it was a means of dealing with
Back of
progress
envelope,
taxes.
right.
Yeah. So we have been pushing, as Rich said, for years, saying that it just does not, and we've had these discussions here, it does not cost the same to educate every student everywhere. And the very basic example that we give, or that I will give to other legislators, if you have a classroom of 10, and you have a classroom of 20, and all things are equal with those students, and we're aiming for per pupil spending, legislatively, we're trying to get everybody aimed in the same direction, and it's, say, $10,000 per pupil. This classroom of 10 students has $100,000, this classroom of 20 students has $200,000. If they have good school boards in each one of those classrooms, which I'm certain that they do, they are spending those dollars to purchase as much high-quality education as they can for their kids. And what it means is, over here, they're buying more opportunity for their kids. And when all the residents get cranky and say, you're spending too much, we push down on per pupil spending, the penalties, the excess spending penalties, and we say, all right, guys, we really only want you spending $9,000 per pupil. I have $90,000 here and $180,000 here, and that's starting to hurt for these kids. And maybe their school board's saying we have to spend more, and now you're seeing tax impacts there, or maybe your school board's not saying spend more. One way or the other, you've got taxpayers or kids getting hurt over here. We're still probably pretty good with $180,000 over here with these 20 kids. So they're seeing a tax benefit and more opportunity. This weighting study, we've been pushing for years and years and years. And actually, Oliver Olson, preceding Kelly, I can remember him speaking on the floor and talking about the differences in opportunities amongst high schools and alluding to this. This study,
Oliver Collin.
yeah, yeah, probably not. I think the education committee, and I think you probably were still on it at that time, we were fortunate enough that the chair really wanted to push on the poverty rate. Really wanted to, Dave Sharp at the time, push on that. And we took a look at all of the weights, with the exception of pre-K. And this study, I'm so ecstatic, with the quality of work that was done, the breadth of information that they considered across the nation, and they've come back with recommendations basically saying the weights that we have, they're historical artifacts, there's no basis for them, and I can see you laughing, but and it's sort of funny, but actually it makes me really angry, because not a lot of people, but some people have known this for a very long time, and a lot of kids got hurt, and taxpayers have been hurt as well. I'm sorry, Al, I'm not meaning, but I'm telling you, I'm really feeling the, injustice in this a lot. So there are,
And on that too, one of the things is, it's been going on for 20 years, so when Leland and Gray started saying, okay, we either gonna give our kids more opportunity, or we're gonna fix the building, we gave kids opportunity, every school's done that. But that 20 years of not doing it, a project that 20 years ago would have cost, $1 million, is now gonna cost you 10 million. And it doesn't get better just because, we can't close our eyes to it, and that's one of the problems, it just keeps compounding itself too. And that was one of the reasons of why I really wanted to do something, because I thought it would be important for this legislative session to do something, because we can't just kick the can down the road again. It's been getting kicked for a long time, and it's time to really, bite the bullet and do what's right, and do what's proper.
I think it's important to use the term that they used in the study. There was no empirical evidence to back up the weights as they were in place, as they are in place today. They searched for it, couldn't find it, no empirical evidence.
So there are weights. There are now recommended weights, looking at adding a new weight for, and I can't get to the chart, but presumably you all have it. A middle school weight, adding a virality, and contemplating a small school, and a very dramatic, as I'm sure you've all seen, increased weight for poverty, EL and ELL. Did I hit them all? Okay. Thank you. So, I want to have that sitting together. Thanks.
Did you mention rurality?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the first.
Yes.
Big one.
Yeah. Oh, I have that. Thank you. So the weights have been moved forward. Some things that are curious and interesting to know. So this is the second year of a legislative biennium, and that means there was a lot of legislation that was introduced last year. That probably will never be acted on. We put in place, the legislature put in place some mechanisms to, really try and manage that this year, meaning that you had to introduce full, long form bills. When was it, Emily?
January 15th?
No, before then.
December.
For drafting.
For drafting was December.
Yeah, December.
In December.
So you can introduce a short form bill at any time. A short form bill, and that's what we have introduced, it's a notion. And the committees can then decide if they want to take that up and flesh it out, or add that language in, but it's a means of putting forward ideas. The ideas that we have put forward are to implement the weights this year, to not make any changes to the education financing system until the General Assembly has fully considered and acted upon the weighting study. Doesn't mean they have to put in what's there, but they have to take testimony, consider it, do all of that. And then the other two are, one is to do a look back to 2000 to 2018. 2000 is the fourth year of implementation for Act 60. Act 60 rolled in over 4 years. So looking at 2000 to 2018 and asking JFO or AOE to quantify the cost and lost student opportunity in those 18 years. And then the other is asking AOE or JFO to look back from 2000 to 2018 and to quantify the amount of excess dollars that some districts accessed and the penalty that other districts have been in because the system has been unfair. The reality on the ground, there's a couple of pieces. I've been told that education finance has moved back to Ways and Means. For a number of years it was in the Education Committee in the House. I've also been told that this bill needs to start in the Senate. Senator Baruth has told me he intends to try and act on it, you have to look at how many senators want to move this bill forward. The Secretary of Education testified in the House Ways and Means that this had been done. It points to a pretty significant inequity, an existing inequity for our students, and that the current weights are outdated and they do not represent current educational circumstances or cost. In particular, the variation between the poverty weight as compared to the poverty weight determined through the analysis of the report suggests immediate action by the General Assembly is necessary to address a significant equity concern in the current education funding system. I was standing behind him while he said this to the Ways and Means Committee, and he said he could see no justification for waiting. A-I-T-I-N-G.
Delay.
Delay. Nonetheless, and so the other piece of information is the Joint Fiscal Office. 2018 was before all of the Act 46 mergers were in place. And so JFO, Joint Fiscal Office, has been running the numbers for 2020. And I think it's their belief that, I don't know if those have
Have not
been.
crossed my desk.
Okay. So I believe those, I'm not sure, but I believe those are posted on the Joint Fiscal Office website. And I haven't had a chance to review their memo that goes with that. I think it's their understanding that there are more winners and less losers. Losers being people whose taxes will go up if they continue spending the way that they are. So I think that's it. The one thing that I would say, and I said it very clearly, we had a meeting in Dover pretty quickly to let folks know this had happened, this is happening. We are pushing really hard for action this year. It's my intention to push at every single opportunity to bring this forward and try and get some relief. It's my expectation. They're trying right now to roll it in over several years, which makes sense. You know, if my town was looking at a 60-cent tax increase, I'd be looking for rolling it in for the increases, but not for the relief. And so, we're looking for the people who are, not able to access the funding that is necessary for their kids. So looking at ways to deal with that. If the legislature, it is my opinion, if the legislature does not act on it this year, school districts who are not properly weighted and who are not able to access appropriate funding without tax penalty, I believe you should get an attorney. So, and you should fight that. I think it's unconstitutional what's going on. So.
Okay, so are there any comments from the board first? Now, questions, comments from the board, then we'll take questions, comments from the public.
I was going to make a motion. Is it inappropriate to have something on the floor before we start this discussion? Would you rather do that or wait till we're done with the discussion?
What do you guys think? Do we want to discuss it or do we want to have a motion to discuss?
Have a motion to discuss.
Okay.
I mean, basically the motion is just that we're going to support these things here. So I don't think the motion takes us outside of any of the realm of the discussion of the topic. But here's my motion, subject to approval by everybody. I make a motion that the WCSU board supports legislation being put forward by Representatives Sibilia, Payala, Gannon et al. I'm not sure who all of the sponsors are. In the Vermont House relative to the recently finished pupil weighting factor report that would implement the recommendations of this report for schools in Vermont, and asks the chair to write a letter to the legislature to this effect.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, Ken seconds it. Don't worry about trying to type it. He'll give it to you, right. Okay, did everybody hear the motion okay? Okay. So is there discussion?
You want a second first?
No, we did. Ken seconded. So a couple things I took away from Laura's comments that I would want to include in the letter and just make sure that this is good with you folks is that we want them to implement the weights this year. No change in school financing until the full legislature gets to review the study and discuss it. That they look back between 2000 and 2018 for the lost opportunities, student opportunities, and quantify excessive dollars spent and penalty dollars received or spent by districts that were in the penalty, and that we want to make sure we address we want to address the Senate Ed, we want to address our senators,
Yes.
our representatives, House Ed,
House Ways and Means.
yeah, and then Senate,
Finance.
House Ways and Means,
Yes.
Senate Finance.
The Senate Pro Tem
Senate Pro Tem and
and
Speaker.
Speaker. And I would also send it
Hang on,
to
well, do we also want to talk about no justification for waiting and relief is immediate?
no justification for, waiting.
Delay.
For waiting. Not having it. And then joint, so we want to do the Senate Pro Tem and the Speaker of the House, and was there,
I would recommend AOE. And I think you should discuss whether or not you want to send it to the School Boards Association and the Superintendent's Association.
Yeah, I was gonna say, probably the special educators, 'cause that's a pretty big piece of it.
Huge.
And the Principals Association, keep them informed as well.
There you go.
Do the Bs.
okay.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
What's the timeline on this, like, that you would expect that they would?
Can you repeat it, sort of?
What is the timeline for this?
Not your fault.
So a couple of things to know, which is the legislature can move on a dime if they are so inclined. This is very impactful, and so it's not gonna move on a dime. The Senate needs to move something out before crossover, which, Emily, do you know when crossover is?
Yeah, but I have to pull my calendar because we just decided on it. Did we actually both vote on it?
I don't know.
We did.
It's
crossover is-
mid-March.
It's right after town meeting.
So they would have to make a move on this by that point.
Theoretically. So the Rules Committee, there's a Rules Committee in the Senate, there's a Rules Committee in the House. The Senate, at this point, they'll need to do something around rules if they were to put in a bill, or they'll need to put it in a bill that's moving because their deadline for committee bills has passed.
It's the
13th. The 13th. Tentatively, there is a public information session on March 11th up at the State House as well, tentatively.
I was just gonna say for financial crossover is a week later, but it has to be impacting things that were in the budget or revenue.
Yeah.
Well,
revenue
usually got an
would be-
extra week.
Yeah. So, things that I think are really important right now, your senators need to hear from you respectfully. They need to feel your sense of urgency so that they can convey that to the Senate. We all need to hear from you, please copy all of us if you're reaching out, and we need more voices. So the Northeast Kingdom and this district have already kind of been pinpointed as, they're up in arms. So, that's where the SBA and all the others could be really helpful. So.
So, yes, we will definitely, it'll have to be urgent. I want to do it from Wyndham Central because I think it represents a broad group, but that does not keep any individual board member, especially those of you that have students or family members in one of the school systems, to also write letters. And it doesn't keep other boards from writing letters too, individual like the Marlboro board. But the more letters we got, it seems like if we could say, hey, we're representing the whole district, the whole area, that it would carry a little more weight, so.
Sorry, I have one more thing, Richard, which
Okay.
is, I would ask if you are able to, I would ask to testify.
I'm gonna put it in the
And
letter.
ask for your students to be able to testify, or your parents or your taxpayers to be able to testify, if you're able to do it.
So I have a procedural question here. I think we're insanely lucky to be represented by so many members of the legislature here at these school meetings. Of the 4 pieces of legislation, 2 are moving forward and 2 are looking back, it sounds to me. Do you feel that the second 2 jeopardize the first 2 in any way? Because I do wonder that. Are there people going to say, I would have supported them if we were just going forward, but because you're sort of asking to look back at who was harmed in the past, I don't know. You
So
don't understand the question.
910 and 912 are the 2 that are looking forward. 911 and 913 are an expression of hoping to get people's attention to the gravity and size of the injustice that's being done. I don't actually hold out a lot of hope that government resources will be expended to quantify that.
Okay, Alan.
Speaking of the gravity and the size, this is kind of to Bill. Lori last time indicated that the red board, or our budget, we would see approximately 60 equalized pupils. That's huge. That's humongous, and it would drop us below the threshold. I mean, that's right now.
No, it would not.
No,
I'm sorry?
she said it wouldn't.
Really? It wouldn't?
Yeah, you're 923,000 away from the threshold. This would only be about 600,000 plus.
It's
So
still
if
huge.
enacted based on the FY18 modeling that you have in front of you, but not the FY20 modeling,
Right.
which is being done in the joint fiscal office.
Okay. 600,000 would represent about 12 cents on the
Oh, it's a big deal.
tax.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
So if Bill passed out on the back of the agenda sheets, and I'm just picking one, Appendix E, Simulation A-2. Brookline unfortunately sees a 4-cent increase, but Jamaica sees a 39-cent decrease, Newfane sees a 22-cent decrease, 29-cent decrease for Townsend, Leland and Gray, 11 cents.
Where are you? I'm sorry.
This was attached to the, there's several of them.
Richard, I want to make sure, because there are a number of different simulations here.
Right, that's why I said
There
I'm
are some
just,
variables
yeah.
that the legislature needs to discuss.
Right, but from looking at these,
They're
the
close,
difference
though.
is, 2 to 4 cents, so that's why I'm taking,
Yeah.
I'm taking the one that shows the biggest variances
Yeah.
that I can see, and then, Leland Gray's 11 cents, Dover goes up 4, Wardsboro goes down 17, Marlboro goes down 21, Wyndham goes down 29, and Stratton is the big winner, they go up 64.
I have another thing to say.
Yes.
Sorry, it's actually kind of important. So
Okay,
one
go
of-
and then we gotta take questions from the audience.
One of the pushbacks on this that I've heard from analysts and Ledge Council, and they say it in the study themselves, is that there's no way of knowing what a town like, I will say a town not in the supervisory union, but that I represent, what a town like Reedsboro would do with a 40-cent decrease in their tax rate in 2018. But they have purchased more opportunity for their students, or they have pocketed the tax savings. And in fact, when I testified in House Education, there was a lot of concern expressed about that and whether or not I would support mandating that they use that to purchase opportunity for their students. I want you all to listen very carefully to me. That is happening right now on the other end, where people are over accessing resources based on incorrect weights. And schools that are over accessing resources are making choices to either purchase more opportunity for their students or save their taxes. And so if you are confronted with that, I hope you will push back on it. It's also a justification for dealing with this issue immediately.
But it also allows the public to make that decision when they go to school district meeting. They can say, hey, look, we're willing to accept a 2-cent increase or a 10% or increase in the, or whatever that number is, and they get to I mean, that was part of all about Act 60. The state wasn't gonna just give you a pot of money, you've got to
Yeah, but
make
that is Act
decisions.
60, and you're not creating that situation by enacting these weights. That situation already exists.
Right.
Can I follow up on that? And I know I'm probably just stating the obvious, but I want to make sure everybody understands. This is about tax rates. This is about tax rates and what
you can buy.
You feel that your voters in your district can support based on tax rates. So if for example, at the West River District, we're over the excess spending threshold, if we, and we're still, the reason we're over is because we have made decisions about the spending plan that we have here, providing the education that we believe supports those values that we have behind us. And our tax rate is, our tax rates are higher because of our decisions around that spending. If there's a change in weighting that Laura's been describing, we will be able to see either a reduction, significant reduction in our tax rates in our communities, most of them, they're all different. Or we can say, hey, this is an opportunity for us to maybe both lower our tax rate and to put the money into something that we've been deferring for quite some time. And I think you can duplicate that in every single district around the state in one way or another, either going up or going down. But I think it's just really important that people understand decisions are still made locally on your spending plans based on your values and what you think the voters in your school district will support for that education. And I just think it's really important we keep that in mind. And so decisions are still made locally around that.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Stratton.
You know what, talk to have him, Ken. Ken's very loud.
I can hear
Joe.
him.
Ken's on that end.
I'm sorry.
Ken is loud, but Joe's loud enough.
Just tell Laura. She's got laryngitis awful.
I know.
From Stratton.
Yeah, she's from Stratton.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so before I totally freak out.
Yeah.
We have been told repeatedly that waiting will
Yeah.
work for us as well. And
No, I mean, based on these numbers.
well, no, but what I'm wondering is, because of the years that we had an incredible anomaly happen right around this
Right.
time. So maybe this isn't necessarily representative of what would happen overall for Stratton. Is that an accurate?
So there are FY20 numbers, I think they need to be looked at. This is not what you will see, of course there will be an immediate impact. There is the opportunity to see some spending maybe come down, because the effect of what is happening here are large, wealthy towns without a lot of poverty have been seriously overspending. And that is actually where most of our spending is in the state.
Right, but Stratton's current situation is compounded by 2 years of unanticipated students and being significantly above the excess spending threshold.
Right.
And so that's why that number looks so scary. However, since you're not an operating district, I think your numbers function somewhat differently than an operating school district.
Because I like my hair, I don't want to get scalped.
Oh, it's not bad, it happened to a
But
couple of us.
But I think if this is going to be addressed,
You have to look at
you have to look at,
operators.
right, you have to look at what this does to non-operating districts and see how they function within the funding formula.
Pocket that maybe not has been as discussed.
Right, and,
Well, there are some non-operators who go down as well. So, I mean, we have to.
That's true.
Yeah.
right,
So,
and Winhall goes up, not quite as significantly, but also significantly. So, you know, and I know two towns have had kind of mirroring challenges over the last couple of years, so.
So we haven't given the audience a chance, so if any, go ahead and
I just had one question. Is this gonna do anything with the hold harmless? Because we can't go, like, even if this was implemented today, we wouldn't see these declines because we're held to the, can't go down by, up or down by more than 5% because we merged. Right?
so the legislature can turn things around on a dime, which is great. It's terrifying. So.
So
I mean,
would
I
this
think-
be would your legislation be outside of that, like, so that it could go down like it went down 29 cents, it could happen
That would
and not be
probably have to
limited
be
by
addressed.
how much it could fall?
I think we have to flesh all of that out by taking the bills up and working on them, as well as the, different, you have all these different scenarios because there are some, options to discuss.
So when Act 60 was phased in, what they did was, they said schools that are going up are only gonna increase so much percentage. Like in Dover, we would go up to this certain tax rate that we were below, and then the following year, we would go up to this other tax rate, whether you spent that much or not. And other schools were getting some of that money, but it didn't fully implement for 3 years or 4 years. And I think that was one of the things Laura was talking about, is they're looking at, so maybe not the schools that are coming down that would see an increase that would be phased in, but, one of the things they're arguing for is those schools that really need help. We can't wait another 4 years to phase it in. We've waited 20 years, let's move.
Right, I was talking about the Act 46, right, where
Yes, you are.
they can't go up or down by,
Right.
yeah.
Which phases out eventually.
Right.
Before you go to them, can I just ask?
Yes, but we're gonna run out of time.
I know, but I'm just, Laura, am I right that all 4 of those bills went to the House Ed?
Even though House Education
So I
is
wanna
not
just
dealing with finance.
clarify that House Education was given, in the 4 years that I sat on it, was given the duty of looking at finance as well. That was removed from them during this biennium. But I would say that House Ed never operated in even those 4 years dealing with ed finance. It was always in conjunction with Ways and Means. So these did get sent to House Ed, and that's a decision that gets made, but I'm not sure what action is going to be taken in House Ed. And here's my second piece to this. You may have an update for me or for all of us, but the Senate Ed Committee has had more conversations around this, I think, than the House. They've taken more steps and showing more action. Would you say that that's a fair assessment?
I would say that that's a fair assessment.
But you don't see any path yet.
So last weekend, I sent a letter to, we sent a letter to the speaker and the pro tem, saying it needs to happen this year. Saw the pro tem last Tuesday, and he said, we're running the FY20 numbers, and then we're gonna start talking about, seeing if there's the will to move. And you can check back in next week, which is tomorrow, which I will be doing.
So it could start in the House or the Senate, which is important that the motion gets sent to all both.
But everybody's saying it's gonna start in the Senate. It has to go to both.
Yeah, I just think it's really important.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a couple comments. Patty Dixon from Jamaica. First of all, everybody should write to all of these people, and you can find all their information online. I wrote a letter and sent it to Ways and Means, Finance, Senate, House, everybody. And everybody should, and I got responses from some people too. And my understanding of, I think it was from the executive summary, was the idea is more a redistribution of the original money that's always been there or always been sent, but it's meant to redistribute it more fairly to the places that really need it. Not necessarily to save money on your taxes, not necessarily, the purpose is to make things right, that we have all just agonized about every budget season. It's just, I'm sorry.
Don't get me going.
No, I know.
Okay.
It's divided boards, it's divided communities, it's just been horrific, and everything we try doesn't work. It just, very long time coming.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to comment on that?
Do you want me to mention
Yeah.
that?
So-
I just think it's also really important to understand that this isn't actual dollars that come into our district. This is buying capacity through tax rates. So when you say sending money, that's actually not true. It's not, and I'm not trying to correct you, I'm just trying to say, people need to make sure they totally understand what this means. It's not actual dollars being sent to your district from the state. It's buying capacity through tax rates. It's reducing or raising
It allows
tax
us to spend more.
Right.
without impacting our tax rates.
Impacting our tax rates.
Right. Just one minute.
Yeah.
Any other comments from the, go ahead.
I guess Gerald Julian CSA from Newfane. And so I think when you were listing the items that influence the weighting, you mentioned rurality. So because one of the issues that I always feel like down here we should get some kind of a special consideration when we go over our threshold and then we're penalized because we've gone over our threshold, but we're the second largest geographic education district in the whole state. And so yes, we have, even though we have a small population, we're traveling many, many miles. And so therefore, there should be some kind of consideration for that, that we still, you know, just because our student population lives all over the place and we have to get them to school. So I was looking at the figures here, it's almost $400,000 for transportation. That's quite a bit and influences how much of that, a percentage of that then is figured into the equalized pupil spending, then we're going over our budget, then we're getting penalized. So how does that fit into there? Can we get some kind of relief?
So that is part of the argument that we made for having the weighting study done. And there is a weight in here that recognizes that rurality.
So we have to wait for these decisions to be made. I mean, just in the last few weeks when we've had our meetings here and having to cut, and we can't cut anymore. And yet our miles aren't changing. We still are educating the same number of students who live in the same spread out district.
I will just say to you, I would encourage you, cannot wait for people to understand your pain or to do the right thing. We need you to help. We need you to be articulate about what you are facing, and we need you to work with your boards to be articulate about what you are facing and to communicate that. We need everybody.
Any other comments from the public? Drew? No? Anything as a board member?
No, I support the action that was called in motion, and I second the call to put in there that we will testify, parents will testify, board members, we will all march up and testify.
Well, drive is a long march. Go ahead now.
It's a long drive.
And then Ken.
Yeah.
Pardon, Ken? That's not.
Everybody done speaking up
No,
here?
Al wants to speak, and then I'll get you, and then we'll vote.
Just following on to what you said, so is it fair to say that the excess spending threshold is really kind of a compounding of the inequity? I mean, loan sharks don't charge you 100% on penalties. It's
Continues to be pushed back on the excess spending threshold from all angles.
Yeah.
right. So I'm just thinking, if we were not able to push this legislation through, at the very least, if we can knock that out.
So that was a
The excess
suggestion that I made to the education committee. When we were there, you know, like I understand that you may need to roll this in, you know, because of, you know, the shock factor for places that are looking at tax increases. And, you know, I encourage them to look for then one-time dollars or something to help us, or look at the excess spending. And, you know, we've been hearing some good ideas about, you know, ways to do that.
Yeah, because you're not taking it away from anybody else at that point.
Yeah.
No, but your excess money's going to
Well,
other places.
one of the other notions that is being put out there that at this point I've heard nothing to help me not be alarmed by this is the notion of doing categorical grants instead of adjusting the weights. And so if you don't adjust the weights, you keep the inequity in place and you put some, you know, temporary, you know, will into categorical grants, which is simply going to increase education spending, which I'm sure none of our voters or your constituents will, you know, weigh in with you
It's
about.
also not adjusting what's wrong.
Right.
Okay, Ken.
But it allows
What?
you not to have to make
I was
difficult
gonna call the question.
decisions.
Okay, well, we don't have to call a question. You guys ready to vote? That's one less vote.
So I have a question. I'd be willing to revise this if my second will go along with it. Instead of saying this clause relative to the recently finished pupil weighting factor report. Instead of that, mention House 910, 911, 912, and 913, or maybe leave them both in.
No, but that's okay, because you said it.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be in there. I don't think we have to, I can reference it in the letter without you having to change
Okay.
your motion.
Okay, unless you feel that the motion would be more
I
more
think-
effective.
No, I don't-
Okay, all right,
unless he puts
so,
it in.
Yeah, I'll make sure I put it in, and you know what? I'll shoot it over to you, and you can look at it.
okay, sounds good. Do you
Okay.
want me to reread as,
I don't think so. Do we need to reread the motion, or is everybody okay? Okay, so if you're ready to vote, all those in favor of the motion from our gentleman on the left, signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I
Oh.
feel like I might need to oppose just because this is glaringly awful for the town.
Okay.
But I don't know if I should do that.
Well, it's up to you. You need to
It's
make a
okay.
decision.
Yeah, it's okay. So I think I have to oppose.
Okay, so we have one opposing. So the motion carries almost unanimously. Thank you, folks. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for your input. We really appreciate it. It's really nice to see you here. And then if you have any questions, send her an email. She'll tell you who to write to. She'll give you everything you need. So hang on, we're not done yet, folks. We're not done yet. Okay, we have a contractual, yes. Yeah, you can leave. So we have a fairly quick contractual issue, and we will make a decision after the executive session. So I need to have a motion for an executive session for contractual issues.
So moved.
Okay, so Joe moved it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second. Mike. It's not about this.
No.
Oh, it's just contract.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, Rick.
And I will make a motion to instruct the chair to sign the contracts for Christopher Medina, Director of Operations.
For the email. Email.
Oh, the amount, okay. In the amount of $77,344 for fiscal year 2021.
Oh, say that slowly.
We'll give it to you in a minute.
Okay.
No,
Would you like
we'll
it
give
slower,
to him
Peter?
in a minute. We'll hand them to him.
Okay, great. Director of Finance Lori Garland in the amount of $104,310 for the year 2020 through 2021. For Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment, Jen McCusick, in the amount of $106,339 for the year 2020 through 2021. And finally, for the Director of Special Education, Stephanie Beatty Hancock, in the amount of $101,274 for 1 year, 2020 through 2021.
102, 274.
Yeah, we'll give them to you in a minute, Peter.
$101,274.
Good.
Okay, second?
Second it.
Okay, Dan seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? Okay, we are good to go. So our next meeting is April 1st. Good luck at your school district meetings, folks. And I'll entertain a motion to leave.
You're not done yet?
So moved. Motion to adjourn.
Okay, got a motion adjourned by Mike, and somebody else is so moved. Leanne seconding it, and all those who are in favor say, let's go. Okay.
Thank you so much. Because we're on the record, you need to say your name. And the folks who are with you, look to me before you speak, okay? And you too will have to say your name to the record. Thanks. Go ahead.
I am Catherine Thomas. I'm from Twin Valley Middle High School.
I'm Jaden Copperthite. I'm from BUHS Bravo Union High School. I'm filling in for Amanda Uvina.
Okay.
That is Sawyer King. She is also from Twin Valley. And Shirley, would you like to?
And I'm Shirley Parker, advisor.
Okay, great.
We're here today as members of Our Voices Exposed. It is a youth-led movement across Vermont, and we work together with VCAT through the Counterbalance campaign, working to reduce the effects, well, more like prevention for teenagers. Nicotine is addictive and can affect brain development, and it is found in tobacco, which can cause cancer, heart disease, and lung disease. And a lot of children don't think of that when they do these things. Something that I've seen within my community is the mental health issues that have led to the vulnerability and cause children to want to start. They think that it's going to make them less stressed, when in reality the withdrawals are making them more stressed. And even some of my friends, people that I really care about who struggle with mental health, have turned to nicotine to try to save themselves.
I'm gonna say some facts about nicotine and how it all works and just what it does. A young age exposure to nicotine can cause a severe dependency when you get older, and just you would escalate to cigarettes, cigars, and just smoking. And doing it from a young age and just doing it in general can cause long-term health effects. And the long-term health effects of vaping are still unknown today. The flavorings, flavoring like candy is what draws the children in. Like elementary school kids, if the older one, say an unresponsible high schooler offers a bubblegum flavored e-cigarette to a kindergartner, they're not going to know anything about it except for that it's bubblegum flavor and they like it. And the popular e-cigarette brands are like Surian, Blue, and Fuse. And I know that, I don't know about the other first two, but I know that a Fuse is like was one that sells the pods for juuling. And what I've seen, I see in my school a lot of kids selling it, like in class, and just vaping in class, doing it in their sleeve, and just passing it under tables and all that, just using the same Juul pod sometimes. And she saw some photos of hidden, like Juul pods that are hidden. Like freshman year, I was curious on how many different kind of Juul pods there were, and I found this vape pen last year. And it's a pen that it works as a pen, normal pen, but it's also you can vape through it. And she found this clothing line that is it's called Vaporware, and it's for hiding juuling. And they have it right here. They have it in this. They have it in the string right here, so it looks like you're just chewing on your string, when then you can vape it back into your sleeve. And
Internet king goes yes, yes. Oh my God.
And I feel like we should change how, like, who can buy it, where they can buy it from. Like, not every gas station should have it. I feel like it's just easier to steer it off the spinning racks to keep it on. They should keep it in only e-cigarette stores, and that should only keep it there. And the age restriction should be better, so a more mature audience can only get it, so they don't pass it on to the younger people, because the more mature they are, the less likely they're able to do that. And just how they can get it is just what they should do. And we should make laws on how they can look. We should make laws on how they cannot look like a pen, how they cannot be hidden. They have to be easy visible and and all that. Yes.
Okay.
Let's read any more. Yeah, your turn.
It is actually not my turn.
Oh, it's my turn again.
Section 3 is you.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about Juul pods specifically. So Juul was launched in 2015, and it's a lot of high schoolers like it the best because it looks like a USB drive. They can just, like that, without hidden, it's so small it can just hide in their hand, and they can go back into their sleeve. I've seen it plenty of times in my classes that happen like that. There's a lot of nicotine in one pod of a Juul. It's around the same amount as, is it a 15? I think it's a 15% Juul pod is the same amount as nicotine as a cigarette can be.
And Juul pods are like this big.
Yeah.
So it's all of that in that tiny little pod.
That's what, yeah, just.
Oh, okay. Now it's my turn. Juuls still come in flavors like mint and menthol specifically can kind of like make it easier on your throat, which can also attract kids because they're like, oh, it doesn't hurt me physically, so it's not hurting me. And manufacturers of e-cigarettes like Juul will target youth. There was actually, I think it was back in 2016 or 2017, Juul got in major trouble because they were very blatantly marketing to teenagers, and their advertisements were colorful, and they like featured all of these young people, and they were just really, really trying to get to teenagers. And in my school, Juuls are extremely popular. Just yesterday, I was asked by a student, do you know someone who has a Juul? Where can I get a Juul? Because kids will just pass them around because they're so easy. You can just like slip them off under the table. Or like, some kids will just like toss them to each other. Because if it's flying through the air, you won't know what it is. It looks like a flash drive. Like, teachers are like, oh, that kid just threw a flash drive for some reason. That's okay. And they just do it, like, right there. Yeah.
So I told you about the selling in my school. There's just with the selling, the people who usually the kids who are selling them to other kids are not actually the ones who do it either. They sell to people who are addicted to it, but they don't do it themselves. That's what I've seen in my school about the selling.
And thank you so much for listening to us and allowing us to share the work that we do within our school and bringing it to this higher levels.
Well, thank you for the work that you're doing and for adding your voice to what is a very important public health issue. So thank you very much for coming to the State House. I hope you found it interesting.
It was very interesting.
Sorry we kicked out of room 11.
I just want to really underline what Chair Pugh said. I mean, your speaking out about this is going to have way more influence than any of ours ever will. So the fact that you're really taking this on and being leaders among your peers, it's really, really courageous and amazing. So thank you.
Keep up the good work. Either of you want to say anything, add anything?
The only thing I would add is I've had the pleasure to work with, we have several prevention groups in our school. We have an Above the Influence group, a VCAT group, OVX group, a Pride group, and it makes a real difference when you have kids on the ground in their communities working to influence their peers. And thinking of prevention first, it's so much easier to deal with it at this level, and it's really important for youth voices within the school building to be encouraged, and whatever can be done to keep those groups going. The culture of a school can really change one way or the other depending on if that influence is alive and well at any school. So I'd love to see it at all the schools. It's not quite happening there everywhere the way it is at Twin Valley that we're really proud of. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And at some level, this is probably partly discussion and partly to see where we're going forward in terms of. Jen, these are the same amendments? The same amendments that we went through before, but we just walked through them. we didn't, which is why we put them both up here now, as to whether, what we want to do, kind of thing. So probably to reorient ourselves a bit. Jen, can you pull up as introduced? Sure. Maybe we can do perhaps a little bit of back and forth. But really begin to look, let's look at each section and see where we are.
Sure. Jennifer Darby, Legislative Counsel. So this is H663, an act relating to expanding access to contraceptives. The first section of the bill as introduced would require health insurance plans to provide coverage without any deductible co-insurance, co-payment, or other cost-sharing requirement, not just for one drug, device, or other product within each method of contraception for women identified by the U.S. FDA and prescribed by the healthcare provider, but for all drugs and devices and other products within each method of contraception for women.
Can we do the amendment?
No. This is just going back to the bill as introduced, and then we can, I just wanted to show this, and then we'll flip, right? And then if you want, we can flip to the amended version. And going along with this in the bill as introduced, I took out the language that said if there's a therapeutic equivalent, the plan can cover, how it works for if there was only at least one in each category. So I took out some of that language. And then put in language saying a health insurance plan should not provide information under this subsection if that coverage would disqualify a high deductible health plan from eligibility for a health savings account. So if you remember, there are limitations under federal law for what you can cover first dollar for a high deductible plan before it loses eligibility for a health savings account.
Now, that first section was
Right. So then we looked at some language and possible amendments to Section 1. The first of which would be to specify in the definition of health insurance plan that this is a plan offered, issued, or renewed by a health insurer or by a pharmacy benefit manager on behalf of a health insurer, based on some information some members of the committee had received from, I think from Vermonters about, and from the insurance companies about why the existing law may not be being followed.
So can we just look at that first one? As we create a second draft of the bill, and I'm going to have Sandy in my head when I say, it'll probably be easiest if we end up having a strike-all? Have a strike-all rather than have our bill as introduced and then have a separate committee amendment.
Okay.
Does that make sense to folks?
Why do we, it makes some sense to me. I'm just trying to figure out why we have to do it separate as a committee member.
I think the distinction would be instances of amendment or a strike-all.
Yeah.
And the chair's talking about doing a strike-all, but it would be still from the committee.
It would still be from the committee. It would be the same thing, yeah.
We don't have to talk about why we had one idea and then change our minds to another idea. We just talk about where we landed.
We won't be discussing the underlying bill itself. We'll be discussing a strike-all amendment, right?
When we get there.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if I'm worried or not, to tell you the truth right now.
Okay.
So let's just go, see how it comes out.
But so whether we do a strike-all whether we do instances of amendment, which we would do in terms of what we would put, if we were to do a strike all, we would be making decisions probably individual by individual, whether we want a piece in, and then we would vote for the whole thing. But straw poll kind of thing, to add this, does this make sense? I love it. Yeah. Anyone not have trouble? Anyone have trouble with that?
Pharmacy benefit management.
And the reason for it, for doing it, is
The reason for putting this language in is to the extent that an issue with the current law not being followed has to do with pharmacy benefit managers not complying. This language would make it explicit that it also applies to them.
exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to make sure we all understand why.
Okay, good.
All right, so, yes, okay. Great. The next piece is the requirement for health insurance plans to provide coverage without any cost sharing, and going back to at least one drug, device, or other product within each method of contraception for women identified by the FDA and prescribed by the health insurance provider. So instead of saying all with no cost sharing, going back to at least one, with the caveat that if there is one that is, that if there is a therapeutic equivalent, the plans may provide coverage and may for more than one and provide and impose cost sharing requirements as long as something is available in each method without cost sharing. But if somebody's healthcare provider recommends a particular service or drug, device, or product based on a determination of medical necessity, then the plan has to defer to the provider's determination and judgment and provide coverage without cost sharing for that product.
So, yeah, we go up to the yellow line. The bill as introduced was trying to get to remove a potential barrier by saying all drugs and devices. And what this says, along with the rest, is that we go with the generic or the one unless very specifically, and there would be no cost sharing. Unless very specific, and there would be cost sharing if it wasn't the particular drug or device that was prescribed, unless along with that prescription it's a medical necessity.
Right, I think I got a little bit lost in there, but yes.
Sorry.
So regardless of what was prescribed, if there is a therapeutic equivalent that is available without cost sharing under our generic substitution law, that would automatically be substituted unless the provider had said, based on medical necessity, this person needs this specific product.
And if that happens, there still would be no cost sharing.
Then there would be no cost sharing for that one that was appropriate, medically necessary for that patient.
Okay, so we got,
regardless of regardless of whether that's the way the plans formulary typically works. So if that wasn't the drug that they picked to be the $0 cost share, but the doctor said it's medically necessary for this patient, and for that patient, that drug has also a $0 cost share.
okay. Topper, and then Teresa. Sorry, we're having some discussion as we go.
That's fine. That's what you're here for.
I want to put myself in the shoes of an individual. So I go in and I want to buy a morning after pill.
Over the counter, so we're outside of.
Okay, let's get something that isn't that. I want to buy an intrauterine device.
Okay, you're not getting into the farm. I mean, it's the doctor's putting it in, but. Not trying to be difficult. I think I know where you're going. You want a particular brand name. You read about a particular brand name birth control pill that's supposed to have few side effects. You want that one.
Well, that's the one yeah.
That's the one you want.
Yeah.
It's
You may
not.
put shoes on for this. So what happens to me is I get told, your plan covers this one particular pill that does the same thing as the one you're talking about. So I end up with that one. And I end up with the one that is the generic brand.
There's probably a lot of generics, and
So if there's 5 different kinds, the plan is going to dictate which one I get. Is
Yes,
that,
yes.
That's what this means?
yes, unless the doctor says it's medically necessary for you to have another one. So if you have a personal
Okay.
preference for something else, then, and it's within the same therapeutic class and that works, then you can pay the extra if you want, but you don't get it without cost share.
And is that our generic substitution?
That's under our generic substitution law, which I can pull up if that would be helpful.
But it's conceivable that if you're having like major side effects, your doctor,
Then it could be medically necessary.
then it could be medically necessary to have another kind.
Okay. I want to ask, and this may sound personal, but I don't mean it to be that way. You all know what I'm trying to do here and what we're trying to do collectively. Is this okay with you?
Yeah.
Teresa has a question.
Right, so before I answer that, I want to ask, so this just essentially is the same as what we have now.
Right.
So if you were trying to change something, that's not what this does. I guess this is my
This
question.
piece, right, so this piece is the same as current law, because of my understanding of what you heard in testimony from the insurance companies and others is that this part of the law is not the problem. It's not that people are getting prescribed something other than what they wanted, and it's not the one that's available without cost sharing. The problem is that it's supposed to, whatever they're prescribed, they're supposed to get without cost sharing, but they're getting charged something anyway. And so that's why the language in here is specific about the PBM also being bound by this, and then there's language that I was going to add, but actually is already in here and is probably an enforcement issue on things like device insertion and removal, where people are getting charged not for the IUD or LARC itself, but for the insertion of it, when our law says you should not. So some of it may be an enforcement issue, and if that's the case, then opening it up to more drugs is still not going to solve that problem, potentially. I mean, unless it's a misunderstanding, in which case maybe somebody would have an easier time as an insurance plan understanding the all drugs language, but considering that the at least one in each class is this same under federal law, under the ACA, as it is under Vermont law, it shouldn't be that.
You're still.
No, I'm just cogitating.
It seems like it's enforcement and education maybe of the people who are insert, when there's a physician or maybe instead of provider charge, that should be included in this language, and that's not always happening.
Yeah, I think it's hard to know where the hang-up is, and is it a coding issue? Is it a compliance issue on the insurance side? So it's hard to know what part of the law, if any, needs to change without knowing why it's not working.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe one thing would be to advise the patient that when you go get this prescription filled, it should not cost you anything.
Right, except that the provider in writing it, so if you look at something like birth control, where there are a ton of them out there, may not know which one or one's the person's plan covers with the no cost sharing. So they may write one for a name brand, knowing you're probably not getting the name brand, but they can't tell you what you're actually going to get. Depends on your plan's formulary.
Right, but so now I just got totally confused. So, but when the person arrives at the pharmacy and they substitute a generic, it still should cost that individual nothing.
Yes.
So the physician, I guess, is the advice they're getting at the doctor's office should still be that.
That's true. Okay, so when you go to get this,
cost you.
Right, under your plan, this shouldn't cost you
This
anything.
should not cost you anything. So at least it informs the individual when they go there that maybe if for some reason, they're now getting paid $42.22, that they should ask about. I thought this wasn't supposed to cost me anything.
Or it may also be a matter of education for the pharmacists, that it
pharmacists
should
as well.
come up with no cost share.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, what's the?
Okay, how do we get to that point, Jen?
That's what you're trying to solve.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
So that sounds more like education, and it may be helpful to hear from pharmacists if they have a sense for where the disconnect is. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is that there is a disconnect between what we expect will happen because of what the law says and what is actually happening. And I haven't. I don't know if you have heard. I haven't heard specifically from people about, well, this is what was prescribed and my insurance plan said it should be nothing, but it's something. I mean, so some of it is
I've definitely
anecdotal.
heard of those things. But what I'm wondering is, though, what if I'm wondering if the hang-up could also be the doctor prescribes the brand that she likes, and the person goes to the pharmacy and there's a charge because it's not, they have no idea what's covered on the health plan, and the pharmacist just fills that because that's what the doctor asked for. So
because there are generic substitution laws. So if it is generic, it goes to the right. So would it be helpful to pull up the generic substitution law?
Okay.
While you're pulling that up, can I just ask another? I'm a little confused about the other kind. So you go to your nurse practitioner to get an IUD. Can the nurse practitioner charge for the work of inserting the IUD and then the IUD is free, or is that?
So let's do these two things separately because that requires going. That's okay. That requires going back to the bill. So let's just look at. Oops, went too far. So under our existing law, when a pharmacist receives a prescription for a drug that is listed either by generic or brand name in the most recent edition of or supplement to the Orange Book, this is the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services publication, Approved Drug Products with Therapeutic Equivalence Evaluations. So when a pharmacist receives a prescription for a drug that is listed either by generic or brand name in the most recent edition of the Orange Book of Approved Drug Products, the pharmacist shall select the lowest priced drug from the list which is equivalent as defined by the Orange Book unless otherwise instructed by the prescriber or by the purchaser if the purchaser agrees to pay any additional cost in excess of what their plan would pay, or otherwise to pay, if their plan allows it, otherwise to pay full cost. And then there are some various provisions under this, but that's basically because there's a lot for biologics that we added in.
And Jen,
yes.
am I correct in what we talked about last time, which is the generic substitution, and in fact, much of this part of the laws that we're looking at do not, because of ERISA, cover self-insured.
That's right. Self-insured non-governmental plans are beyond the scope of this committee and the legislature generally, although many of the provisions of the Affordable Care Act do apply to those plans. I would have to look, but I would expect that this, at least one product in each category without cost sharing would apply to those plans, but they would not be subject to our generic substitution law. They may or may not, actually, because it's really about the pharmacist and the prescription. So because this regulates pharmacists, it may end up applying to those plans as well. So some interplay of these two, I think, should largely apply to self-insured plans, although it's very hard to tell.
How can we figure that out? Because, I mean, as we try to tease out where is the issue on this?
Yep. So the first thing is, let me look at...
People like me who didn't know until probably 10 years ago that my Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance from UVM did not have to follow all of the laws that we had just.
Yeah, and I would have to look at that one. So we, governmental plans, and I think UVM as an instrumentality of the government would qualify as a governmental plan, are outside the scope of ERISA, which means the states can regulate. So I have to find out for sure, but I think if the state employees plan, the teachers' plans, and I would expect that plan
Now,
would be
cost
within our
sharing is different than is cost sharing different than my $500 deductible?
Deductible is a form of cost sharing. And that's where we get into the piece with the high deductible plans, because making something subject to the deductible requirement is a form of cost sharing. That you have to pay, the amount you have to pay out of pocket before the insurance really kicks in. And that's the piece that the federal government decides what you can and can't exempt from the deductible for purposes of a high deductible plan and its compatibility with a health savings account.
So under this, Jen,
Yes.
does a person with one of those plans that you just described, the way the thing was written at the beginning, it doesn't matter. They don't pay, is that correct?
I'm not sure where you're looking.
You just talked about a high deductible plan.
Okay. So,
what I was trying to do, it didn't matter what kind of plan they had, or whether they had a plan or not. They got it for nothing.
under the existing statute, where it's at least one drug device or product in each method, yes, because that happens at the federal, that's a requirement under the Affordable Care Act that applies to all insurance plans, and I'm going to verify whether it applies to self-insurance. If you expand it to all drugs, devices, and products in each category, as we had in the
beginning
bill as introduced, then no, it would not apply for somebody with a high deductible plan. They would not get all of them without cost sharing, because the federal government decides what you can take out of the deductible, and they have not put all forms of contraception across all categories in that list.
So in your opinion, the best way to go to get the best bang for what we want to do here is to go with at least one drug.
So for people with a high deductible plan, it doesn't change anything either way.
Oh, okay.
But I think it sounded like from the insurance company's standpoint, there was potential additional cost to the system if you open it up to all drugs. Because you can have people getting more expensive brand name drugs for which that are not preferred on the insurance company's formulary, and when that happens, the insurance company has to pay the whole thing, which means it gets spread out through everyone's premiums. It may not be a lot once you spread it out, but so there could be nominal additional cost by doing the version as introduced.
Additional cost to the insurance company.
And, yes, and therefore to premium, to ratepayers.
So in a sense, I mean, see if Shayla's paying attention. The only way that we could assure that all of this, the contraception would be available free of cost to all people who use contraception.
I mean, every method, every brand
would be if the state of Vermont decided to fund them and buy them, and the health department or some other.
Down on the street corner.
Yes, I mean, and so therefore we would all be paying because our taxes would go up.
I mean, the only way I am aware.
No, I'm saying, I mean, the only way we can get around some of the insurance issues and the federal issues is if we took insurance out of it entirely. And I'm not suggesting that, but I'm saying that really
Well, the
is.
insurance company would be the ones that would not make as much money.
No, you see,
We can't tell them what to do.
we can't tell certain businesses, certain types of businesses what to do with their insurance.
Right.
We're not allowed to. Feds say we can't do that.
Preempted under ERISA.
And so the only way we could get around that would be to appropriate more money to the health department or DEVA or something and say, oh, yes.
I'm so paying attention. No, I do just want to share Lisa from the health department. I do just want to remind the committee about, and this is not for all women, but previously what was the Title X funding that the state has now replaced because we're not using the federal Title X dollars, but that does provide, in a sense, that kind of safety net service for women who cannot afford contraception. We do, in essence, we do that for those particular things.
So the problem is solved.
Yeah.
I didn't say problem solved.
It's for a
For those women,
subsection.
yeah.
Subset.
Yes.
I would just also add into that for most self-insured plans, they're administered by someone else, but a lot of them, I can't say all of them, but a lot of them don't have the cost sharing for preventative type things. So if you go online, you look up, I have to have my colonoscopy or something. It costs a certain amount if it's medically necessary because you're sick. But if it's because you turned 50, they don't charge you anything. So I would assume preventive for contraception would be the same way. You wouldn't have to pay any of the cost share, like the deductible, in order to get it because it's preventive for pregnancy, right?
I would imagine that it's covered. I have no sense for whether it would be available without cost sharing.
Topper, what I am gathering from both the conversations, reports that folks had with insurers, as well as the information that Legislative Council is giving us around what is our current statutory and what are our parameters around what we can impact as a state legislature and what we cannot based on federal law. That if your goal was to have everybody be able to get it at no cost, that's not really necessarily something that we can promise. We can get further by adding the pharmacy benefit people, and that maybe to have some more testimony from pharmacists and others in terms of why this isn't happening.
Could we put a line in, Jen, not charge people when they shouldn't be?
I think in DFR's existing enforcement authority, they have fairly broad enforcement authority.
That I'm hearing more and more about now as word is getting out about this, that the procedure itself, people are getting charged for that.
Right, so I want to go back to that because that was...
I'm not just hearing this from what we heard last week. I'm hearing it from individuals.
So I think that's what Representative Brumstead was starting to ask earlier, so I did want to come back to that. So that's the language that it's existing law, so I highlighted it and put it in bold, but it's not underlined because it's existing law. Says a health insurance plan shall provide coverage without any deductible, co-insurance, co-payment, or other cost-sharing requirement for clinical services associated with providing the drugs, devices, products, and procedures covered under this section, and related follow-up services, including management of side effects, counseling for continued adherence, and device insertion and removal.
Yeah.
So
that's happening.
That's existing law.
and it's not working.
So that's why we need to have DFR
Yeah,
come in.
Right.
And
You need to-
maybe we can look to the, I mean, there's a part of me that's going also to look to the insurers, who, I mean, in the sense of, if it's their financial, if it's a coding issue or something like that, if whoever is in charge of sending the bills out or whatever, or I guess it's right at the pharmacy because it comes up at the pharmacy.
Well, it depends if we're talking device insertion and removal, or if we're talking
I
prescription
I
drugs.
guess I don't know if there's anything about education. You should hear from the insurers, the pharmacists, that, i.e. a piece of paper in English, not in, and I'm saying that generically in English, not in language that nobody understands in terms of its use of fancy words. That most people should be able to get this for free. You know, or whatever, you know, if you, or if you have, you know.
Why don't we just ask that question?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Isn't there an insurance person in there?
Well, but there, yes, there are, but I'm assuming that she will answer something when she's able to answer it. And she may want to come back, or do you want to answer now?
Susan Grakowski, MVP Healthcare. I probably could answer it now, but I think given the level of what appears to be confusion, and to be honest, I've gotten a little confused during this conversation. So I think I would like to take this back and then come back.
So can you tell me what you are confused about? Because I'm now perfectly clear.
Me too.
Which is not necessarily a good thing.
Okay, so the way I understand it, the current law says for each class or type of birth control, we have to offer one with no cost sharing. We still we cover all of them, or we can choose to cover all of them, but the rest would be with cost sharing. So what the bill as filed would do is to say no cost sharing for anything. So, you know, every single one in every single class has no cost sharing.
But they're moving away from that, back to the...
Yeah, so I think that's where I'm confused during the discussion is where you are in that moving away from, and, you know, exactly what the confusion is, so.
I believe we are moving away from it because, as I understand it, our generic substitution law does the same thing, already does what we were trying to do.
Effectively, I mean, I think the expansion may not get you a much different result than the existing law because of the generic substitution law.
And if I may, I think, you know, the rest of the provisions in the current law that Jen has gone through about, you know, if a provider says that for whatever your medical condition, you couldn't tolerate the one that was at the no cost share, you know, so I'm going to prescribe you this other one, you know, the law, existing law makes that clear. So it seems like it's all covered on all those levels. So.
Okay, and now let's ask the question that I asked. The person is getting a device.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else has to insert this device.
Mm-hmm.
It says here they're not supposed to be charged.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, are they being charged?
Is that what you need to go back and find out?
Well, again, Susan Grakowski, I'm not aware of any complaints. You know, I think, again, that would be DFR perhaps. You know, is DFR getting complaints? I mean, every now and then we do hear from DFR about maybe implementation of a colonoscopy mandate or something like that, and we all go back and check and, you know, do analysis. We have not been contacted by them about this.
Okay, let me ask the question a different way. To your knowledge, is anybody getting charged?
To my knowledge, no, but that it would not be blanket.
Sandy.
I lost it.
I think I also am going to ask the healthcare ombudsman to come in.
Good idea.
Yeah, that's what I
To
would-
see if there have been any, shall I say, many of us around the table, either because of personal experience, family members, or friends or constituents coming to us and indicating issues, have seen this as a problem.
Yes, but they didn't even know it was a problem because they thought that they were supposed to get charged for that.
Okay.
So we've talked a lot in this room in other contexts about the medical practice board. And I'm wondering whether, and I think this may be a question for the health department, whether it's possible for the medical practice board to remind doctors about stuff like this. You're not supposed to charge for the insertion of IUD.
So to be clear, they charge, but they charge insurance.
Right.
And insurance
Yeah, that's
should
what
not be allowing there to be cost sharing for the patient.
This is why I'm not sure why the payers are who we should be concentrating on, frankly, I think, in terms of this piece.
Yeah.
They all have edits and they all have things that, these claims have to pass through, and there should be an edit there that says if I've got a claim coming through for this and it's putting out a cost share, that should go to an exception pile and get reviewed. It should be dealing with the insurance company, not the doctors and.
Right,
Right, I mean, to the extent that you were interested in having having the providers, the doctors or the pharmacists being on the lookout or telling their patients, you should expect not to get charged for this, you could do that. But I think you're right that that it's really, if the law is not being followed, it sounds like it's at the payer level, and then it may be a matter of either education for the payers or education for us if it's a payer that's outside of our ability to regulate.
And will you or someone in your office be able to do some research in terms of where the intersection of federal law, either around ERISA or around the ACO, is around these particular?
Yeah, so I've made myself 2 notes. One is contraceptive coverage under the ACA for the self-insured, and Susan is also under the impression that it's the same for self-insured plans, ERISA plans under the federal law, under the ACA, as it is for commercial insurance plans, and you have just mimicked the commercial insurance coverage for the most part. Certainly you have in this piece of your law. My other question, but I will also look at it specifically. And then my other question to look at is, just to confirm for myself, is under our generic substitution law, is it agnostic as to whether somebody is self-insured or insured by commercial insurance or otherwise, because it's regulating the activities of the pharmacist in doing the substitution? I expect so, but I just want to get confirmation.
Thank you.
And what about the person who doesn't have insurance?
This is a requirement for insurance coverage. If it's somebody who doesn't have insurance and is on Medicaid, that's their insurance. And then whatever the eligibility requirements are for the health department's program. But if you have a high earner who chooses not to pick up insurance and is paying out of pocket, then they will pay out of pocket for this as well.
Well, I believe there's individuals in the state of Vermont that are on Medicaid.
That are not on a Medicaid? Yes, we have a 3% uninsured rate, 3.7%
So
uninsured.
those people, if they walk in,
If they have so if they are income eligible and have signed up for the health department program, which I think is broader than Medicaid, they would be covered with no money out of their pocket under the health department program. If they make too much money to qualify for the health department program, and they have not picked up insurance or coverage anywhere else, they have elected to pay for health costs out of their own pocket, and they would pay for these health costs out of their own pocket as well. If they don't have any kind of coverage and they haven't signed up for a program, other than you could appropriate money directly to have products available perhaps at the provider's office, but otherwise I don't know how you get them something for free.
People who haven't signed up for Medicaid are generally going to end up with Planned Parenthood.
again, the program that was previously Title X, so if you're income eligible and you walk into a Planned Parenthood and you are uninsured, you can get contraception for free.
Devices and everything.
Yes, all 9 yards.
Lucy?
Lucy from Planned Parenthood, yeah, that's correct. And if for some reason someone is kind of completely outside of the system, we also have a sliding fee scale for those very rare cases. Which means it's essentially free if they come in without income.
Okay, for the time being, can we move on?
Okay. So that's section 1, unless there's more that you wanted to look at in either version of section 1. Okay. Section 2 requires school districts to coordinate with Department of Health to distribute and make available to all students in its secondary schools free of charge over-the-counter contraceptive devices and products.
Do we have an amendment to that in your in your amendment?
No. There was discussion last week about the Health Department and Agency of Education coming up with some proposed language on the two options, or two directions they suggested.
Are you ready for that? Sheila, are you?
Sheila, so I just was able to catch up with Rep. Redmond this morning, and we should have something from AOE and BDH by tomorrow.
Okay, okay, fine. Okay, so I think, yeah.
Will that address both sections 2 and 3? Section 2 is what schools are supposed to do, and section 3 is what the Department of Health is supposed to do.
Yes, it will address
Does it talk about an education program for the public at all?
it does not, if you'd like it
We're not just talking about school kids here.
So here's what I think. I think that Shayla should bring it to us tomorrow. We can look at it and then we can, I think it's hard to, I think you have to look at it and see it. And then we can fiddle with it and add to it, whatever you want to do. Unless you have a specific.
No, I just had a note, make sure that there's a public, some kind of a education campaign for people who aren't in school. Because we do a lot, we've got a big education program in the school, all schools. And what about somebody who's not going to school?
So I think one of the concerns we spoke about, and I think we should meet. I think that we should sit down and talk as well and review it. But one of the concerns that came up are just the limitations of the health department to be able to, staff-wise, resource-wise, to be able to take on some kind of endeavor like that. So that's kind of.
We could add that to our budget now. I mean, seriously, if that is something.
Right.
So looking at our schedule, let's go, tomorrow, we have a lots to talk about in terms of Woodside. Then there's a naturalization happening, but at the same time, then we're going, yeah, there's that, And then there's some more testimony around the Older Vermonters Act. It looks like we can't come back to this until with any degree of assuredness until Friday or late mid or later Thursday afternoon. looking at what's on the schedule. Because, I mean, I think our Thursday morning will be full with the, and then, I don't, without knowing what's going to be on the floor on Thursday, but I would, well, we should, let's counsel.
Yes.
You only have 7 committees to go to. What are you perhaps are you a little bit free, like at 3:30 on Thursday, or 3?
Yeah, so, yes, I think either one. I have a bill, but it's not really mine, so 3:30 would be great.
Okay, so 3:30, we'll get back to this at 3:30. Committee, in terms of this bill, we took up,
we still have one more.
We had a discussion about the bill.
We still have one more
and
section.
pharmacists.
We still have one more section too. I don't know if you.
Oh, we're in one more section?
Yeah, potentially.
Oh.
The potential section on the mandatory.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Okay. So this was the other piece that I brought to you in the possible amendments, which is a possible new section on the mandatory reporter law, making clear that a mandatory, and maybe I should call it, they're actually mandated reporter. A mandated reporter as described in subdivision A2 shall not be deemed to have violated the requirements of this section, which is to report suspected child abuse and neglect solely on the basis of distributing or making available over-the-counter contraceptive devices and products to secondary school students in accordance with sections 2 and 3 of the bill. So if there are changes to sections 2 and 3 of the bill, we may need to make some changes to this language. But
Go ahead, yes. Is that all right?
I'm just, again, I'm curious about the age to be your consent. If it's 15 or 16, how can, let's say, a 13-year-old give consent if it's against the law, if they don't have the legal ability to do it?
So I don't know that they certainly couldn't enter into a contract. I think there are potential levels of capacity to consent in different contexts, but this is really about reporting child abuse and neglect, not whether people are engaging in sexual activity, but making available protection in the event that they do engage in sexual activity.
But can they engage in sexual activity?
Well, they do.
Without, I know they do. I know they do, but the law is if they're not at the age, I think it's under 15, they're not at the age where they can give consent to do that. So it's not, I know they do and I want to protect them and everything. I'm just wondering about the legal piece of it.
So I don't know that I have much more to say on it. Maybe somebody from our judiciary team has more to say. I mean, what the law talks about is what is considered. You have stuff?
Yes.
Oh, great.
I'd have to find you, this Taylor was in the health department, I'd have to find you the exact citation, but there are certain areas of substance abuse and certain sexual activity where a minor can consent to treatment.
Yes, they can, they can consent to
I don't know if there's a
mental health treatment. They can consent to, consent to treatment for substance use and for sexually transmitted diseases, right? Yeah. So while there is nothing in the law so there are prohibitions on engaging in a sexual act with another person, and compelling the person to engage in the sexual act without the consent of the other person. So it's possible that the activity itself would be, that the sexual activity itself would be criminal. But this bill is looking at providing contraceptives. So it is not taking a position on the legality or illegality. It's going with, I think, what Shayla may have referred to as the harm reduction model that's used in other areas, which is to protect the people involved.
So you're saying that a guidance counselor or teacher, if a student came to them and said, or nurse, I'd like contraception, then as a mandated reporter, if they're under the age of consent, they don't need to report that?
That's right.
Okay.
Right, so they are not, or to put it on the flip side, the person, the guidance counselor, whoever, has not violated the mandatory reporting requirement by not reporting that a student asked for contraceptive, over-the-counter contraceptive products.
But the age is not specified, right?
The age is not specified, I mean, the age is specified in the underlying bill in the sense that it's talking about secondary school students. I think that shows, yeah. So it's talking about secondary school students, which is grades 7 through 12. So if the language in section 2 in particular stays in, it would be specific to secondary schools. So that would be second grade and up.
What we all can take a look at is the material that was sent out by the Agency of Education last Friday. Was it last Friday? 2 Fridays ago. That talked about the underlying requirements around health education that includes sex education and things, and what they are talking about. The other, go ahead.
I was just going to say, is there an educational piece in this bill? That's what I was, I mean, you talk about what the education department is doing, but does this bill reference this?
Not yet. I think that's some of what you have asked the Health Department and the Agency of Education to bring up. Yes.
Yeah.
So, a couple days, no.
Couple days coming. What we first asked, we asked them to talk to each other. And we did that with a letter last year, and it was long balls. And we succeeded. We succeeded. It was easy. So, we did that. We did hear a bill presentation around pharmacists dispensing. And we also had it was brought up that across the hall in government operations, they are doing a broad they're taking a really in-depth look at many things, including the pharmacy board and what is the responsibility of pharmacists, and expanding, and that's one of the recommendations, general expansion or changing of what pharmacists can do. It's one of the recommendations of some group that met over the summer.
Right. Yes, I think it came from OPR. And the OPR bill, which is starting in Senate GovOps, would include some language around pharmacists prescribing.
So that's where potentially this piece would go, rather than, now there's, the other thought is that we could add that, and then we take some testimony from this and let it sugar out as it comes from one place or another.
Well, we were taking testimony on the bill by itself, separate from this bill, but we were thinking of possibly putting in this bill. But you're saying now they're taking it up.
My question, that really is a question. Is it belts and suspenders to put it in this bill while hoping that it will be put in the Senate or put in the House? And then by the time these bills that are starting in different bodies come and cross.
I love belts and suspenders.
So
I would say leave it out.
So do I.
I think that I want to confuse things in this bill. I want to keep this nice and clean. That's
So-
my position.
I
agree with the
don't-
other stuff, but
Right. No offense about this bill, but I think frankly, in terms of what it is that we're wanting to achieve, that has more likelihood of doing it than anything we're doing in this bill. It's my personal opinion.
The pharmacy.
Yes.
I agree.
The pharmacy piece is big.
It is.
how many inch me?
Well, what I mean is, I think that if we're looking to have easier access for youth in particular, but anybody, easier access for youth, I think that does it more efficiently. It's just my opinion.
And my sense is that it's easier to go to your pharmacist and ask for some of these things, I think, than it is to go through a whole doctor's appointment and all of the
But
pieces.
some of it you can't get from the
Right,
pharmacy.
right. That is the case too, but I think at least you have options by either going to your pharmacist and getting this list of services or your doctor and getting this list of services, but you have some choices to make that
What
work.
can't you get from a pharmacist?
An IUD.
Like an IUD or
An IUD.
something inserted, you
Can't
won't
get-
get it.
can't get the-
Well, you
might be
can't
able to
now,
get
but
the
under
shot.
this
Yeah,
bill,
What?
under the proposed bill, you.
Well,
Not the long-acting reversible contraceptive, because that is inserted into
I
the
thought-
device.
I thought it was.
Provider has to.
Yeah, I don't think much promise.
No, we don't want that. Yeah, no, I think that's that.
I said you don't want your
So,
promises.
Yeah.
in terms of belts and this is, you know, this is discussion. I mean, but this is rough draft.
Yeah.
How's that? How many people, in the language of rough draft, which means it can come out of stain at another time, but let's, would like to proceed with the belts and suspenders, which would be to add that bill to this bill, which would mean we take some more testimony. Of course, I mean, we're going to take more testimony anyway. So how many people want belts and suspenders? Raise your hand.
I'm confused what you mean by that.
By belts and suspenders, the section that would, the bill that would say 752.
Just fold it in.
To fold it in, add that to this bill.
But there's no real belts and suspenders, so you're just saying adding them together.
Yes, correct.
The belts and suspenders refers to what's going on in government operations about pharmacy
So it might be done
practice
now.
in general.
Well, currently, there's no
And it may
age
cover-
limitation on that bill 752, which I couldn't go along with. There'd have to be some age limitation. So, I think it said it's left up to the pharmacist. Well, yes and no. I mean, I think we should really have an age limitation.
It would
So,
potentially-
I
could
wouldn't
potentially
want
be up
put
to the
in
board.
Unless that's changed, so.
But yes, but we could specify that that was part of the board's rules or set that in.
So I'm sorry, I lost my count with the belts and suspenders. And
I would say this, Madam Chair. If we're going to do that, in the beginning, I thought it was a good idea. If we're going to do that, then we really need to make a decision whether we are going to do that or not. But not, because what I'm worried about is if we're talking about doing it and justice in this area, and we're gonna know justice in the other area.
We start to really go into the weeds on the language. We haven't done that yet.
No.
And get testimony on it. So,
Right.
so I am not endorsing, every word in this bill. I'm just saying, let's fold this concept into H 663 and look at it here.
And we can amend it as we go along.
absolutely, absolutely.
Gotcha.
But it also gives the world who are sitting around
Gotcha.
following what we are doing,
I'm more than willing to do that. I'll do that.
the
as long as-
opportunity to go,
That's it.
horrible idea, or, this is absolutely perfect, the best thing, but what you need to do is do this.
I
And,
could bring up my age issue.
and to bring up your age issue.
Absolutely.
Now, everyone gets to bring up their issues except Carl.
Carl, I'm gonna have an orange on.
I'll take the stress ball.
I got a new one today, grapes.
I'm gonna use that a lot today.
So yes, add 752 for the next draft.
Yes.
Take a look at, all right.
Meanwhile, I apologize, but I think I was supposed to ask Senator White how they were doing on it in her bill, so I will follow up on that today. So apologize.
Or
All of a sudden it's coming back
Or
to me.
tomorrow, or the next day, something like that.
We're gonna take this up again on Thursday.
Right.
I'll have it done.
okay? But Shayla's gonna circle back with you on that language so you can take a look at it.
Jen, thank you. Thank you very much. And we have lots of people, well, before Jen leaves, did you, anything more than?
The second question.
Okay. And so Shayla, if you actually could provide us with some more information in terms of that would be great.
Do you want to discuss H635 at all while I'm here? Or is that
I'm sorry, what?
The short form?
Oh, the short form bill.
Since I'm here.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes, since you're here. I was gone on Thursday.
What shop form bill?
And, you know, this
Your
is,
short form.
this is the topper afternoon. Topper.
Receivership, you're talking about receivership?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
The topper form.
Good idea. Oh, my God.
And so, and before, just other people who are here for this other bill, if you would like to be testifying, or if you have a group that wants to testify, you know, let us know. Do we know who that woman was who just left?
No.
Okay, well,
Agency of Education. Thank you.
oh, okay, all right.
She was here last week, said.
Okay, well, you know, I don't always recognize people, and so if you know, I was like trying to say, if you want to testify, something to say, okay. All right, so Thursday, when I was gone, you took up 2 bills, and what happened with H635? Did we think it was a good idea?
That was the receivership bill. We heard from
Yeah, we voted it out.
We voted it out.
You're reporting.
That'll be really easy. This is what the bill's going to do. I'm not quite sure how it's going to do it, but it's going to do it.
We heard from the AG's office, mostly from the AG, and he walked through how the 3 elements of that related to the litigation that they had last year with the receivership and whatever the name of that place was.
Pillsbury.
Yeah, Pillsbury.
And I
It was excellent.
I found his testimony very compelling.
Yes.
And he was so low-key about it. Like, he said, I don't know how to explain it, and he looked to someone else who was here and said, you did a great job.
It was very, he was also very specific about how this would be helpful in future situations.
So we would like to work on this.
Yeah.
Everyone who wants to work on it, can we raise our hands? Okay. Legislative Council informed us that we have to
For
do
your
something.
rules.
We have new rules.
No, they're not new.
But I don't know. So does this have to be a vote that the clerk calls, or can we?
I don't know. So here's all it says. The short form bill shall be drafted in standard form by the Legislative Council only if requested by a majority vote of the committee to which the bill has been referred. And then the request doesn't necessarily mean you intend to do anything with it.
But then it says,
Okay.
So
I don't know that you have to record the vote.
okay, you just wanted to follow.
I just wanted to follow your rules.
Okay, so everyone please raise your hand. Raise your hand.
If we're going to take this.
What are you doing?
We're like language.
Do you want the short form to turn into a long form?
Okay. All right.
I think she will.
Then there's a
I have been
majority, and if the camera is still up, the majority of the committee, in fact, 10 members of the committee, and someone left their vote, I understand.
I think she won.
What that means is we have, the majority of the committee has requested of Jen that she draft a long form bill, and now we will discuss it.
Yes.
And you have the language,
I
right?
do have the language, yes.
You
So,
do.
yes, so
From
I'm
Dale.
all set.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Dale, because I don't think it's anything different than we had originally talked about. So yes, and if I have questions, actually, I think Jamie suggested a better way, Jamie from the AG's office suggested what he thought was a better way to address one of the pieces, the part about the temporary receiver. So I will confer with him and Commissioner Hutt to make sure we're getting the right language.
Yeah, she was in during the testimony.
Yes, yeah.
And
No, I just want to make
I'm trying to
sure.
recall if she said anything.
She did a little, oh, you heard from, who did you hear from? Pam Coda. Yes. I'm just sitting with it. You heard from Pam Coda.
Yeah.
From the department.
Well, he's not going to be bored anymore.
Oh, I have not been. I have not been.
Because we've heard from the other side already.
But variety is good.
Who's the other side?
Oh, we heard from Commissioner Hunt from the AG's office.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Is this it?
Sure.
Okay, so for the record, Jim Daber, that's Consul with...
Katie McLean, Office of Budget Council.
There we go. So we thought maybe we would go through the current law first, to get familiar with how the current law works, and then go through the draft that the House Education Committee is considering at this stage. So the current law is here in Section 829. And I won't go through all the wording here, but I want to give you a sense of how this works. So first of all, the definition of pre-K child is a child who is 3 or 4 years of age, or is 5 years of age but is not yet enrolled in kindergarten. That right there is a quite controversial definition. So let's pause there for a minute. Because it says is not yet enrolled in kindergarten, and because there's another statute that says something different in the Green Books, this has caused a lot of confusion as to whether 5-year-olds who are eligible for kindergarten can still attend pre-K and get the state voucher. This says that if you're not enrolled in kindergarten, therefore you get the voucher, even if you're eligible for kindergarten but you don't go yet. That's what this says. Another section we'll come back to later on says something like it's about eligibility to be enrolled in kindergarten, and so we come to the language of the draft. We'll go through. This language will change, and basically the change will be to make pre-K, the voucher, available only for kids who are 3 and 4 years of age, and 5 years if you're not, if you're eligible to be in kindergarten, you can't get the voucher for pre-K unless you're on an IEP or 504 plan. So there's been some changes here, a lot of confusion in the field that's trying to be taken care of in the draft we'll come to. Pre-K education is education designed for this population of kids. We have a pre-K private provider.
So the pre-qualified private provider, that's a term that's in the existing statute, the pre-qualified, and that's something that we're going to see kind of disappear in the next draft in terms of pre-qualification. Did you want to skip down?
Yeah, I'll go the access to be here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have the access to publicly funded pre-K education. So currently, no fewer than 10 hours a week of publicly funded pre-K is available for 35 weeks annually to each pre-K child whom a parent or guardian wishes to enroll in an available and pre-qualified program that's operated by either a public school or a private provider. And then in subdivision B2, if the parent or guardian chooses to enroll the pre-K child in an available pre-qualified program, then pursuant to the choice of the parent or guardian, the school district or resident shall do the following. Do you want to cover that?
Yeah, so basically the school districts are paying out of their own budgets the voucher. The voucher is about $3,400 approximately. And the parent can either enroll their child in their public pre-K program in their town, if it's offered in their town, or the parent can choose to have their child go to a pre-K program in another town, so a public program offered maybe, if you're living in Montpelier, maybe in Burlington, or you can enroll your child in a private pre-K provider. So you've got options here, obviously. No matter how it's done, the child will be counted in the resident districts ADM count, which we'll come back to, which goes to how you get equalized pupils and the benefit you get there. We'll come back to that. But however you do it, the school district either enrolls the student or pays away and enrolls that child for ADM purposes, which we'll come back to. Four goes into language that will be changed because this talks about the supply pre-K public and private providers. And if it's insufficient, this contemplates basically a conversation with Building Bright Futures and trying to figure out how to increase capacity for the region. Then we go into C, which is around pre-qualifications. I think Katie, you've got.
Sure. So pre-qualification, again, the term pre-qualification goes away in the next draft, but the concept of their certain quality criteria remains. So in this language, in existing law, it says that enrolled both AOE and AHS have to determine if public and private programs are pre-qualified, and if so, if they can be part of a publicly accessible database. And the rules are to indicate how a provider applies for and maintains pre-qualification status and minimum quality standards. And then we go into a list of what are those quality standards. So for private and public programs, they have to have one of the following on this list that starts with number 1. So first, they can have a National Association for Education of Young Children accreditation, or they can have at least 4 stars from DCF STARS program, and with a plan to get 2 points from the 5 arenas. And I think you've had DCF come in and walk you through what the different arenas were in the STARS program. One of them is like families and communities, so different areas. And then the alternative option is 3 stars with a plan to come into compliance and get an additional star. So that's the 3 stars with a plan, and I highlight that one because that under the working language in House Education, that number C, 3 stars with a plan, goes away. And then in subdivision 2, this says that a licensed provider must employ or contract for services with 1 teacher who is licensed and endorsed in either early childhood education or special education. In subdivision 3, this states that a registered family child care home that does not have a licensed and endorsed teacher in early education or early special education shall use regular active supervision and training from a licensed and endorsed teacher. So that's another place to pause around the words active supervision and training, because that's another place where we're going to see a difference once we move to the existing proposal.
Okay, and then section D deals with tuition budgets and ADM. So part of this is a bit repetitious from earlier. So as I mentioned before, the district of residence will pay the tuition from its own budget for the 10 hours per week to either another public program or a private program. There are some notices that have to be given back and forth, which is more procedural. And then 2 says that any cost of operating a pre-K education program goes into the district's budget. And then 3 says that the district of residence may include in its ADM any pre-K child for whom it has provided pre-K education or on whose behalf it has paid tuition pursuant to this section. We'll come to the ADM part, but basically the count for a pre-K child is 0.46. I'll come back to that shortly.
The next section is a rulemaking section, which is actually pretty significant because that's part of the structure is proposed to change. So,
can we maybe stop here, because I had stopped setting up questions till you finish the section. This section seems to be long.
Yeah.
A long section.
It's a very long.
And I'm afraid that some of us won't be able to remember what our questions are.
That's awesome.
And we'll start with Teresa, who will remember.
Okay, but only because I wrote it down. Way back in the beginning, you talked about, where did I find it now? okay, number one, A1, district of residence, is not yet enrolled, it was the age, wherever you talk about age,
Right there, number 1 here.
okay.
Yeah.
The date established by the district of residence. So has there been any discussion downstairs about, so for kindergarten, there's a defined date. In pre-K, we leave it up to the districts to define it. So is there any discussion about having a defined date for pre-K?
No.
Because okay, that answers my question. I don't like that answer, but that's answers my question. I hear continually from people that, oh, well, in this district, it's this date, and in this district, it's that date.
I'm sorry, let me see if I understand correctly. First of all, I have to send my kid to school in first grade? Do I have to send my kid to school in kindergarten?
Kindergarten,
Or homeschooling, whatever.
I think kindergarten, I have to check on that. I'm not sure if I know the answer to that.
Okay.
I think this is yes, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So is the answer to Teresa's question, if my birthday is September 1st, whatever year that's going to be, that makes me go to, and I go to first grade. But if I'm August, 3 days, has September 15th. If my birthday is August 31st, if September 1st is the cutoff, I wouldn't go to first grade until the following year. And all zillion public schools, however many we have, around the state have that same date as September 1st or whatever the date is.
I believe so. The flexibility, I believe, comes in the pre-K area only where...
So it's only in pre-K where we
So it's
say...
confusion.
I believe so. I want to confirm that for kindergarten. Make sure
That's my understanding as well.
And there's...
Okay, and so then my second question was, do we know how many 3-star pre-K private programs there are?
I don't have that information. Could get it from CDD.
Just to know what kind of impact that this might be having if we eliminate that as an option.
It's only 2 stars.
Carl.
Following up on the 3-star thing, I just want to make sure I understood. You're saying you're eliminating the 3-star program as pre-eligible or whatever you called it, even if they have a plan, right, to go to 4-star? You're just eliminating that whole thing?
Yes. Under the proposal that House Education is currently working on, yes, that subdivision would go away.
So they have to be 4-star to...
So they would have to either have the accreditation from NACE, or they would have to have the 4 stars.
What's the certification?
The National Association for Education of Young Children.
All right, more 4-star.
4 stars.
And what you're saying is how many?
Yeah, how many does that affect and
That's
how
right.
many students that is?
Yeah. It's for especially a starting up operation, it makes it a lot longer to get to 4 stars to be able to do a pre-K program. The way I see it. So,
And the
from a
star
financial
system,
standpoint, it's tough.
the star system is also changing, so it might be helpful to know how the star system is going to be changing, and so there'll be 2 changes happening, and then what's the end?
Okay, so the information you're giving us is that the STAR system is changing. Downstairs is not changing yet.
No.
Correct. DCF?
No, DCF is changing.
Making sure
Yeah.
it's changing.
Yeah. It's a fair question.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Well, maybe I don't, let me make sure. Where the pre-qualification section is there.
Yep.
Program kindergarten education, it shall have received, and then it says A, or the 4 stars.
Yep.
So if they just have the education, the association for education accreditation, they're okay, they don't have to have
Correct.
4 stars.
And that
part of the law isn't changed under the proposal that's currently being worked on. What's being changed is the elimination of the 3-star with a plan to come up to a 4th star. And we'll look at it again when we walk through the draft. We'll show you exactly where the changes are.
You might not have the answer to this, but it mentions a process by which the tuition rate will be arrived at. Do you know anything about that process and how the two agencies work together to come up with that number?
I don't, in terms of like on the ground, no. Like, there are rules that has to work together to do it. But in terms of how they do it, I'm not sure.
Okay.
This is so out of my wheelhouse. I know that the cost of political education is higher per pupil, for instance, in South Burlington than it might be in some other town. So I am assuming that the cost of, is it fair to assume that the cost of pre-K, publicly, is going to be different in different districts?
Should be. There are reasons for it to be, based upon all the usual cost factors.
Okay, so in other words, the differences that relate to the per pupil cost or whatever it is in grades 1 through 12, those same parameters are in place for pre-K.
Correct. Yeah.
Now, Carl, or James, don't get mad at me, but assuming that I live in Georgia or Milton.
I don't live in Milton.
Where do you live?
Definitely not Milton.
Fairfield.
I live in Fairfield.
Okay, so, I mean, assuming I live in one of those places, but
largest
I
town in
work
Vermont.
at the University of Vermont, so I want my kid to go to the pre-K program that is embedded in South Burlington.
Yep.
Because it's right near where I'm going to be working.
Yep.
The cost of that is a bit more than in Georgia or Fairfax. Field.
Fairfield.
Damn. Well, you know, by the end of 2 years, I'll get.
Who was the first person to ask if you were all right over the weekend? You can't remember where I live.
No one else cares. So I mean, how do we, who's paying the difference?
Well, the cost of pre-K goes into the school budget for whatever school is offering pre-K. Pre-K is not required to be offered by public schools, but if they do, the cost goes into the school budget. So there will be differences among school budgets based upon different cost factors, but whatever that cost is will be absorbed by the taxpayers.
And they're not, like in Ann's situation, the South Burlington pre-K is not required to take that student. Is that correct?
Well, that's interesting actually, because the current law allows you to enroll your student in any public program in the state, unless you have a geographic restriction, which we'll come to later on, which there are only 2 in the state. But yes, basically you can go anywhere in the state, but that program in Burlington would have to have space.
That's what I mean.
And there's something in the current law or in the new version, the new draft, that deals with how space gets allocated. So I'm not sure how that's actually done in practice, but there has to be space for that student, obviously.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So if you're a 3-star program right now, a private 3-star program, but you have some preschool kids, you wouldn't be able to get any other choice. Is that what the change is?
So the change is what quality standards are in place. So currently, if there is a pre-K program that's being operated and the kids, they are currently receiving the publicly funded tuition, and that program is 3 stars with a plan to come into compliance and get the 4th star, then that program would no longer be eligible under the new proposal.
Yes.
So
In other words, yeah.
So that-
Thank you.
Just interpreting.
And so it would be great to know how many kids then.
Yeah,
and
that's
affected.
the question. Yeah.
That was the proposal 2 years ago by the HS, was to get rid of 3 stars.
Would be what, I'm sorry?
Yeah, 2 years ago when we talked about this, AHS proposed to get rid of the three stars. That was their, I think, their idea.
That was 2 years ago. Okay, I
Okay, what rules?
think we're ready to go into
Okay.
the rulemaking that's really important.
It
Okay,
is.
where are we here? We
So,
are,
we're on subsection E. So it's worth just taking a step back to kind of think about the big picture of how the existing law is different from the proposal. So the existing law has joint rulemaking between AOE and AHS and joint oversight. Whereas the new language that's being worked on downstairs has joint rulemaking between the 2 agencies but separate oversight. So that's what you're going to kind of see in terms of changes in the language. But I think conceptually that is what's happening here. So current law, joint oversight, joint rulemaking.
So this says joint rulemaking already.
Yep.
And have there been rules? There been rules
Yeah.
promulgated that were jointly developed and all that? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
But
So
I'm sorry, I still, what's the second part of that? Is the supervision, though, it would be
So the-
split, right?
under the language that House Education is working on, yes, yeah.
But now, I mean, how does that differ from what it is now?
Right now, it's joint oversight, joint rulemaking.
Joint oversight. That doesn't seem what we've been hearing, that it's joint oversight, because there seems to be, that's where we're getting conflict, it seems like.
Well, it's what schools mostly are complaining about. They have to respond to AHS and they have to respond to
Yeah.
AOE.
So they would technically have their own little universe, yeah.
But they meet to talk about
Right,
what the rules are.
right, right.
Okay, let's see how that plays out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds difficult.
So in other words, under the proposed language that AHS would be overseeing the private programs and AOE would be overseeing the school, yeah.
Right.
The one exception, I believe, is Head Start programs that are in schools would still be overseen by both agencies.
And I was gonna add CCFAP if there's,
Right.
a
school program.
public program that is accepting CCFAP, then they're also subject to the CDD rules with regard to CCFAP. Thank you.
Wouldn't it be most everyone?
Yeah, how many is that?
I mean,
You'd be surprised that is not a universal thing.
What's that? I'm sorry.
It's, not all public schools, are participating in CCFAP.
And CCFAP again stands for what?
Oh, the child care subsidy money, and they,
Okay.
or they might be for their older students, but not necessarily for the pre-K age.
Okay, so there's a long list of rules. I'll try to run through them quickly, but this is guidance as to what rules should be adopted and have been adopted jointly by AHS and AOE. So first, we have allowing non-pre-qualified private providers to create or continue existing partnerships with school districts, and the school district could provide supports to help fulfill requirements for teachers or in-kind payments. And subdivision 2, allowing the district to begin or expand a pre-K program based on community need. Subdivision 3, rules requiring a school district to provide opportunities for effective parental participation. And subdivision 4, establishing a process for parents to notify a district that the child is admitted to a non-district program and can currently enroll in the district. And also to establish a process for the district to pay tuition in a manner that allows the parent or guardian to enroll the child in a pre-K program, or ability of a private provider to maintain financial stability, and to enter agreements with a provider regarding tuition payments, quality, and assurances. In subdivision 4C, providing rules around provider notification to the district when a pre-K student who has been receiving public funds is no longer enrolled in the private program. In subdivision 5, rules directing the establishment of a process to calculate statewide tuition rate based on cost of delivering 10 hours of pre-K a week. Subdivision 7, requiring identifiable pre-K costs and essential early education services in districts' annual budgets. And Subdivision 8, requiring an annual report from each district to AOE regarding annual pre-K expenditures. And Subdivision 9, providing an administrative process for parents or school districts to challenge a particular action. And Subdivision 10, directing AOE and DCF to develop a system for joint monitoring and evaluation. And again, I'll kind of flag that because we'll start splitting apart that joint monitoring once we get in the new draft. But the current joint monitoring, we have a list in 10A through C. So in Subdivision A, what's part of the monitoring? It's programmatic details, including the number of children served, the number of private and public programs operated, the public financial investment made to ensure access to quality pre-K. In Subdivision B, it's quality of public and private pre-K education programs and efforts to ensure continuous quality improvements through mentoring, training, and technical assistance. And then in Subdivision 4, results for children, including school readiness and proficiency in numeracy and literacy. We're almost there. Subdivision 11, directed rulemaking around a process for documenting student progress. And the process would include helping to individualize instruction and improve program practice. And also to collect and report child progress data to the Secretary of Education on an annual basis.
Okay. And then F and F.
I might not have heard it, and I haven't read this all, but is there any rulemaking with regard to access to special education services? Nothing
Nothing here.
in that, okay,
No,
thank you.
no. Sub F here talks about disapplying sections of law that deal with tuition payments because this has its own tuition payment structure embedded within it. G says that nothing here shall be construed to require public funds to be spent in a way that would violate the separation of church and state. And then H is the geographical limitations, and this language won't go through it all, but basically allows school districts to narrow the geographical region in which it will make tuition payments. So while the principle of the section is you can take your child anywhere in the state and use the voucher, this says no. If a school district wants to limit the geography in which they're going to make these payments to providers, they can do that, but there's a process for it, which includes a lot of engagement with human services and AOE and input. And but if they do that, then what that means is wherever that region is, the district will only pay a public or private provider that is within that geographical area. I believe there are only 2 areas in the state that have done this. And then,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
On the exception before, whatever you call it, on church and state separation.
Yeah.
Could you read that again?
Yeah, so this the language says, nothing in this section shall be construed to permit or require payment of public funds to a private provider of pre-K education in violation of the Constitution, which is the separation of church and state. So,
in other words, a private provider could not be a church, is what you're saying.
yeah, well, couldn't be a program that has a religious orientation where there aren't controls to ensure that the money's not being used for worship.
Let's say they're using a church to hold a class in, but that's the only affiliation.
Yeah.
That would be okay?
I believe that'd be okay. Yeah.
So I wouldn't prohibit.
Yeah. It has to do with the use of public funds for worship, basically, is where that issue is. So let me back out of this for a minute and just take you to 2 other areas of law. Here, this is the definition of average daily membership. And this is how you begin to come up with your equalized pupil weighting, okay? And it says here in C that you include the district of residence includes the full-time equivalent enrollment for each pre-K child. So if the child is enrolled for 10 or more hours of pre-K education per week, they get a full count of one child, okay? But if they're enrolled between 6 and 10 hours, they get a proportion of one child. So say you're giving 6 hours of pre-K, you'll get, that child will count for 6/10, okay? That's the ADM count. So one count for 10 hours or more, and then proportional count between 6 and 10, and no count at all if it's under 6 hours. Wherever that figure is, then you multiply it by 0.46, because that is the next section, which is the weighting. So the weighting is here, and you'll see that under C, pre-K is 0.46. So if you have a child who's getting 10 more hours a week of pre-K, they'll be counted at 0.46 for the purpose of equalized pupils, which affects tax rate. So the higher the count, the lower the tax rate. So that's the game.
Higher the what? I'm sorry.
The higher the student count, the lower the tax rate, because it's per pupil spending is how it's done, right?
Did you say something about 0.6 at one point, or is it all 0.46? Did you say 0.6 at one time, or is it all 0.46?
Sorry, 0.46.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
for pre-K, yeah. Okay, so we're done talking about the current law. Any questions before we move on to the draft bill?
Are pre-K students subject to the additional weights like all other students are? Poverty, English language.
All of that gets adjusted. That's, yeah.
There.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Back on the base statute, there was a section there where it said that the district was able to calculate the costs of pre-K, and that they might differ from district to district. I'm just trying to figure out, that was part of under what they could do under regulation or something, I think. How, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, right now, it seems, or my recollection is we pay a standard, there's a state set rate of what we will pay for pre-K, and then it's determined somehow through magic.
It's sort of a hard question, actually, because well, you have two things happening. You have, on the one hand, let's say $15,000 per student. There's a $7,500 tax benefit over here, and a $3,400 payment over here. So it seems like that's not fair. But I'm not sure how actually you compare a tax benefit to basically a grant, if you will. I'm not sure how they actually equate to each other, how you actually do that math. So the concept there that there is a difference here, how to value that difference, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a question for JFO to work through a bit.
So there isn't any, or is there, is there any, since we're talking about AHS and AOE splitting out supervision, is there any concept of splitting out payment and just having AHS make grant payments to private pre-Ks?
So 2 years ago, the proposal was to bring all the payment
at the state level.
At the state level up to AOE, actually.
Yeah.
But the version we're about to go through doesn't do that. There's a recognition that it's very burdensome for school districts that have to pay all these different providers and having to deal with contracts, invoicing, and things. So the draft we're about to go through adopts a uniform approach to that process, as opposed to bringing it up to the state level.
This is something I should get from testimony, but maybe you've heard it. It's burdensome for school districts to have to deal with so many providers. Is there an average? Like, how many is too many?
I don't know. I don't know what the average is. I'm not sure.
I mean, is it 2 or 3, or is it 10?
I think it's more like 10, but you have to take testimony because I don't have those figures.
Okay, so maybe that's something. I only ask that, not that it's not burdensome, but in our world, The equivalent to a public school might be a community mental health center or a private nonprofit agency like a parent child care center. And they have to report to, they have to turn in grant stuff and report to a boatload of agencies, or even the same agency, but 4 or 5 different reporting things. So that's all I want to say. You know.
Should we go to the draft bill? Are we ready to move? Okay. That is going to be up here. Okay. So, a couple comments about this draft. So we're on draft 3.1 here. This draft does not reflect very much community discussion at this point. It doesn't reflect testimony they've heard either. So it's a pretty early draft of this language.
I'm sorry, it doesn't reflect, we just went through this with another bill that we were doing, which I put draft language up there, where it hasn't had discussion, but I mean, was there a committee member in charge of doing this, or is this the sort of the garbage can of every idea is here and we're going to...
No, it's actually been a much more controlled process. So I've worked with Rep Webb. Well,
I won't take that personally.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to be personal. No, it's been controlled in the sense that it's been funneled through Rep Webb, Rep Conlon, and Rep Coopely as the people working with Katie and I on this language. Okay. We talked about it in committee, of course, but they haven't had like a session yet that I've been at where they've actually started to think about how to change this or whatever. And there's been quite a bit of testimony on this language that hasn't been talked about yet in committee formally. So let's give you a sense for where it stands as we talk to you about this. In terms of the oversight question, the bill does 3 main things. So the statement of purpose is to eliminate joint regulatory oversight by the 2 agencies, to require that tuition payments for pre-K use a uniform form of process, and to simplify and clarify the program quality criteria, the 3 stars, etc. On the first one, just to mention, we talked as well with House Education. In my mind, there might be more than this, but I think there are 5 options for oversight. I'll just lay them out there so we have that in mind maybe. One is you have all the oversight of pre-K by AOE. One is you have it all by AHS. We're not doing that in this draft here. One is, the third option is to have joint oversight and joint rulemaking. That's what the current law is, okay? And then another option would have separate oversight and separate rulemaking. We tried that in an earlier draft, but then we realized, or we didn't realize, the committee realized, you have to keep those 2 sets of rules in line all the time. It's one that has joint rulemaking. So the 5th option is to have separate oversight and joint rulemaking, which is what this draft does. Okay, so going through the draft, first we'll come to this definition of pre-K child. I will read this to you. It says pre-K child means a child who, as of the date established by the district of residence for kindergarten eligibility, is 3 or 4 years of age, or is 5 years of age, but it's not yet eligible to be enrolled in kindergarten, or 5 years of age, but it's not yet enrolled in kindergarten if the child is on a 504 plan or IEP. So that's changing, that's clarifying the current language, basically to exclude 5-year-olds, generally from the voucher, unless you're on an IEP or a 504 plan.
And 5 years of age, we don't care what month?
It is based upon eligibility for enrollment in kindergarten. So wherever that cutoff date is for that district.
The cutoff date is the same across the state.
I think for kindergarten, we'll look at the introductory language here. It says, as of a date established by the district for kindergarten. So I believe kindergarten must be based upon local decisions as to what that date is.
And I am eligible for first grade no matter how old I am if I have gone to kindergarten.
Yeah, well, I have to check the rules on that for you.
Okay,
This is
just,
how
I mean,
that
I'm just,
works.
you know,
Yeah.
so if my school district says, oh, it's okay for you to enter kindergarten if you were born in a month that's in the earlier part, like really early. But I love my kid, and my kid's really smart, so I want my kid to be in kindergarten. But the kid's probably younger than what many of us think of as kindergarten. So they go into first grade at basically 5. And they automatically get to go to first grade because they were in kindergarten. And that's possible? No?
I'm not sure.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
I'm not sure.
No, I mean, at least in my district, I know many people who felt their child was ready to go and they were hard and fast about that.
Even though I was in kindergarten?
Yes.
Sometimes you can go twice.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
I don't know about kindergarten, but you used to go to preschool twice.
Well, I'm trying to see if there's a difference between pre-K and kindergarten
Yeah.
and first grade
That's a good
in terms
question.
of what gets to be local control
Right.
versus what is a statewide. And that might influence my views of what needs to change. I mean, I
Yeah.
think other things need to change, but if it's all local for everything,
Right.
then I'm not gonna, you know. But if it's,
It's a good question.
if it is something that the State Board of Education or whatever has done uniformly for everybody else, every other thing, I might go, well, why aren't we doing it for this?
I think there's also local control for when a child turns 3 and can be in a public school
You mean
setting.
public pre-K?
Yeah.
I think we did hear that, because I looked
Yeah,
at the
there were
report,
some,
there were 2-year-olds.
there were some 2-year-olds attending.
Yeah, I know, boggles my mind. but-
And I don't know if they were all attending public school programs or if they were also getting vouchers to be in privates, but there were 2-year-olds who were a part of the.
Well, let me take that question away. I'll come back to it. and answer
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's good.
Definition of pre-K education is unchanged.
Okay, and then we come to where we had language about pre-qualified, and now we're kind of striking through, we're moving away from the concept of pre-qualification. But now we have a definition of just a private provider, and that is somebody who's either regulated as a center-based childcare program or a family childcare home.
Okay. And then we have a definition of a public provider, which means a provider of pre-K education that is a school district that meets program quality requirements under a section we're about to come to shortly. So this is you, B?
That's
Is it
you.
to me? Okay, sorry. So this is the same, nothing's changed here. So in terms of 35 10 hours per week, 35 weeks a year, the way tuition payments work, all the same as before. So again, the district of residence will pay tuition to a public provider, a private provider as a parent's choice. A student will be enrolled in the district of residence program only for purposes of, if they're being paid away, for purposes of the ADM count. That hasn't changed either, it's still 0.46. So all this mechanics are all the same in terms of this area here.
Good question.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I got a little lost. So, I live in Rochester. I'm taking my kid to Randolph. So the school is paying Randolph. Is my kid counted in the ADM for both schools?
No.
One's paying and one's receiving?
No, only the home district
Urban Home District is
is getting the ADM credit.
Okay, so my school gets, Rochester gets the ADM, and Randolph gets $3,400.
Correct. Correct, exactly right.
So actually, okay, what value, plus or minus, to Rochester is getting the ADM?
That's the question we were talking about earlier.
sorry.
The values of Rochester is a .46 count for ADM
Lower your
purposes,
tax rate.
Right.
which will lower the tax rate for Rochester. All things being equal.
Should be Sarah, Rochester.
So you would like that, just send all of your, we have a great pre-K program in Rochester. Yes, but don't you want lower taxes?
No, what?
Sorry. Clearly, we don't quite want to try to share.
So if, this might just be a nuance, but so in Sandy's example, let's just presume that the student was going into a public provider, now not public school program, a public provider.
Yep.
They still only get the $3,400 from the sending school
Correct.
district. Okay, so that's regardless of whether it goes to a public provider or a private
Correct.
provider out of district.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, correct, There's some changes in this subdivision 4 here. The original language in law now contemplates there might be a lack of supply of providers. So this talks about how you deal with a lack of supply and that kind of partnership with Building Bright Futures. That's been taken away, I guess, on the view that there's enough supply. The language now says nothing in this section should be construed to require the state or district to begin or expand pre-K education program to satisfy demand for pre-K education. And then it says if a district plans to begin or expand a public pre-K education program, it shall, not less than 30 days prior to the date of commencement or expansion of the program, notify in writing the public and private providers with which it has contracted to provide pre-K education. So the idea being this notification to people locally or people you contracted with that you're about to expand your program or start one.
So next is subsection C, which had been pre-qualification. You can see that language is struck through. But then on line 19, we have the new lead-in language being provider qualification, and the question came up downstairs. What is the difference between pre-qualification and just qualification? And I think that's a fair question, and the best answer we have is we base this off the AOE and AHS proposal that came over 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
So that was the basis of where we were drafting from. Regardless, the section deals with the qualifications that we had been speaking about with regard to the existing law. And on the top of page 5, with regard to the private provider, we still say that the private provider shall meet the minimum program quality by having the NACE accreditation, so same as the existing law, or at least 4 stars. Similar to the existing law, except we're striking through that we have to have 2 points in each of the 5 arenas. So that specificity is gone. Instead, it's just having 4 stars. And then you'll see that subdivision C, which was the 3 stars with the plan to come into compliance, or I hate to say compliance, come up to the 4th star, that goes away under this particular proposal. And then we have an and. In subdivision 2, a private provider shall also employer contract for the services of at least 1 teacher to provide direct instruction to a pre-K student who is either licensed in early childhood ed or special ed, or has a Montessori early childhood teacher certification. So 2 things there. First, the language on line 18 about the Montessori early childhood teacher certification, that is new from the previous draft. The previous draft didn't include that. The previous draft just had licensed teachers with either early childhood or early special education, early childhood special education license. And then the second thing that is worth pointing out here is on line 15, there's the phrase that the teacher is to provide direct instruction. So if you remember from the existing law, when we went over it, we talked about an option for training and supervision, and there wasn't language about direct supervision. So this draft, as written, would require direct supervision. However, at the very end of this draft, there's a standalone section that says that it gives private providers 3 years to come into compliance with this, so that they wouldn't have to have a teacher licensed as specified, providing direct instruction for 3 years. Instead, we'll look at the language with more specificity, but it allows both direct instruction during that 3-year period, but also coaching from a licensed teacher. So that's a change from the previous, or from the existing law.
The addition of, I'm just curious about the addition of Montessori or I can tell you that probably everybody here got the same letter I did about the Waldorf school. And I'm just wondering if there was discussion about that.
Yeah, can I answer that? Yes, there was. And while there wasn't any vote on changing the language, it kind of, after the last discussion, landed at maybe we should just stick with licensed teachers.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
That if you just stick with licensed teachers, because if you name one specific philosophy of education that has a certification process, there are others.
Yes.
So there was discussion about that, and that was where the last discussion landed, but the language hasn't been changed. And I mean, who knows if and when it will be, but that's where the last discussion.
We'll get worked up about that.
Yeah, not yet.
Oh, I just would concur. I wonder why that had been pulled out as a unique example.
So I got to visit a couple of programs, and when I said, so when are you doing pre-K and when are you just taking care of kids? They said, we're doing everything all the time. And I'm reading at the bottom of page 5, during the hours in which pre-kindergarten education is paid for with publicly funded tuition. So at 10:30 you do, but at 9:30 you don't. I mean, they're doing the same stuff. They're playing, they're building things.
Right. I don't mind chiming in. I feel like you two can't speak to what the conversation is so much, right? You're just speaking about what. So there's also a bit of conversation about that, although no real acknowledgement of it being a challenge. So aside from the fact that it's going to take time to have enough workforce to have every private provider even the ability to hire licensed teachers, there's also a question of if that's the expectation, those licensed teachers are likely going to need to be paid more.
Because they'll be working after school.
Right.
In the after school activities.
So if we're going to pay them more, it is likely going to lead to an increase in tuition rates at private providers. And then there's a whole domino effect, what that looks like in terms of the voucher amount, as well as what child care subsidy amounts, because that's all rate-based, which then leads to more questions about affordability for families who need both the tuition and the subsidy to be able to send their children to high-quality programs. So I would say that's been brought up, but not thoroughly discussed.
Well, we already have an equal system because we, the taxpayers, already subsidize the public school costs for pre-K completely. And in a situation like this where if the tuition payment or whatever it's called doesn't increase, then that's unequal access to pre-K for those selecting a private provider.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was handed, and thank you, and I don't know if this is something that I can keep and should probably share. Okay. How that tuition dollar amount is arrived at, which is helpful to look at. and maybe it would be helpful to hear some testimony about that. So as rates go up, presumably the voucher amount would also go up based on what I was reading about that process. But it adds to the overall cost. And I think clearly creates some issues around access and equity too. So, yeah.
As a process for the committee, I believe, things are always changed, but I believe it's similar to the bill about lead. We will actually, which came to us so that we got more than a drive-by, but the committee came to a consensus about it, that we would actually get this bill to do things. The idea, part of my idea of having the run-through now is so that we can see what our questions are, so that perhaps we can have some conversations with the three people who are doing most of the work on it appears, in terms of where we are, so that the two committees aren't necessarily, at least we're on the same path. We may not necessarily come to the exact same conclusions, but let's know where our paths are or aren't, or where our questions are.
Okay, we ready?
Ready.
Okay, so we were on the language that talks about the direct instruction, either employing or contracting with the services of a teacher, and then in Roman numeral 1, the private provider that's regulated as a center-based program. The hours that are publicly funded are the 10 hours, whereas at the top of page 6, the private provider, that's the family child care home, the teacher is required to be there for at least 3 hours per week. So, yep.
Okay.
Distinction.
Okay, and then we come to the program quality requirements for a public provider, so a school district. And on line 6 it says, employing or contracting for the services of at least one teacher who is licensed and endorsed, etc., to provide direct instruction to pre-K students during the hours of operation of the program. So, just to contrast that, so if you're in a public program, you have to have a qualified teacher there all day for the entire length of the program. And as Katie mentioned, if you're a private program, 10 hours for center-based and 3 hours for home-based. So differences there, obviously, in terms of the requirements to have a licensed teacher. And 2, the public provider has to meet safety and quality rules adopted by the State Board of Education. We'll come back to that because later you'll see that those rules have to be aligned to the rules by AHS. So we'll come back to that.
I think that's it.
Me?
Oh, you're right. Okay. In subdivision 2A, this directs that the Agency of Human Services is to maintain and post on its website a list of private providers that satisfy all the program requirements that we just went over, and that a private provider who no longer satisfies one or more of the requirements is required to notify in writing AHS within 5 calendar days of an event that would cause it not to be in compliance with the requirements. So for example, the teacher that the family child care home had been contracting with gives notice that he or she can no longer provide instruction or training, then the private provider would have 5 days to get in touch in writing with AHS to let them know that they're no longer in compliance.
And we actually had somebody testify last year that something happened in her private, some private provider's place that made her lose a star. So she fell from 4 stars to 3 stars. So she would have to close, or at least not be able to get pre-K.
So I may have missed it. James, in so I'm the private provider and I have to notify AHS if something has happened.
Mhm.
So I'm a public provider. Who do I have to notify when,
You anticipated the next paragraph.
You're right here.
I'm just teeing you up.
So you'll notice that there's almost identical language in subdivision B. So this again is the idea of separate oversight. So the Agency of Education shall maintain and post on its website a list of public providers that satisfy its program quality requirements. So separate posting of qualified programs on two different agencies' websites, depending on whether they're private or public. A public provider that no longer satisfies one or more requirements shall notify in writing AOE and the public providers with which it has contracted to provide pre-K education within 5 calendar days after an event causing noncompliance.
Can I just, in terms of a public provider, my understanding is in terms of public schools, they might, does everyone who works in the building, forget pre-K, everyone who works in the building, do they have to be some kind of certified teacher? Do public schools, can public schools like contract with, I don't know, a jazz musician to come in and teach jazz?
I believe so, because the requirements for screening applies both to employees and contracted workers. So that tells me that yes, the school can hire a contracted worker or teacher to come in for a period.
But, I guess my question, so the reason I was asking the question is, let's say I'm a public school and rather than creating my own private pre-K program, the public school contracts with the Ann Pugh Child Care Center to be the South Burlington pre-K program. Is that a public program? Because, and they're paying, is that a public program or a private program?
That's a really good question. It can't be by definition in this draft. I don't believe that can be itself a public program, because a public program or provider is defined as a school district.
So the school district is my employer.
So if you're bringing in a private provider, I assume that's a contractual arrangement that you're bringing in.
And if I'm going down a rabbit hole that doesn't exist, you can say, and it doesn't exist. But I'm just trying to figure out who are these private pre-K? Who are these, what is a public pre-K program?
Public, that could be just your program here in Montpelier. So if the Montpelier school, the only elementary school offers a pre-K program, that's a public program.
And I guess does this exist anywhere? And if it doesn't, I will ignore this. Where a public school offers private pre-K, but the way they offer it is they have contracted with me.
Yeah, I think
Logo has one.
Logo has, they rent space
In the school
they rent the
building.
classroom.
Right.
They rent the old first grade room.
Right.
And it's a private.
But it's a private program that exists inside a public school.
Yeah. I believe by
But
way
it's still
of
a private program.
Private program, yeah.
It's still a private program.
That exists.
I believe so.
We saw one in the Northeast Kingdom too.
And not all public programs are full-day programs. So the whole, having a teacher there for the hours of the program, some of them are full-day and some of them are half-day and some of them are...
But if they're more than 10 hours, they don't get whatever extra. We only guarantee 10 hours
Right.
of publicly funded. No.
No, that's what it's, but if the school district submits a budget to the voters that includes more than 10 hours and it's approved by the voters, we as the public are funding more than 10 hours. and we have several schools around the state that do that.
Yeah.
True.
So it's, we have inequity everywhere. So the concept of universal is
Well, it's universal 10 hours a week. Good call.
No, I was just sort of agreeing with her.
Okay, sorry.
So the subsection D on tuition budgets and ADM hasn't changed from the law we went through in any material way. So I won't go through and spend much time on this section here. I think we can go up to here. This is new. Okay, so 5A says that, subject to subdivision B, which we'll come to, a school district that pays tuition for pre-K education under this section shall use uniform forms and processes developed by AOE for contracting with the private or public provider, invoicing, payment schedules, and payment of tuition for the hours that are publicly funded under this section, enrolling students in the pre-K program, and tracking attendance of enrolled students. And then it says, notwithstanding what I just read, a school district may adapt the uniform forms and processes developed by AOE to its circumstances if compliance with these uniform forms and processes would be unduly burdensome or costly to the school district.
So, back to my different school districts cost different things. Am I sending the same amount of money to public? I can send my kid to any, provided that the district shall pay tuition for the weeks. Now, can different school districts charge different tuitions?
Not for the towers. The towers is set by rule by the agency. So that's the $3,400. That's the same for everybody.
So that's different than what is, I don't know what you call it. People in Georgia, right? You don't have a high school, right?
Right.
And so kids in Georgia can go to South Burlington or Essex or whatever, and I don't believe, do they pay the exact, does Georgia pay the exact same thing for those kids, or do they pay different?
We pay the average of 3 surrounding high schools. I think they calculate, or it is the tuition for South Carolina. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's a blended.
Oh, so
they take
the
3 schools.
average?
Yeah.
Well, for this purpose, though, for the towers, pre-K, it's the standard rate.
Right, I'm just trying to see what is different and what is the same. If we are, I'm just curious. And it's none of my business. I'm in human services, not downstairs. But if we blend the rates for other parts of education, why are we not blending the rates for the potential? And maybe that's what the 300 or whatever it is.
Well, it's the rulemaking that Kay went through. I believe it allows that rate to be set regionally, so you have differences in that rate. I don't believe it's different regionally. I think it's the same, but it can be done regionally by law.
Okay. So some pre-Ks are all day. So I'm sending my kid to an all day.
Yeah.
Does they get the 3,600? Do they get, or 3,400, whatever? Do they get anything else?
Yeah, whatever the program charges for the additional hours, it's whatever their rate is.
Even in public school?
Well, that's the point. So today, for the private providers, they can charge additional money for the additional hours. For public school, can't do that today. Okay, we cannot do that. But in this draft, which we skipped over actually, it allows. So here, actually, on line 16, says a private provider, now it says, or a public provider that is not the child's district of residence may receive additional payment directly from the parent or guardian only for the pre-K education in excess of the public funded hours. So now this bill is saying if you're a public provider, not the district of residence, so if you're a Montpelier and you're sending your child to a public provider in Burlington, they could charge now, under this draft, for those additional hours, where they couldn't before, to the family. Completely on parity with the privates, if you will.
And is that, in this draft, is the school board, can they set any number they want to for that, or is there any, is there any frame around what they can do?
Not in this draft, no. Nor on the private side, they have discretion. Okay, so we got through 5A and B. So we're on 6.
It's still you.
Okay. So this says the Board of Supervisory Union that has a member district that is a public provider shall adopt a monitoring policy that covers the public provider's pre-K education program that complies with state board rules. What this is saying is trying to move the monitoring function not just up at the AOE and AHS level, but down to the supervisory union level. So SUs are responsible for adopting a monitoring policy of their own public pre-K programs. That's what that's saying. And then 7 says that a school district that pays tuition for pre-K education under this section shall be responsible for ensuring that the provider is on the list maintained by the Agency of Human Services or the Agency of Education, which Katie went through, but shall have no responsibility to monitor the administration of pre-K educational services provided by public or private provider, and shall be immune from civil and criminal liability and penalties for acts and omissions of the public or private provider's administration of pre-K educational services. So today what we have is a situation where the school district of residence is contracting with, let's say, 5 or 10, whatever, other programs. In that contract, there's a requirement to monitor those programs. So that one school district is monitoring all these programs, and another school district is sending a kid to the same programs is monitoring those programs. And so this is saying no. This school district of residence doesn't have to monitor the programs. That's done by the Agency of Education for publics. That's done by AHS for privates. And school districts basically are off the hook from trying to monitor these programs. And because of that monitoring, they can't be sued for not monitoring.
So who is monitoring them?
So the monitoring is done, we have separate oversight by AHS and AOE. AHS is monitoring privates, AOE is monitoring publics.
So the local school, so the Agency of Education, so state government is liable, except that state government employees, right, are immune. Right? Right? What? Oh. I mean, I thought there was somebody who can't sue a state employee doing their job.
There are sovereignty and immunity provisions in law, that's correct. I'm not sure how they work exactly in this, but
Is this similar to what happens in first, second, or third grade? When my kids go to a specialized school because they need special things. Or when they send when you send your grandchild who's living with you to South Burlington.
So that's a popular question.
Well, no, I mean, this is, and something happens. No, I mean, that's, I mean, you know.
Yeah, so in the context of special needs, like special.
Okay, we'll forget the special needs.
Okay,
you know.
More complicated. So your question is, outside the pre-K context, if a child is in like first grade or second grade, and gets sent to.
So this is another thing where this is the sending school, the school of residence, and the child is not going to, not participating in something in the school of residence, but rather is somewhere else. Is Georgia, I'm just trying to have no responsibility to monitor the administration, and is Georgia immune from civil and criminal liability or penalties?
I think for those lower grades, they'd have to pay tuition to like South Burlington. Okay, the only place where.
She's just being theoretical.
Yeah. I think the answer is no, it's not similar. This is different than that in terms of the language here. So if you're tuition in town, for example, and you're paying tuition to, there's no immunity from liability there, I'm not sure if there's any responsibility to monitor either there.
Okay, so Kelly, a question I will have is why are things different for pre-K than they are for kindergarten through 12? Whether it's this or other things in terms of, yeah. This is going to be public school?
So next we have subsection E. It previously was just a subsection on rules, and now you'll see we have language about regulatory oversight. We have a new subdivision 1 in here. And this basically is just 2 paragraphs. This is which agency is overseeing which programs. So in paragraph 1A, the Agency of Education has sole regulatory oversight of a pre-K program offered by a public provider, provided that if the public provider participates in CCFAP, AHS shall have regulatory oversight over the provider's compliance with CCFAP. And then conversely in paragraph B, DCF has sole regulatory oversight of a pre-K program offered by a private provider. And then we go into the rules, and the rules are still jointly made as they are in existing law. So, you know,
Okay, can we go back up, because it's public school, because it's public, I have to take all children who fit. I can't say, no, I don't want to take you because you're receiving child care financial assistance. Okay.
Most of the rules are the same, so I don't think I need to, but at the bottom of page 13. Yep, at the bottom of page 13, this is the monitoring. So we're still under rulemaking, that we have to have joint rulemaking. And in subdivision H, we now have to establish comparable systems by which AOE and DCF monitor. Previously it was joint monitoring. And they evaluate the implementation of publicly funded pre-K programs under their respective jurisdictions. So again, comparable systems. And then at the top of page 14, they're jointly reporting on the results of their monitoring, even though there's the AOE and AHS are separately monitoring. And another difference, as we go through this subdivision H, on line 7, it says at a minimum, the system shall monitor and evaluate. And then we have the same list that we had before of the different things that are being monitored for, except in subdivision 3 on line 14, the results for children, including school readiness and proficiency in numeracy and literacy. There's an addition of social and emotional development. So that's new from the previous draft.
I'm just going to mention that there was a presentation of what the joint monitoring system, which took many years to build and has just very recently been stood up. I think it was October that they started. There was like a soft, start to it. And so there was a lot of concern that monitoring wasn't being done adequately by either agency or as a joint endeavor. But it's because they were building a system and the system has just started to function. That may not be adequate for some people, but the lack of a sense of monitoring was because it wasn't being fully done and implemented. So I just wanted to add that to everyone's thinking about the possibility of bifurcation and what 2 sets of monitoring look like.
Sandy.
So, am I correct that we're still in rulemaking, so they're gonna have to come up with rules for how to do this?
Well, we, under the existing law, we have joint rulemaking authority, and they've already adopted joint rules. Many of the rules are the same, and this draft also requires joint rulemaking. So to the extent they're the same, they're already in place. To the extent there are changes, yes, then they're...
So I guess my question, I think, I love that we're asking about social and emotional development. I wonder how you measure that. I mean, a lot of this is, how many kids, how many programs, it's pretty basic stuff, and I'm assuming that proficiency in literacy and numeracy is probably done by testing.
Or performance-based.
But I'm
learning.
just, okay. So I'm going to be interested to see what they come up with and how they measure social and emotional.
There's a new paragraph at the end of the rulemaking section, and it basically says that in proposing and adopting rules under E, the Agency of Education or State Board of Education and the Department for Children and Families are to seek to ensure that the rules that apply to public and private providers are aligned. And then we have this kind of similar language again, except to the extent there are compelling reasons that are unique to a public or private provider environment that justify applying different requirements.
And then the F and G and H are really unchanged. So F dealt with disciplining a tuition section. G was the separation of powers. H is the geographic limitations. So you can still create a geographical region under this bill. The only change here is strike out the words pre-qualified. And then we come to section 2.
It's a good thing we
Good thing you didn't wait, right?
Flying along. So section 2, we're now in Title 33, and this language in existing law says what a childcare facility, that a childcare facility needs a license to operate or to be registered in the case of a family or childcare home. And then there's, in subsection B, a list of exceptions when you don't need a license. And when we move to the top of 18, there's a new item.
Can I ask, what is a 21st Century Fund? Is that a federal grant that went away?
No, it's ongoing.
I don't know the answer to that.
My understanding is it's ongoing.
It's ongoing.
That's what I've heard from local people.
Okay. I'll look into it. Okay. And so there's a new item on the list of exceptions, subdivision 6, a public provider of pre-K education unless the public provider participates in CCFAP. So
I'm sorry. I'm a public provider, and I'm participating in CFAP. And I'm also getting the $3,400. So I'm getting double. Well, I'm getting the $3,400 plus.
I'm trying to figure out what the schools have access
Right, the public providers,
to CFAP.
their school budget is funding the pre-K program. And then if they're also providing after-school
Or
care,
longer day.
that isn't considered their pre-K program, and they're offering childcare assistance to people.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted, I wasn't, but if I'm a public provider and only doing 10 hours a week, and the participants' families who are there are also eligible for CFAP, the public provider doesn't get any of that CFAP.
Not if it's only 10 hours.
If it's only 10 hours?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Section 3, I mentioned that the issue around that definition of who qualifies for pre-K, 3 to 4 or 5-year-olds, there's another section of law that is conflicting. So this makes the same change we went through earlier, in another section of law to make it conform. So all this is doing is saying what we said before, basically pre-K is for 3 or 4-year-olds, and for 5-year-olds if you're on an IEP or Bible program. And then section 4 is a piece of section law. It requires that the Secretary of Education develop and post on its website the uniform forms and processes for contracting and invoicing, etc., as we talked about earlier. And then section 5 says that the Secretary will develop and post on its website a model pre-K monitoring policy for supervisory units to adopt.
So, in terms of how this plays out, for the 10 hours that is publicly funded pre-K, there'll be uniform stuff. Hour 11 through 35, they turn into a childcare. And so then they have different monitoring forms?
Well, the uniform stuff is basically all the contracting and payment process between the school district and the private provider.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So that pre-kindergarten monitoring policy, I'm confused. Is this only for the public programs?
Yeah. So,
okay. And is it, the way it's worded, it sounds like it's developing a policy for supervisory unions to implement.
Correct.
But I thought supervisory unions weren't going to have monitoring of...
No, monitoring their own programs. So they'll have their own programs, and so what basically this is saying is, in addition to AOE, monitoring public programs, if you have a public program in your supervisory union, the supervisory union board has to monitor its own programs as well.
So, and is that an outdated term, supervisory union?
No.
We have a unified union board. Is that the same thing?
Well, it's a little confusing. Supervisory unions are on top of 2 or more school districts, okay? So we have a number of those. We have 51, I believe, in the state. But some school districts are big enough on their own to be their own SU, which is really confusing, right? But if I think Burlington's one of them maybe, but
Burlington, South
yeah.
Burlington.
So it's called a supervisory district. So when it's supposed to perform the function of a school district and a supervisory union, it's called a supervisory district. And basically it's providing both those functions because there's a big system to do it without a supervisor.
Georgia, we're part of a supervisory, what was the?
Union.
Union, right.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we used to be called Washington West Supervisory Union, but now we're called our union, Unified Union School District. Really, there's 2 U's. Unified Union.
Add a lot of terms.
It's a school district, not a supervisory union.
Yeah, and that exists under a new SU.
I don't know. We don't pass any SU budgets anymore or anything. I don't know. That's
Okay.
a different conversation, sorry.
If we can handle this, we've got 3 more pages. And the last page is short.
So next is section 6, and this has to do with safety and quality requirements. And there has been some discussion about which safety and quality requirements do we follow? Do we follow AOEs or AHSs? So this gives a little instruction that the safety and quality requirements that are required under this act to be adopted for public providers of pre-K education shall be aligned with CDD rules that apply to private providers of pre-K education, unless, same language, there are compelling reasons unique to the public environment that justify different requirements.
Who decides that?
So it's saying align, public programs align with CDC regulations around health and safety.
Except when we don't want to.
Except for when we don't want to do it, right?
Except for specific circumstances.
Is there, well,
It's not
with
specific,
seriousness, is there anywhere else in rule or guidance or state law where compelling reasons consistent with being a public school are outlined or are identified, or is that to be determined?
No, I don't think anything right now.
Okay.
Written down, yeah.
I didn't know if this was an existing sort of thing. Okay.
Okay, we're nearly at the end. Section 7. So this is the language I sort of previewed earlier with regard to teachers and how we talked about the direct instruction provided by teachers in the draft, direct instruction of licensed teachers for both center-based and family child care home for the 10 hours or the 3 hours respectively. And we talked about how that wasn't going to apply just yet, and that there was going to be kind of a grace period where there was a little bit more flexibility for the private providers to come into compliance. So that's what this language is. That notwithstanding that language that we went over earlier, the private pre-K provider employee that's being employed or contracted for services with at least one qualified teacher to provide direct educational instruction. A private provider may use the services of a qualified teacher to provide either direct instruction to pre-K students or coaching of the provider's staff or both until the 2023-2024 school year. And after that, private programs move to the direct instruction of pre-K students. So the coaching is the extra piece that that private providers would have a 3-year window to take advantage of.
Instead of direct, right?
What?
Instead of direct teaching, coaching during that
Coaching.
3-year.
And then we go on to list 2 different possibilities of language to define what coaching is. So in the first instance, we're kind of cross-referencing an AOE policy, and in the second instance, we're coming up with our own definition to put in law. So first, a private pre-K provider that uses the services of a qualified teacher to provide instructional coaching to the provider staff shall use for this purpose the guidelines for implementing effective coaching systems issued by AOE in March of 2016. So that's one option, and then the alternative option, as used in this section, coaching means the practice of endeavoring to close the student achievement gap and accelerate learning for all students by building teacher capacity through implementation of effective instructional practices, including the provision of ongoing embedded, non-evaluative professional learning.
What is non-evaluative?
Language taken from the March 2016 AOE policy.
So I'm looking at section 8, which is the effective dates, and as it references section 7, I guess what I'm not sort of understanding, and maybe it's just different ways of doing it. We have 2 sections that really don't start until 2023 or 2024. So why don't we just delay the implement? What is different? I guess, rather than just saying effective dates and then saying whatever 16 BSA, whatever that is 2023.
So sections 1.
I mean, is there, you don't have to explain the reasons of the education committee. Is there a drafting thing that these are actually, that doesn't make sense?
Yeah, so 7 talks about, we just talked about 7, the phase-in basically of this direct teaching obligation. That needs to go into effect like now to let them know that they got 3 years basically to come into compliance. So that takes effect on passage, while the earlier sections about splitting the oversight takes effect a year from now to give them time to adjust their rulemaking, their rules.
So I guess I just don't understand drafting or whatever, why we couldn't just say that those 2 sections, 16 BSA, 829C, 1A, blah, blah, will be in effect August 2023, and the other, whatever it is. Or whether the adding of this, whether there has to be this coaching thing.
I see what you're saying, carve that one section out
And then add it in, so have a separate section that amends, so then you're amending the same section twice, versus putting it in session law. So, I mean, we could do it that way. What it would look like is amending section 829 and section 1 with a particular effective date, and then amending it again in section 2 to have the inclusion of the language we're talking about, and then put a different effective date for that.
So this current law does not, well, I'll figure that out. We'll talk, because I'm probably not understanding this, what current law is versus what we're trying to, what is different now in terms of that.
Oh, I see what you're meaning. So right now, it talks about training and supervision instead of direct instruction and coaching.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wow.
Yeah, that was the word that came to mind. There will not be a test. There will not be a test.
You promised.
I promise, there will not be a test, and we all owe Kelly a great deal of thanks for sitting down, because she's going to be, I mean, it is 4:45 now, so I don't think we have a lot of ability to talk more, but maybe just if there are questions or that maybe one, either we bring folks up here again, not questions of drafting, but questions that we want to understand more about why, that either we pass on to Kelly as the 12th member of the Education Committee around this, or whatever. Or do we just need to regurgitate for a while? Ponder.
I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, you do.
But I have a lot of questions. Providers and everybody, but I don't know. Yeah. Until we have final language, it's kind of hard to say, right?
So I guess my question is kind of, if the bill is going to officially come to us at some point, that's one thing, and if it's drive-by, would it be more appropriate for that drive-by to happen after education has made whatever changes to this language they're going to?
I'll try to get even more clarity. My understanding when this whole thing started was that we would, just like we're going to get the recovery home bill, that we will
take possession.
Okay.
But bringing a list of questions downstairs at this point is still helpful.
Yeah, and so maybe what I would ask folks to do is as we ponder this and think about the questions, and in particular focusing on the questions about how it will, we have a mixed delivery system, and so how these changes will impact that, and do good. How's that for an English teacher?
That's pretty good.
For the kids of Vermont.
It's time for the class to be dismissed.
I think it's so time. It is so time. Why didn't anyone have our meetings today? We were sorry. So thank you both very, very much. That was really helpful. Because we really had to start from, and thank you for starting us with what's current.
So welcome, and why don't you introduce yourselves for the record, and then we would like your testimony.
Good morning, Kevin Mullen, Chair of the Green Mountain Care Board, and
Susan Barrett, Executive Director of the Green Mountain Care Board.
And I guess we'll just start.
We have your PowerPoint.
Perfect. So I understood there was some testimony last week that talked about the creation of the Green Mountain Care Board, and just to clear up a few things, that it wasn't solely about trying to create a single-payer system, and there was a lot more to it, and we can go through the statutory requirements of what's there. And many people say that Vermont has failed because they were unable to get to where we thought we could go in 2011. And I would say that we haven't failed, that we've pushed the rest of the country to still have that conversation. And, we're seeing that conversation occur every day at the national level. And what we were able to do in the state of Vermont was, once it became clear that there wasn't an appetite to fund the proposed Green Mountain Care healthcare, that the state negotiated with the federal government to agree to an all-payer model. And in some respects, it touches more lives than what we would have been able to touch if we had been successful in 2011, because we never would have been able to touch the Medicare lives under the proposal that we were considering at that time. I would say that Vermont hasn't failed. We continue to be at the forefront nationally in trying to reform healthcare with the triple aim of not only trying to control costs, but to make sure that citizens have access to care and that the care is quality care. So I just wanted to clear up that from the testimony that was reported back to me that you heard.
Thank you for having us here today. And before I review our value proposition, I did want to introduce folks that you're sitting there to Elena Barabee. You may have seen her face here following testimony, but just as a formal introduction, she came over to the board about 6 months ago from the Department of Education. She worked in finance over there. She has a long career, well, not that long, she's not that old, but she has much experience in finances and academia, in strategy and lean improvement. So one of the things that she's been working on, and we'll get to this later in our presentation, is streamlining the ACO budget and oversight process. She's leading up the team that regulates the ACO and implements the all-payer model here at the board. So just wanted to call her out.
Glad you're here.
So I think it's also really important to follow Kevin's slide about the role of the board in terms of cost containment, to just highlight what I see and the board sees as our value proposition. So I like to bucket it into 3 different areas. We are holistic, we are transparent, and we are independent. And when you look at the holistic nature of the board looks at a broad range of healthcare activities. We look at healthcare spending, we look at insurance rates, we look at healthcare delivery system, and that allows the board to make decisions both in its regulation and in its innovation and evaluation across the entire, well, I shouldn't say the entire, a large part of the healthcare landscape, and that's quite a benefit. The board's transparent. I think this goes without saying, but I'll say it again. All of our meetings are held in a public setting. Most of the work we do is done in a public setting. We are allowed to deliberate both for certificate of need as well as for rate review, but that's a very small amount of our work. We accept comments from stakeholders, the healthcare advocate, I see they're here today. We have 2 robust advisory groups. We have the general advisory, and then we have the primary care advisory group. You heard from the Primary Care Advisory Group a couple of weeks ago on workforce issues, and they've been wonderful to work with. So transparency is key to our work. I would say if my job would certainly be a lot easier if I didn't have to do everything publicly, working with the 5 board members in a public setting as opposed to doing it behind closed doors. But I do value that, and I think it's a huge advantage for Vermonters. And then, of course, we're independent. The board is appointed, the board members are appointed by the governor with your approval, of course, and then we are an independent board from the administration. And then I'll just close by saying, as it relates to the all-payer model, the all-payer model that we have in Vermont would not be in existence without the Green Mountain Care Board. If you look at the all-payer models throughout the country, all of them in the states who have them have, and there's only 3 right now, so there's not a lot, but they have a strong, 3, yeah. They have a strong regulatory board. And they want that because they need that assurance that there's that regulatory board in effect that can actually either step in the shoes of Medicare, which we do when we set the benchmark rates for the ACO, or also if costs do go out of control, that we're here, the board is here to push back on those costs. So I wanted to highlight that too.
What is the 3rd state?
Right now it's Maryland, Vermont, and Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, I always forgot Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they're doing a rural model, and I know
It's actually a pretty interesting model too, because I don't know if you remember, but a few years back, when I was in this body, Senator Ash and I were trying to get through a pilot proposal. Rutland had agreed to do a global budget for the hospital, and it was actually the state Medicaid office that couldn't perform the necessary tasks in order to go live with that test project. So it'll be interesting to see what they do come out with in Pennsylvania for results, because that's something that, at least I've always believed, that global budget really
We have a lot of support in here for that.
And I know in Pennsylvania their board is not as robust as it is here. They're having some difficulties getting their legislature has the authority to create a board, but they've been really slow doing that. So we'll have to see what happens there. And then we have a couple of slides on the ACOs.
Yeah, I'm just going to
go and then
brief
we'll get to
over
the
them
meat of
very
the
quickly
290.
because
Yeah.
really they want to get into 290.
Yeah.
But just to remind everybody that there are multiple signers to the all-payer model. It was the governor at the time, the chair at the time, and the secretary of AHS at the state level, besides the federal signatory. And this slide just gives you an idea of the different roles that are performed by the board and by AHS. And the next slide just gets into the regulation. And unless there's questions, I'll just kind of...
One question that is, I think, more of a clarification. So the benchmark setting that you do is written within the waiver itself.
Yes.
So the role that you play is how many of those old checks under the U are related to the waiver for all payer? Okay.
Yeah, some of them are through state regulation too.
All payer ACO model and ACO regulation.
Yeah, so they're number 4.
Oh, thanks.
We can add another column to differentiate, but I think for the all payer, I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like two-thirds or over
It would
half.
be helpful for us to know
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay.
And then, so we're now going to get into the meat of S290. What we've done here is given you a high-level overview of where we're coming from in the different sections. We've also shared with Jen some very detailed thoughts on, what could happen, some rationale, and I think she's better suited to go through those when you're ready or if you're ready. But high level for sections 1 through 3, the first, the criteria for the ACO oversight that are expected to measure ACO activity, we think would fit more appropriately in the budget section. And then any requirements due to any requirements that monitors the ACO efforts to collaborate with other entities, like for instance the Department of Health, we would suggest that maybe that could go into the contract language between the different payers. And we have this all detailed out for Jen, but we just wanted to give you a high level. And then a lot of the annual reporting outlined in section 2 is already collected through the budget process. We gave Jen a very large spreadsheet of a crosswalk of what we collect in terms of certification and budget and how and under our rules. So that's very much detailed in those materials, and we already collect virtually all of the things that were listed there. And then the 2-year budget, we can continue to think about this at this juncture with our reporting requirements for the federal government. They ask for things every year, so that may be a challenge in our view. Anything else?
Well, I mean, the question I would have is how long does it take to get to a 2-year budget? So
okay.
The prematurity is doing it, but
right.
Maybe
that's actually a good question.
The key point, though, is that so much is in flux. So, for example, this year with the budget that came in, there was the anticipation that state employees and teachers would be involved, but they're not. And if you had gone through a 2-year budget process, you would be using numbers that would be pretty far out of whack going forward. Obviously, anytime you can extend the length and create some more long-term planning versus short-term, it's good.
Yeah.
So we understand where you're coming from. It just may not be practical at this point in time. No.
We rehearsed.
I didn't even realize you were finished with that.
Oh.
So basically,
are we on section 4?
Yes, page 7, slide 7, is it?
Yes.
So Susan already touched upon the fact that how transparent everything is, and actually one thing that could be done that might actually help us do a better job would be to allow for a couple things to be a little bit less transparent. And I'll give you an example. In the recent budget orders, 6 of the hospitals were required and are required to present to us sustainability plans. And why was that? Well, what we've seen, if you take a look at the environment in Vermont for healthcare with the hospitals in particular, if you do a 5-year CAGR, 8 of the 14 hospitals have a negative operating margin. So it is not a healthy environment that exists currently. And while the vast majority of hospital boards are incredibly tuned in, we've seen at least one situation where people have become complacent as board members and weren't following things as closely as they should have been. They took the CFO and the CEO at their word for what the true picture was for that institution.
You're talking about the hospital board?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so a couple of things that in our efforts to try to make sure that doesn't happen again, we're actually working on 2 fronts. One is we're working with VAS to develop a board education where this really goes back to, I guess it was over 20 years ago now that I was on a school board. But back in those days, Wynton Goodrich from Vermont School Boards Association would travel around and he would meet with all the boards in the state and basically go over with them what their obligations were. And it was very, very helpful because it gave everybody at the local level the tools to understand how important their job was. And so we're working with VAS on that education plan. But the second piece is the sustainability plan, which has already been ordered in the budgets. And since that time, it's become clear that hospitals are a little bit reticent to divulge some information because of the fact that what they deliver to us becomes a public record. So if you're even considering the possible elimination of a service line at a hospital, you wouldn't want your employees to know that until you actually pulled the plug on that decision. Or if you were negotiating with another hospital or a group of hospitals to do something contractual in alliance, you also can't endanger that relationship. So it would be very, very helpful if there was something that could just be in session law that would allow for sustainability plans required by the Green Mountain Care Board to be allowed to be kept confidential. Because the real fear is if we can't get that confidentiality, we're still going to go forward with requiring them to do a sustainability plan. But one would have to beg the question if they were truly transparent in that plan, or if they intentionally were a little bit opaque because they had to protect the interests of their institution.
Right, so you never get the real picture.
Right. So that's the case where it would be very, very helpful. And you talked in here, I think, about 3 specific, if there could be some flexibility on more than 3, that would be helpful. Also, it might be helpful if you actually studied what the impact on the 0.5% increase might be, because the administrative burden might be fairly high if you set it at that level. But it also brings up the question of something that would be truly helpful, is that if during the hospital budget process we had statutory language that enabled us to pierce the veil of the contracts that are between carriers and hospitals as far as reimbursement rates. So in the hospital budget process, we have 2 primary levers. One is to restrain the growth of overall expense through the net patient revenue side, which is basically a revenue cap. The second lever that we have is being able to set a cap on the increase in charges that a hospital can raise their prices on. And the problem with that is that we're not truly getting to the bottom of what the reimbursement rate is. So, for example, you could say the hospital A charges $3,000 for a colonoscopy, hospital B charges $1,500 for a colonoscopy, but without knowing what the reimbursement rate is to each of those hospitals, those charges don't really mean anything. So you can't just automatically assume that hospital A is getting twice as much for that procedure when they get their reimbursement. And we've seen some pretty varying degrees of percentage off of charges that hospitals and carriers negotiate, and yet we can't have all that information right in front of us to make the truly best decisions. So that would be something that would be extremely helpful to us.
We do have language that we can share with Jen.
That would be
also on
helpful.
that.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing I'm trying to get at. Good.
Okay, the next section of your bill deals with designated agency budget review, and we will do whatever you ask us to do. That's perfectly clear.
Wow. I do know that section will change pretty significantly.
I just want to point out, and I pointed this out in House Appropriations, that I worry, based on what transpired last year with our budget, with the move to no longer fund pieces of the budget with global commitment dollars and a move to increase bill back, that I'm worried that it may not be this legislature's intent to have designated agencies pay for this review, but it could easily change in the future. And I start to get nervous about doing that. And when you ask us to do designated agencies, if you ultimately decide to do that, you really have to decide how thorough of a review you're looking for. The hospital budget review is extremely thorough, and that would take at least 2 more positions at the Green Mountain Care Board. If it was a cursory review of the budgets, that would probably only take a half of a person to 1 person. And at the end of the day, you just have to ask yourself if there's enough value there to pay for that review. I'm assuming, and you know what happens when you assume, but I'm assuming that AHS is reviewing these budgets now, and I'm not sure if we would add that much more value to that process. At the same time, I understand how pressed the designated agencies are, and I look at, they can't compete as far as the workforce because, a school can pay higher, a hospital can pay higher. So I understand all the challenges, but at the end of the day, we may come in with something that you can't afford to pay for.
I think it just depends on what it is.
Exactly.
And it's, I
and
think
we don't
more,
know what it is yet.
More of a, I would see it more as a program review than a budget review, to shed more light for the board as we're looking across healthcare systems. And it certainly, as Kevin said, we'd have to see how many levers we had on that. I think it would more likely form an option to have more transparency on the system, as we are seeing with the Brattleboro retreat and the
as that language shifts and changes in the bill, it'd be important to have your feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Just my comment about that is we take the ACO moves in to do more things that both traditionally human services like, and they use surplus monies or monies coming through that. I think the concern comes, who's looking at this in the overview? And who should look at it in the overview? And if you're not the place, because we're using healthcare dollars to do things.
So the value,
absolutely,
as I see it, I got dragged into seeing some value of us doing this. And Representative Hooper said to me, because I didn't see that there was a lot of value in what we presented as a review of the 3 years of financial statements for the Brattleboro retreat, but she found incredible value in that. So I think the value is for people making decisions on monetary expenditures.
Yeah, well, I don't know if anyone here, what we do in the traditional human services sense bumps up against what the direction that the ACOs move in. And what our designated agencies are doing, and
it definitely gives you a more holistic approach to the healthcare system. It may just be a lot of frustration on our end because we may see that holistic approach but not be able to do much about it, but that's okay. We're frustrated a lot.
But we're not overwhelmed. We get frustrated, but we're not overwhelmed. We have a really dynamic team and
great people.
Yeah.
Okay, we should probably keep going.
Yep. So, as on section 6, board membership, we've talked about this in having a practitioner on the board. Oh, sorry, that's Kevin's. I'm stealing his thunder. We're neutral.
Okay. Okay, now
we're neutral, and
you said it so well.
I publicly said that when I was invited to go to the Green Mountain Care Nominating Committee before the last nomination, that I recommended that they send up names of providers. At the same token, I would love to have a provider on the board. I just worry if you're limiting it to the next person, that you're tying the hands of somebody sending the best absolute person. I did notice in the effective date section that you excluded someone, the next person that is, whose term is expiring is Dr. Holmes from Middlebury College. And if she wishes to keep doing the work, I would hate to have her pushed out. And it's clear from the effective date language that that would not be the case.
Right.
So it's...
We get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But you're neutral.
Neutral.
Okay.
Switzerland.
Yep. So provider rate setting, as it was laid out in the bill, it would be next to impossible to accomplish what's laid out, to have full rate setting in place by July 1st, effective January 1st with pricing. I can tell you that one of the most frustrating things for somebody going onto the board was my first year I tried to implement what I thought was rate setting ultralight, and quickly the staff pulled out a study that showed a $2.3 million cost for rate setting, and without getting more help from other members of the board at the time to pursue what I thought could have been done very, very cheaply, I let it go. I still think there's ways to do this without full-blown rate setting that could be very, very effective. And
do you have suggestions for us for language?
Yes.
I think really what might be best on this section is a study. I would be speaking.
Getting a lot of studies.
I would be speaking on my own if I gave you a suggestion, because I'm not sure that I have.
That's what we're recommending, is replacing this
Yeah.
with study. Yep.
Okay. Offline.
Yeah.
So fair contract standards, that's you.
Neutral. Neutral on that. That was me. And then employee attribution.
Oh, that's
public employee.
That is the study.
That is a study. It's AHS's study. I mean, that we'll let them speak to that, but we do have a slide in our deck that looks at the attribution now. I mean, we feel that this is also very important. So it may not have to be a study. It may be a discussion. It may, but talking about it is very important. We agree with that.
Right. So we're neutral, but to be clear, the language in the bill, I think, could possibly delay attribution for a whole nother year, and that is not something that I think is what you intended.
Right.
So I think that has to be looked at. So it's not that we're truly fully neutral.
Okay, so we're semi-neutral.
So I guess the question is that we'll be asking folks when they come in to talk about this is, will attribution naturally detract from or cause a decrease in benefit?